Welcome, dear listeners, to The Peasant, the Princess, and the Prophecy, Joan of Arc's Journey of Destiny, a tale of magic, bravery, and a most extraordinary girl. This is the story of Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, whose unwavering faith and courage changed the course of history. Our story begins in the quaint French village of Domremy, where young Joan spent her childhood tending to her family's farm and learning the ways of the world. But Joan was no ordinary girl. From a tender age, she heard whispers on the wind, gentle voices that spoke of a great destiny that awaited her. As the years passed and the voices grew louder, Joan knew she could no longer ignore her calling. With a heart full of determination and a spirit as bright as the stars themselves, she set out on a journey that would take her from the rolling hills of the French countryside to the grand halls of kings and generals. Along the way, Joan would face trials and tribulations that would test her resolve like never before. But armed with her unwavering faith, her keen intellect, and a magical sword bestowed upon her by the heavens themselves, Joan was ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. But be warned, this tale is not for the faint of heart. There will be battles to be fought, secrets to be unveiled, and sacrifices to be made. So steel your courage, sharpen your wits, and let us embark on this unforgettable adventure together. For in the end, the story of Joan of Arc is not just a story of one girl's journey, it is a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and a reminder that even the most unlikely of heroes can change the world. So sit back, dear listeners, and let the magic begin. Chapter 1: The Spark of a Hero. In a small quiet village called Neufchâteau, a baby named Louis de Conte was born one chilly January morning in 1410. The village was tiny, with cozy little houses made of stone and wood, surrounded by fields and forests. People there lived simple lives, growing their own food and taking care of their animals. Louis's family had once been noble, but hard times had come, and they had lost their wealth and land. Louis's father was a kind man, but he was very sad because of everything they had lost. He would often tell Louis stories of their grand family home near Paris, with its tall towers and beautiful gardens. But now they lived in a small, humble house, and Louis's father worked hard to make ends meet. Despite the hardships, Louis found joy in the simple things. He loved playing in the fields, chasing butterflies, and helping his mother in the garden. His best friend was a girl named Joan, who lived in the nearby village of Domremy. Joan was a special girl with a bright smile and a kind heart. She had 3 brothers, Jacques, Pierre, and Jean, and together they would have many adventures. One day, as they played near the old oak tree at the edge of the forest, Joan said, "Louis, do you think we'll ever see Paris?" Louis shrugged. "Maybe one day. Father says it's a grand place, but it's very dangerous now." Joan's eyes sparkled with determination. "I think we will. One day we'll see it all." Life in Neufchâteau was peaceful, but not far away. The great city of Paris was in chaos. Mobs roamed the streets at night, causing destruction and spreading fear. The city was plagued by sickness, and many people were suffering. The once mighty French armies had been defeated by the English, and the country was in despair. But in Neufchâteau, Louis and his friends were safe, at least for a while. They didn't know much about the troubles in the big city. They spent their days exploring the fields and forests, learning from their parents, and dreaming of adventures. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun set over the village, Louis's father gathered the family by the fireplace. "Louis, I want to tell you something important," he said, his voice serious. Louis looked up, his big eyes full of curiosity. "What is it, father?" "There are difficult times ahead. Our country's in trouble, and we must be brave. We must help each other and stay strong." Louis nodded, even though he didn't fully understand. He knew that his father's words were important. A few years later, in 1415, when Louis was just 5 years old, something terrible happened. The English won a great battle called Agincourt, and many French soldiers were killed. The country was left broken and vulnerable. One night, a group of dangerous men, loyal to the English, attacked Neufchâteau. They set the village on fire and hurt many people. Louis's family tried to hide, but they were found. Louis watched in horror as his parents were killed. He felt so scared and alone. As the flames roared and the night was filled with cries for help, Louis ran into the dark forest, tears streaming down his face. After wandering alone for hours, he was found by a kind priest named Father Guillaume Front from the nearby village of Domremy. Father Guillaume took Louis to his home, where his housekeeper, a gentle woman named Madame Marguerite, cared for him like her own son. Louis was very sad and scared, but Father Guillaume and Madame Marguerite were very kind to him. They taught him how to read and write, and slowly Louis began to feel safe again. He often played with Joan and her brothers in the garden of their cottage. Joan, with her bright smile, always knew how to make him laugh. One sunny day, as they played by the river, Joan said, "Louis, you're like a brother to me now. We'll always be friends, no matter what." Louis smiled. "Thank you, Joan. You're like a sister to me, too." As the years went by, the children grew older, and their bond became stronger. The village of Domremy was a peaceful place, far from the troubles of the world. The people there were loyal to the French crown and hated the English and their allies. Joan often talked about her dreams of helping France. "One day, I'll do something great for our country," she would say, her eyes shining with determination. Louis believed in her. He knew that Joan was special. She had a strong spirit and a kind heart. She was always helping others and standing up for what was right. One winter, when the snow covered the village like a white blanket, a traveller came to Domremy. He brought news from the outside world. "The English are getting stronger," he said. "Our armies are struggling. But there's hope. There's talk of a young girl who might lead us to victory." Joan's eyes widened. "A girl? Who is she?" The traveller shrugged. "No one knows her name yet. But they say she has a pure heart and a brave spirit. She's out there, somewhere." Joan and Louis exchanged a look. Could it be that Joan was the girl the traveller spoke of? The idea filled them with excitement and hope. As spring arrived, the village came to life with the sound of birds singing and flowers blooming. Joan continued to talk about her dreams of helping France. One day, she and Louis went to see Father Guillaume. "Father, we want to do something to help our country," Joan said. Father Guillaume smiled kindly. "You both have good hearts. There will be a time for you to help, but for now, focus on learning and growing strong." Louis and Joan nodded. They knew that the time would come when they could make a difference. They continued to learn and play, their friendship growing stronger each day. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Joan took Louis to a quiet spot by the river. "Louis, I've been thinking a lot," she said. "I believe that I'm meant to help France. I feel it in my heart." Louis looked at her, seeing the determination in her eyes. "I believe in you, Joan. You can do anything." Joan smiled. "Thank you, Louis. And I'll need your help. We'll do this together." Louis felt a surge of pride. He knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, he and Joan would face them together. Years passed, and the troubles in France continued. The villagers of Domremy remained loyal and strong, their faith unshaken. Joan grew into a young woman, her spirit as bright as ever. She continued to talk about helping France, and Louis was always by her side, ready to support her. One fateful day, news arrived that changed everything. The French army was in desperate need of help, and the king was seeking a leader with a pure heart and brave spirit. Joan knew that this was her moment. With Louis and her brothers by her side, Joan set out to meet the king. The journey was long and filled with challenges, but Joan's determination never wavered. She knew that she was meant to help her country, and nothing could stop her. When they finally arrived at the king's court, Joan spoke with confidence and passion. "I am Joan of Arc, and I am here to help France. I believe that I can lead our army to victory." The king was impressed by Joan's bravery and pure heart. He agreed to let her lead the army. With Louis and her brothers by her side, Joan took up the sword and standard of France. Under Joan's leadership, the French army found new strength and courage. They fought bravely and won many battles. The people of France began to believe in their country again, inspired by Joan's fearless spirit. Through it all, Louis stood by Joan's side, supporting her and helping her in every way he could. He knew that their friendship and the lessons they had learned growing up had prepared them for this moment. In the end, Joan led France to a miraculous and improbable victory. The country was saved, and the people celebrated their new hero. Joan's pure heart and brave spirit had made all the difference. Louis and Joan returned to Domremy as heroes, but they remained humble and kind. They continued to help their village and their country, always remembering the lessons they had learned and the friends who had supported them. As they sat by the river one evening, watching the sunset, Joan turned to Louis and said, "We did it, Louis. We helped our country." Louis smiled. "Yes, we did, and will continue to help always." Joan nodded. "Together." And so the story of Louis de Conte and Joan of Arc became a legend, a tale of friendship, bravery, and the power of a pure heart. Their bond, forged in the fires of hardship and strengthened by their unwavering loyalty to each other and their country, would be remembered for generations to come.
Chapter 2. The Fairy Tree of Domremy. In the quiet hamlet of Domremy, life unfolded much as it had for generations, the narrow lanes winding between ancient houses that hunched together beneath thatched roofs, their small windows shuttered against the world outside. Within those rough-hewn walls, the flickering light of the hearth fire danced over earthen floors, the villagers' few humble possessions clustered close in the shadows. From first light to last, the young people of the village could be found in the fields and pastures, tending to the flocks that were the lifeblood of the community. But for all its rustic simplicity, Domremy was a village blessed by a gentle beauty. On one side, a vast plain stretched out to the sparkling waters of the river Meuse, a carpet of wildflowers nodding in the breeze. And on the other, a grassy slope climbed steadily upward to the edge of a great forest, a place of mystery and legend that fired the imaginations of the village children. In times long past, it was said, this forest had been the haunt of outlaws and brigands, their dark deeds forever staining the soil beneath the ancient oaks. And even more fearsome were the tales of the dragons that had once roamed those shadowed glades, great scaly beasts that breathed flame and venom. Even in Louis's day, there were those who swore that one of those fabled monsters still lurked in the depths of the forest, a creature of immense size and terrifying aspect. Though none had laid eyes on the beast, the villagers whispered of its brilliant blue scales, dappled with gold, and the massive anchor-shaped fluke of its tail. Some claimed to have caught the scent of the creature on the breeze, a foul brimstone reek that spoke of the infernal pits from whence it had crawled. But Louis was a child of a rational age, and he put little stock in such tales, holding that an opinion formed without evidence was like a man without bones, fair to the eye perhaps, but unable to stand on its own. For Louis, the true colour of dragons had always been purest gold, untainted by any hint of blue. And as for the supposed sighting and smelling of the beast by Pierre Morel, Louis could only shake his head at the thought of how closely mortal danger could approach without raising the least alarm. In the end, it was the stalwart priest, Père Guillaume Fronte, who had laid the legend to rest. Armed with the holy relics of the church, flickering candles, fragrant incense, and sacred banners, the good father had marched around the perimeter of the forest, invoking the power of the Almighty to banish the creature from the land. And from that day forward, no word of the dragon was heard again, though some claimed that a lingering scent of brimstone still hung in the air. For Louis, the truth of the matter remained elusive. He knew with certainty that the creature had once haunted the forest, but whether it had survived the priest's exorcism was a question he could not answer with the same surety. But in the end, it mattered little, for the gentle rhythms of life in Domremy continued on, untroubled by the shadows of the past, as the young Joan grew to womanhood, her destiny waiting to be fulfilled. In a lush meadow near the road to Vaucouleurs, a towering beech tree stood sentinel, its vast canopy of leaves dappling the grass with shade. At its foot, a spring of crystalline water bubbled forth, offering cool refreshment to all who passed by. For more than 5 centuries, the children of Domremy had gathered in this enchanted glade, their laughter and song ringing out as they danced hand in hand around the ancient tree. Weaving garlands of wildflowers, they draped them reverently upon the gnarled branches and around the spring's rocky rim, a tribute to the fairies who made their home in this magical place. The fairies, delicate and pure of heart, were deeply touched by the children's devotion. In return, they watched over the spring, ensuring that its waters ran cold and clear, and drove away any creature that might bring harm to their young friends. And so, for generation after generation, the bond between the fairies and the children of Domremy remained unbroken, a testament to the power of innocence and faith. But the fairies' love for the children of Domremy extended far beyond the sunlit hours of play. Whenever a child of the village passed away, the fairies joined in the mourning, their grief as deep and profound as that of any mortal heart. On the dawn of the child's funeral, a wreath of black blossoms would appear on the spot where the little one had once sat beneath the tree, a poignant reminder of the fairies' enduring love. These flowers, unknown in any other part of France, bore silent witness to the truth of the fairies' devotion. For the children of Domremy, the beech tree was more than just a gathering place. It was a symbol of their very identity. Known throughout the land as the children of the tree, they bore this title with fierce pride, for it spoke of a mystical bond that set them apart from all others. According to legend, when a child of the tree lay dying, a glorious vision of the beech in all its summer splendour would appear to them, a final, comforting glimpse of the home they had loved so dearly. But there were some who whispered of a darker side to this legend. They spoke of the tree appearing to those whose souls were stained by sin, its branches bare and stark against a winter sky, a chilling portent of the fate that awaited them. Only by true repentance and a return to the path of righteousness could the vision of the tree be restored to its former beauty. Others still believed that the vision of the tree came but once, and only to those pure souls who met their end far from the embrace of home, a last, loving reminder of the place that had forever claimed their hearts. For these lonely wanderers, the sight of the tree, radiant in a golden light that seemed to pierce the very veil of heaven, brought a final moment of peace and consolation. Among the many tales that surrounded the tree, one alone did Louis hold to be the unquestionable truth, that when a child of the tree, at peace with their maker, closed their eyes for the last time in some distant land, the vision of the beech would appear to them, shimmering like a dream of heaven. In their mind's eye, they would see once more the wildflower meadow sloping down to the river's edge, the sweet scent of home filling their nostrils as they drew their final breath. And those who stood watch over them in those last sacred moments would see the truth of it written in the transfigured peace of their faces, a peace that could only come from the certain knowledge that the love and comfort of home had reached out to embrace them one last time, a parting gift from the God who had called them to his side at last. Joan and Louis held fast to the belief that the vision of the tree appeared but once, and only to those pure of heart. But others in the village, like Pierre Morel and Jacques d'Arc, insisted that the apparition could come twice, first as a dire warning to those mired in sin, and then again if the sinner had truly repented and made their peace with God. This belief was deeply rooted in the community, passed down from father to son, mother to daughter, a truth as ingrained as the very soil of Domremy. And there was a certain weight to their conviction, a gravity that could not be easily dismissed. For as long as anyone could remember, if a villager was seen with a face drained of colour, their features frozen in a rictus of terror, the whispers would begin, "He has seen the tree. His soul is in peril." And those who heard would feel a chill run down their spine, a shudder of recognition at the thought of the fate that awaited the unrepentant. For Louis, who had lived a long life and seen much, These whispers and stories held a certain power. He knew that when a belief was buttressed by the accumulated wisdom of generations, it took on a solidity, a sense of inevitability. Like a rock worn smooth by the ceaseless flow of a river, such a belief could stand unshakable against the currents of doubt and skepticism. In his many years, Louis had borne witness to cases where the vision of the tree had come to a villager long before their appointed hour, a sign not of impending doom, but of a special grace. For these blessed few, the apparition brought with it a profound peace, a serenity that could never again be disturbed by the tumults of the world. It was a foretaste of the eternal rest that awaited them in the arms of their Creator. As he sat in quiet contemplation, his body bent with age and his spirit wearied by the passage of time, Louis himself had seen the vision of the tree. And in that moment, he had felt a deep and abiding sense of contentment wash over him, a certainty that his own long journey was nearing its end. He knew, with the unshakable faith of one who has looked upon the face of the divine, that he too would soon be called home, to walk in the eternal light of God's presence. For Louis and for all the children of the tree, the ancient beech was more than just a landmark or a legend. It was a symbol of the deep and unbreakable bond between the people of Domremy and the land that had nurtured them, a living embodiment of the love and faith that had sustained them through centuries of joy and sorrow. And as long as that bond endured, as long as the children of the village gathered in the shade of the great tree to sing and dance and weave their garlands of flowers, the spirit of Domremy would live on, a testament to the enduring power of innocence, tradition, and the unshakable belief in the promise of eternal life. In the ancient village of Domremy, nestled deep in the heart of France, there stood a tree unlike any other, the fairy tree of Bourlemont. For centuries untold, the children of the village had gathered beneath its sprawling branches, joining hands in a timeless dance as they sang a song that seemed to spring from the very roots of the great tree itself. The melody was a gentle one, a soothing balm to the weary and troubled soul, winding its way through the mists of memory like a ribbon of purest light. To the children of the tree, those who had been born and raised in the shadow of its mighty boughs, this song was more than mere words and music. It was a touchstone, a sacred link to the land of their birth, a reminder of the unbreakable bond that held them fast to one another and to the generations that had come before. Even in exile far from the rolling hills and babbling brooks of Domremy, the strains of L'Arbre Fée de Bourlemont had the power to transport them home again, to bring a gleam of joy to the weariest eye and a surge of strength to the most burdened heart. And yet, for all its power, the song was a simple thing, its lyrics speaking of the enduring love between the children and their beloved tree. They sang of the tears they had shed in its presence, tears of sorrow and pain that the tree had gently wiped away, each one transformed into a new leaf, green and vibrant with life. They sang of the centuries of devotion that had nourished the tree, the laughter and the prayers, the whispered secrets and the shouts of joy that had rung out beneath its canopy, season after season, year after year. At the heart of this love, burning bright as the noonday sun, was the memory of one child in particular, Joan of Arc, the maiden who would one day take up the sword and standard of France and lead her people to victory against the hated English foe. Long before her name was known throughout the land, Joan had danced and sung with the other children of Domremy, her pure, sweet voice rising like a lark on the morning breeze as she pledged her heart to the fairy tree forevermore. But even as the children sang and played, there were those who looked upon the tree with suspicion and fear. A century before Joan's birth, the priest of Domremy had stood beneath its branches and denounced the fairies who made their home there, condemning them as kin to the devil himself, forever barred from the grace of God. With a voice that shook the very leaves from the tree's branches, the priest had warned the fairies to flee, to never again show their faces in the village, lest they be banished for all eternity. And so the fairies had vanished, driven from the land they had loved for time out of mind. But still the children came to the tree, still they sang the old songs and wove their garlands of flowers, keeping the memory of the fairies alive in their hearts. For them, the tree would always be a place of wonder and enchantment, a symbol of the unbreakable spirit of Domremy itself. As the years passed and the children grew to adulthood, the song of L'Arbre Fée de Bourlemont never lost its power to stir the soul. Even in the darkest hours of exile and despair, when all hope seemed lost and the very foundations of the world seemed to crumble beneath their feet, the children of the tree would remember the words of that ancient melody and find the strength to carry on. For as long as the song endured, as long as the memory of the fairy tree lived on in the hearts of those who loved it, the spirit of Domremy would never die, and the children who had once danced beneath its branches would remain forever young, forever bound to the land that had given them life. In the quiet village of Domremy, where the great fairy tree of Bourlemont had stood watch over generations of children, a shadow fell across the hearts of the young ones who had always loved and cherished the gentle sprites who made their home among its branches. The priest, a man of stern conviction and unyielding faith, had declared the fairies anathema, kin to the devil himself, and forever barred from the grace of God. With heavy hearts, the children had pleaded for their beloved friends, arguing that the fairies had never brought them anything but joy and comfort. But the priest was unmoved by their tears. Heartbroken, the children of Domremy made a solemn pact among themselves, vowing that they would never forget the fairies who had been such a vital part of their lives. Even if the sprites themselves were banished from sight, the children would continue to hang garlands of flowers upon the great tree, a sign of their enduring love and devotion. But fate, it seemed, had other plans in store. Late one night, as Dame Aubrey, mother of young Edmund, passed by the fairy tree, she stumbled upon a scene of such wild enchantment that she could scarcely believe her eyes. There, in the moonlit glade, hundreds of tiny fairies danced and spun, their laughter ringing out like silver bells in the stillness of the night. Intoxicated with the heady rush of their own joy, the fairies drank deeply from acorn cups brimming with honeyed dew, their tiny feet barely skimming the ground as they leapt and twirled in a frenzy of delight. For a moment, Dame Aubrey stood transfixed, her heart filled with wonder at the sight of such unbridled happiness. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the dance came to a crashing halt. The fairies, realizing they had been discovered, let out a collective cry of despair, their tiny faces crumpling in anguish as they fled into the night, their hazelnut fists pressed to their streaming eyes. In the days that followed, the news of the fairies' discovery spread like wildfire through the village. Dame Aubrey, thoughtless in her excitement, had rushed to share the tale with her neighbours, never stopping to consider the consequences of her actions. By the time the children of Domremy awoke, the damage had already been done. The priest, hearing of the fairies' transgression, had no choice but to act, and the decree of banishment was swiftly handed down. Desperate to save their beloved friends, the children of the village rushed to the bedside of Joan of Arc, the one person they believed could sway the priest's heart with her gentle wisdom and unshakable faith. But Joan, racked with fever and lost in the depths of her own troubled dreams, could offer no help. The children, their last hope extinguished, could only watch in despair as the fairies were driven from their ancestral home, never to return. From that day forward, a shadow seemed to hang over the village of Domremy. The great fairy tree, once a symbol of the unbreakable bond between the children and their enchanted friends, now stood as a reminder of all that had been lost. The laughter and song that had once rung out beneath its branches had been silenced forever, replaced by a deep and abiding sense of grief that would haunt the children of the village for generations to come. But even in their sorrow, the children of Domremy held fast to the memory of the fairies who had brought such joy into their lives. They continued to hang their garlands of flowers upon the great tree, a silent tribute to the gentle sprites who had been their constant companions for centuries. And though the fairies themselves were gone, banished to some far-off realm beyond the reach of mortal eyes, their legacy lived on in the hearts of the children who had loved them, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the unbreakable bonds of the human spirit. The day that Père Fronte held the fateful ceremony beneath the boughs of the great fairy tree, banishing the beloved sprites from their ancestral home, was one that would live forever in the hearts of the children of Domremy. Though they dared not show their grief openly, lest they invite the disapproval of the adults who now held sway over their lives, the youngsters carried a deep and abiding sorrow within their hearts, a mourning that was all the more poignant for being hidden from the world. The great tree itself, once a source of endless joy and wonder, seemed diminished in the wake of the fairies' exile. Though it remained dear to the hearts of the children, a cherished reminder of happier times, it could never quite recapture the magic that had once suffused its every leaf and branch. Even the name by which it had long been known, l'Arbre Fée de Bourlemont, seemed to carry a note of melancholy, a reminder of all that had been lost. As the years passed, the absence of the fairies made itself felt in other ways as well. The crystal-clear spring that had once bubbled up from the roots of the great tree, a source of refreshment and delight for generations of children, began to dwindle and grow tepid, as if the very life force of the forest had been sapped by the departure of its enchanted guardians. The creatures that had once been held at bay by the fairies' gentle magic, the serpents and stinging insects that had long been absent from the glade, returned in force, multiplying until they became a constant torment to those who sought solace beneath the tree's sheltering boughs. But it was not until the return of the wise and courageous Joan, the child whose illness had prevented her from interceding on behalf of the fairies, that the true cost of their banishment became clear. Joan, her heart filled with righteous anger at the injustice that had been done, marched straight to the door of Père Fronte, the priest whose decree had sealed the fairies' fate. Standing before the startled clergyman, her small face set with determination, Joan demanded to know if it was true that the fairies had been banished for the crime of revealing themselves to mortal eyes. When the priest confirmed that this was indeed the case, Joan's fury only grew. "If a man comes prying into a person's room at midnight, when that person is half naked," she demanded, "will you be so unjust as to say that that person is showing himself to that man?" The priest, taken aback by the child's fierce intelligence, could only stammer out a reluctant no. "Then how can you say that the fairies have committed a sin?" Joan pressed on, her voice ringing with the force of her conviction. "They had no intention of revealing themselves, for they did not know that any human was near, and because they are small creatures, unable to speak for themselves and argue that the law should judge intention, not merely action, they have been condemned to exile, torn from the only home they have ever known. It is wrong, Père Fronte. It is a grievous wrong, and it must be made right." Faced with the child's unassailable logic and the raw pain in her voice, the priest could only bow his head in shame, recognizing at last the terrible mistake he had made. Gathering Joan in his arms, he sought to make his peace with her, to offer what comfort he could in the face of the irreparable harm that had been done. But Joan's anger was not to be so easily assuaged. Burying her face in the priest's robes, she wept bitterly, her small frame shaking with the force of her grief. In that moment, the priest understood the true depth of the bond that had existed between the children of Domremy and the gentle creatures who had watched over them for so many generations. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his very core, that the wound he had inflicted upon the village would be one that would never truly heal, a scar upon the heart of the community that would endure long after he himself had turned to dust in the grave. As the priest drew Joan close, seeking to offer what comfort he could, the child's sobs slowly began to subside. But even as her tears dried, Joan's sense of justice would not be so easily quelled. Looking up at Père Fronte with a gaze that seemed to pierce the very depths of his soul, she posed a question that cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Is being sorry penance enough for such an act?" she asked, her voice still thick with emotion. The priest, recognizing the truth in the child's words, could only turn away, hiding the rueful smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, thou remorseless but most just accuser," he replied. "No, it is not. I will put on sackcloth and ashes. There, are you satisfied?" At this, Joan's tears finally ceased altogether, and she regarded the priest with a look of simple, earnest faith. "Yes, that will do, if it will clear you," she said. Moved by the child's innocence and purity of heart, Père Fronte rose and made his way to the hearth, where a mound of cold ashes lay waiting. He was just about to pour the ashes over his own head when a thought occurred to him, and he turned back to Joan with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Would you mind helping me, dear?" he asked. Joan, eager to do whatever she could to ease the priest's burden, readily agreed. Following Père Fronte's instructions, she took a handful of ashes and prepared to sprinkle them over the old man's head as he knelt before her. But the moment the first flakes of ash touched her skin, Joan recoiled in horror, suddenly realizing the full implications of what she was about to do. "Oh, it is dreadful," she cried, dropping to her knees beside the priest. "I didn't know that was what one meant by sackcloth and ashes. Do please get up, Father." But Père Fronte, committed now to seeing his penance through, refused to budge. "I can't until I am forgiven," he insisted. "Do you forgive me?" At this, Joan's distress only grew. "I? Oh, you have done nothing to me, Father. It is yourself that must forgive yourself for wronging those poor things. Please get up, Father, won't you?" Seeing the child's anguish, the priest's heart softened, and he gathered her into his arms once more. "Oh, you incomparable child," he exclaimed. "It's a humble martyrdom, and not of a sort presentable in a picture, but the right and true spirit is in it. That I testify." With gentle hands, Père Fronte brushed the ashes from Joan's hair and helped her to clean her face and neck, restoring her to some semblance of order. His own spirits now much improved, the priest settled himself back in his chair and drew Joan to his side, ready to continue their conversation. "Joan," he began, his voice warm with affection, "you were used to make wreaths there at the fairy tree with the other children. Is it not so?" Joan nodded, a wistful smile playing about her lips as she recalled those golden afternoons spent in the company of her beloved friends, both mortal and enchanted. In that moment, the weight of all that had been lost seemed to settle upon her slender shoulders once more, a burden too great for any child to bear alone. But with the wisdom and compassion of the priest to guide her, Joan knew that she would find the strength to carry on, to honour the memory of the fairies and to keep their spirit alive in the hearts of all who had loved them. For in the end, that was the only true penance any of them could offer, the only way to make right the terrible wrong that had been done. As Père Fronte settled into his gentle, unassuming line of questioning, I felt a sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach. I knew this tactic of his all too well, the way he would lull his interlocutor into a false sense of security, his words as soft and innocuous as a summer breeze, even as he deftly manoeuvred them into the snare of their own contradictions. It was a skill he took no small pleasure in exercising, and one that had caught me off guard more times than I cared to admit. And now I could see he was preparing to work his subtle magic on Joan, to bait her with morsels of logic and reason until she had no choice but to concede the argument. With an air of studied nonchalance, he began to question her about the wreaths she and the other children had once woven for the fairies, and where she had chosen to hang them. When Joan admitted that she had placed the garlands in the church rather than on the fairy tree itself, the priest pounced, sensing an opening. "Why didn't you want to hang them in the tree?" he pressed, his voice still mild, but with an undercurrent of intensity that set my nerves on edge. Joan, ever honest, could only reply that she had believed it sinful to honour creatures that were said to be kin to the devil himself. And with that, I knew she had walked straight into the trap Père Fronte had laid for her. "Then if it was wrong to honour them in that way," the priest continued, his words as smooth as silk, "and if they were of kin to the fiend, they could be dangerous company for you and the other children, couldn't they?" Joan, her brow furrowed with the effort of following the priest's logic, could only nod her assent. And then, with a final, devastating flourish, Père Fronte delivered the coup de grâce. "Then the matter stands like this," he said, his voice ringing with the certainty of triumph. "They were banned creatures of fearful origin. They could be dangerous company for the children. Now give me a rational reason, dear, if you can think of any, why you call it a wrong to drive them into banishment, and why you would have saved them from it." In a word, what loss have you suffered by it? I could have howled with frustration at the old man's stupidity. How could he, after all this time, still fail to grasp the fundamental essence of Joan's character? Did he truly believe that this girl, whose heart was as pure and selfless as any saint's, would be swayed by considerations of her own loss or gain? No, the only thing that could ever rouse Joan to passion was the thought of another's suffering, the prospect of some innocent creature being wronged or mistreated. And in his clumsy attempt to trap her in a web of her own making, Père Fronte had inadvertently given her the very ammunition she needed to turn the tables on him. I could only watch in helpless exasperation as the priest, secure in his imagined victory, settled back in his chair, oblivious to the storm that was about to break over his head. For he had made the fatal mistake of underestimating Joan of Arc, of assuming that she could be caught and held by the flimsy snares of human logic. And now, I knew, he was about to learn the true measure of the child he had taken under his wing, the girl whose courage and compassion would one day shake the very foundations of France itself. As the final, fateful words left Père Fronte's lips, I felt a surge of frustration and disbelief wash over me. How could he, a man of God and a shepherd to his flock, be so blind to the true nature of the child who stood before him? Did he truly believe that Joan, whose heart was a wellspring of compassion and selflessness, would be swayed by arguments that spoke only to her own self-interest? No, I knew all too well that the only thing capable of igniting the fire in Joan's soul was the prospect of another's suffering, the knowledge that some innocent creature was being wronged or mistreated. And in his clumsy attempt to trap her with his own logic, Père Fronte had unwittingly provided the very spark that would set her ablaze. I watched, my heart in my throat, as Joan's eyes flashed with righteous indignation, the tears of anger and sorrow welling up and spilling down her cheeks. With a voice that trembled with barely suppressed emotion, she rounded on the priest, her words pouring out in a torrent of passionate conviction. "Oh, Father, how can you talk like that?" she cried. "Who owns France? God and the King, not Satan. This is the footstool of the Most High. Satan owns no handful of its soil." She drew herself up to her full height, her small frame seeming to grow larger with the force of her belief. Then who gave those poor creatures their home? God. Who protected them in it all those centuries? God. Who allowed them to dance and play there all those centuries and found no fault with it? God. Who disapproved of God's approval and put a threat upon them? A man. Her voice rose to a crescendo, ringing with the clarity of a bell. And who caught them again in harmless sports that God allowed and a man forbade, and carried out that threat and drove the poor things away from the home the good God gave them in his mercy and his pity, and sent down his rain and dew and sunshine upon it 500 years in token of his peace? It was their home, theirs by the grace of God and his good heart, and no man had a right to rob them of it. Père Fronte, stunned by the force of Joan's outburst, could only stare at her in mute astonishment. But Joan was far from finished. "And they were the gentlest, truest friends that children ever had," she continued, her voice softening with tenderness and sorrow. "They did them sweet and loving service all these 5 long centuries, and never any hurt or harm. And the children loved them, and now they mourn for them, and there is no healing for their grief." She fixed the priest with a gaze that seemed to pierce the very depths of his soul. And what had the children done that they should suffer this cruel stroke? The poor fairies could have been dangerous company for the children. Yes, but never had been. And could is no argument. Kinsmen of the fiend? What of it? Kinsmen of the fiend have rights, and these had. And children have rights, and these had. And if I had been there, I would have spoken. I would have begged for the children and the fiends, and stayed your hand and saved them all. Her voice broke then, the weight of her sorrow too great to bear. But now, oh now, all is lost, everything is lost, and there is no help more. As I watched Joan crumple to the ground, her small body racked with sobs, I felt a surge of admiration and awe for this child who possessed a wisdom and compassion far beyond her years. And I knew, with a certainty that struck me to my very core, that I was in the presence of a soul destined for greatness, a girl whose unwavering faith and unshakable sense of justice would one day change the course of history itself. In a final, impassioned burst of eloquence, Joan turned her attention to the very notion that had set this whole tragic affair in motion, the idea that the fairy folk, by virtue of their kinship with the fiend, were to be shunned and denied the most basic of human kindnesses. Her voice rising once more, she argued that it was precisely because of this cruel and arbitrary fate that the fairies were all the more deserving of compassion and understanding. "Poor little creatures!" she cried, her words ringing out like a clarion call in the stillness of the room. "What can a person's heart be made of that can pity a Christian's child, and yet can't pity a devil's child that 1,000 times more needs it?" With that, she wrenched herself free of Père Fronte's grasp and fled the room, her small fists pressed against her streaming eyes, her feet stamping out a furious rhythm on the worn floorboards. In her wake, the priest and I could only stare at each other in stunned silence, our minds reeling from the force of her words and the depth of her conviction. As the echoes of Joan's footsteps faded into the distance, Père Fronte slowly rose to his feet, his face a mask of bewilderment and sorrow. With a trembling hand, he reached up to touch his forehead, as if trying to clear away the fog of confusion that had settled over his thoughts. Then, with a heavy sigh, he turned and made his way toward the door of his little workroom, his shoulders slumped beneath the weight of his newfound understanding. As he passed through the doorway, I heard him murmur to himself, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my own heart. "Ah, me, poor children, poor fiends, they have rights. And she said true. I never thought of that. God forgive me, I am to blame." In that moment, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that my suspicions had been correct, that Père Fronte, in his zeal to prove his point, had unwittingly set a trap for himself and had blundered straight into it. A part of me felt a flicker of satisfaction at this realization, a sense that perhaps I, too, might be able to catch the wily old priest in a snare of his own making. But even as the thought crossed my mind, I felt my heart sink within my chest, weighed down by the knowledge that such a feat was far beyond my own humble abilities. No, the gift of outmanoeuvring the likes of Père Fronte in a battle of wits and words was one that I could never hope to possess, no matter how many years I might live, or how much wisdom I might acquire. For in the end it was Joan who had emerged victorious from this encounter, her pure and unwavering spirit triumphing over the tangled web of adult logic and self-serving rhetoric. In her passionate defence of the fairies and their right to be treated with kindness and respect, she had shown a depth of empathy and moral clarity that put us all to shame, and had forced even the most stubborn among us to confront the errors of our own thinking. As I stood there in the gathering darkness, listening to the soft murmur of Père Fronte's voice as he grappled with the implications of Joan's words, I felt a sense of awe and reverence steal over me, a humbling recognition of the sheer power and purity of this child's spirit. And I knew, with a certainty that went beyond mere faith or belief, that I was witnessing the first stirrings of a force that would one day shake the very foundations of the world, a light that would blaze forth from the heart of France and illuminate the darkest corners of the human soul. Chapter 3. All aflame with love of France. As I sit here, lost in reminiscence, my mind is drawn back to the simple, unadorned pleasures of our village life in those halcyon days of peace and innocence. It is the winter months that I recall most fondly, the time when the cold winds howled outside our sturdy walls and we huddled together for warmth and companionship, the very picture of coziness and contentment. Many a long, dark evening we whiled away in the spacious, dirt-floored room of old Jacques d'Arc, gathered around a roaring hearth as the flames cast their dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. There, amid the laughter and the chatter, we would play our childish games, sing the old songs of our people, and listen with rapt attention as the village elders spun their tales of bygone days, their voices rising and falling in the flickering firelight. I remember with particular clarity one such night, a bitter, blustery evening in the depths of what came to be known as the hard winter. Outside, the wind shrieked and moaned like a lost soul, rattling the shutters and sending gusts of snow and sleet swirling down the chimney to spit and hiss in the flames. But inside, we were snug and warm, our cheeks flushed with the heat of the fire and the joy of good company. As the night wore on and the tales grew taller, we supped on steaming bowls of porridge and beans, our appetites sharpened by the cold and the merriment. And through it all, little Joan sat apart, perched on a rough wooden box with her own small bowl and crust of bread, surrounded by a motley assortment of creatures that had come to know her as their friend and protector. For Joan, you see, had a heart that beat with love for all of God's creation, a soul that recognized the inherent worth and dignity of every living thing. To her, an animal was an animal, deserving of kindness and respect regardless of its station or pedigree. And so they came to her, the stray cats and the orphaned rabbits, the injured birds and the homeless squirrels, drawn by the gentle light that seemed to emanate from her very being. In Joan's presence, these wild and skittish creatures found a rare and precious thing, a human who sought not to cage or collar them, but to love and understand them on their own terms. And so they stayed, a raucous and unruly menagerie that tried the patience of Jacques d'Arc and brought a twinkle of amusement to his wife's eye, for she knew that the child's instinct was a gift from God himself, not to be questioned or curtailed. As I sit here now, the memory of that long-ago night rising up before me like a half-forgotten dream, I can almost see them still, the rabbits and the squirrels, the birds and the cats, all clustered around the little girl with the luminous eyes and the gentle hands. And there, perched on her shoulder, I can make out the tiny form of a squirrel, its bushy tail a-quiver with excitement as it turns a nugget of ancient chestnut cake over and over in its clever paws, searching for the choicest morsels with a diligence that would put many a human to shame. It is a scene that I will carry with me always, a reminder of the simple joys and the unvarnished truths that defined our lives in those distant, peaceful days. And though the years have passed and the world has grown more complex and more troubled, I know that somewhere, in the depths of my heart, that little girl with the pure and loving spirit still lives on, a beacon of hope and compassion in a world that so often seems to have forgotten the value of such things. As the laughter and chatter swirled around the crowded room, a sudden knock at the door brought the merriment to a halt. All eyes turned to see a ragged, shivering figure stumble across the threshold, his threadbare garments crusted with snow, and his lean face pinched with cold and hunger. With a conciliatory bow and a voice rough with privation, the stranger offered his humble thanks for the warmth of the fire, the shelter of the roof, and the tantalizing aroma of the food laid out before him. His eyes, haunted and yearning, roved over the assembled company, searching for a glimmer of welcome or compassion, but found only wary silence and averted gazes. As the awkward moment stretched on and the stranger's tentative smile began to falter, a gruff voice suddenly shattered the stillness. "Sit down!" The words, hurled like a thunderbolt from the lips of old Jacques d'Arc, were aimed squarely at his young daughter Joan, who had risen from her place by the hearth and now stood before the shivering vagrant, her bowl of steaming porridge extended in a gesture of simple, unaffected generosity. The startled stranger, tears springing to his eyes at this unexpected kindness, reached out a trembling hand to accept the offering, only to hesitate as Jacques's harsh command rang out once more. But Joan, her heart moved by the man's obvious suffering, refused to be cowed. With a quiet firmness that belied her tender years, she turned to face her scowling father, her clear gaze unwavering. "Father, he is hungry. I can see it." Jacques, unmoved by his daughter's plea, growled his response. "Let him work for food, then. We are being eaten out of house and home by his like, and I have said I would endure it no more and will keep my word. He has the face of a rascal anyhow and a villain. Sit down, I tell you." But Joan, her voice soft yet resolute, stood her ground. "I know not if he is a rascal or no, but he is hungry, father, and shall have my porridge. I do not need it." As Jacques' face darkened with anger, and he opened his mouth to berate his defiant child, Joan pressed on, her words tumbling out in a rush of earnest conviction. "Father, if you will not let me, then it must be as you say, but I would that you would think. Then you would see that it is not right to punish one part of him for what the other part has done. For it is that poor stranger's head that does the evil things, but it is not his head that is hungry. It is his stomach, and it has done no harm to anybody, but is without blame and innocent, not having any way to do a wrong, even if it was minded to it. Please let—" But Jacques, his patience exhausted, cut her off with a derisive snort. "What an idea! It is the most idiotic speech I ever heard." Yet even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his stern features, a grudging acknowledgement of the simple wisdom in his daughter's words. For who among them could claim to know the true measure of a man's heart or to judge the sum of his parts by the actions of a few? In the end, was it not the duty of all those who called themselves Christian to extend the hand of charity to any who suffered, regardless of their station or their sins? And so, with a grumbling sigh and a curt nod of acquiescence, Jacques d'Arc stepped aside, allowing his daughter to offer her humble gift to the grateful stranger. And as the man bowed his head over the steaming bowl, tears of gratitude mingling with the savoury broth, a hush fell over the assembled company, a quiet recognition of the small yet profound act of grace they had just witnessed. In that moment, as the firelight flickered and danced across the faces of the villagers, casting them in a soft, golden glow, it seemed as though a veil had been lifted from their eyes, a veil of prejudice and suspicion that had blinded them to the fundamental humanity of the ragged figure in their midst. And though they might not have had the words to express it, each one of them felt a stirring in their hearts, a whisper of the divine that called them to see the world through the eyes of a child whose love knew no bounds, and whose compassion extended to all of God's creatures, great and small. As the mayor's words rang out in the crowded room, all eyes turned to him, drawn by the easy confidence of his manner and the smooth persuasiveness of his voice. Aubrey, known throughout the village for his skill in rhetoric and his love of a good argument, leaned forward, his knuckles resting on the rough-hewn table, and surveyed his audience with a knowing smile. "I will differ with you there, gossip," he began, his tone at once friendly and assured, "and will undertake to show the company." Here he paused, nodding to the assembled villagers with an air of quiet authority, that there is a grain of sense in what the child has said. Warming to his theme, Aubrey launched into his argument, his words flowing with a practiced ease that held his listeners rapt. "For look you," he continued, "it is of a certainty most true and demonstrable that it is a man's head that is master and supreme ruler over his whole body. Is that granted? Will any deny it?" A murmur of assent rippled through the room, and Aubrey's eyes sparkled with pleasure at the enthusiastic response. Emboldened by this early success, he pressed on, his voice rising and falling with the cadence of a seasoned orator. "Very well, then. That being the case, no part of the body is responsible for the result when it carries out an order delivered to it by the head. Ergo, the head is alone responsible for crimes done by a man's hands or feet or stomach. Do you get the idea? Am I right thus far?" Again, the villagers voiced their agreement, some even turning to their neighbours to express their admiration for the mayor's rhetorical prowess. Aubrey, basking in the glow of their approval, paused for a moment to let the point sink in, then continued with renewed vigour. "Now then, we will consider what the term responsibility means, and how it affects the case in point. Responsibility makes a man responsible for only those things for which he is properly responsible." And here he waved his spoon in a sweeping gesture, as if to encompass the whole of human experience. The villagers, caught up in the force of his argument, nodded and murmured their assent, some even exclaiming aloud at the brilliance of his reasoning. Aubrey, his confidence growing with each passing moment, pressed his advantage. "Very good. Let us suppose the case of a pair of tongs that falls upon a man's foot, causing a cruel hurt. Will you claim that the tongs are punishable for that?" He paused, surveying the room with a raised eyebrow, and was met with a chorus of denials. "The question is answered," he declared, a note of triumph in his voice. "I see by your faces that you would call such a claim absurd. Now, why is it absurd?" Leaning forward, his eyes alight with the thrill of the argument, Aubrey delivered his coup de grace. "It is absurd because there being no reasoning faculty, that is to say, no faculty of personal command, in a pair of tongs, personal responsibility for the acts of the tongs is wholly absent from the tongs, and therefore, responsibility being absent, punishment cannot ensue. Am I right?" The room erupted in a burst of applause, the villagers pounding the table and shouting their approval. Aubrey, his face flushed with pleasure, held up a hand for silence, then proceeded to drive his point home with relentless logic. "Now then we arrive at a man's stomach. Consider how marvellously indeed its situation corresponds to that of a pair of tongs. Listen, and take careful note, I beg you. Can a man's stomach plan a murder? No. Can it plan a theft? No. Can it plan an incendiary fire? No. Now answer me. Can a pair of tongs?" The villagers, caught up in the inexorable flow of his reasoning, shouted their response with glee. "No!" they cried, their voices ringing out in unison. "The cases are just exact. Don't he do it splendid?" Aubrey, his eyes shining with the light of victory, pressed on to his inevitable conclusion. "Now then, friends and neighbours, a stomach which cannot plan a crime cannot be a principal in the commission of it. That is plain, as you see. The matter is narrowed down by that much. We will narrow it further. Can a stomach, of its own motion, assist at a crime? The answer is no, because command is absent. The reasoning faculty is absent. Volition is absent, as in the case of the tongs. We perceive now, do we not, that the stomach is totally irresponsible for crimes committed, either in whole or in part, by it." The villagers, swept up in the tide of his eloquence, roared their approval, and Aubrey, his voice rising to a triumphant crescendo, delivered his final, unassailable verdict. "Then what do we arrive at as our verdict? Clearly this, that there is no such thing in this world as a guilty stomach, that in the body of the veriest rascal resides a pure and innocent stomach, that whatever its owner may do, it at least should be sacred in our eyes, and that while God gives us minds to think just and charitable and honourable thoughts, it should be and is our privilege as well as our duty, not only to feed the hungry stomach that resides in a rascal, having pity for its sorrow and its need, but to do it gladly, gratefully, in recognition of its sturdy and loyal maintenance of its purity and innocence in the midst of temptation and in company so repugnant to its better feelings. I am done." As the last words left his lips, the room exploded in a frenzy of cheers and applause, the villagers leaping to their feet to acclaim the mayor's brilliant performance. Aubrey, his face wreathed in a satisfied smile, basked in the glow of their adulation, knowing that he had won the day with the sheer force of his intellect and the power of his words. And yet, even as he revelled in his triumph, a small, niggling doubt began to grow in the back of his mind. A doubt that would not be silenced, no matter how he tried to push it aside. For in the end, was it not the heart rather than the head that held the key to true wisdom and understanding? Was it not the simple, unconditional love of a child, rather than the clever sophistry of a grown man that pointed the way to a higher truth? As he looked out over the sea of faces before him, Aubrey felt a sudden, unexpected pang of humility, a realization that for all his learning and eloquence, he had yet to grasp the most basic and profound of life's lessons, and in that moment, he knew that he would trade all the accolades and admiration in the world for just a small measure of the pure, unquestioning compassion that shone from the eyes of the little girl who stood before him, her bowl of porridge still cradled in her hands, a silent testament to the power of love in a world too often ruled by fear and suspicion. As the mayor's words faded into silence, the room erupted in a frenzy of applause and adulation. The villagers, caught up in the fervour of the moment, leapt to their feet, their cheers and shouts of praise echoing off the rough-hewn walls and rafters. One by one, they surged forward, their faces alight with emotion, to clasp Aubrey's hand and shower him with accolades, their voices trembling with the force of their admiration. Aubrey, overwhelmed by the outpouring of affection and respect, could only stand there, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as the villagers crowded around him, each one eager to express their gratitude and amazement at his eloquence and wisdom. Some, moved beyond words, could only grip his hand in silent tribute, their eyes speaking volumes of the impact his words had had on their hearts and minds. Even old Jacques d'Arc, normally so stern and unyielding, found himself caught up in the tide of emotion. In a rare moment of unbridled enthusiasm, he called out to his daughter, his voice ringing with approval. "It's all right, Joan. Give him the porridge." Joan, startled by the sudden attention, blushed and stammered, unsure of how to respond. For in truth, she had already given the man the porridge long before, unable to bear the sight of his hunger and suffering a moment longer. When asked why she had not waited for the decision to be made, she replied simply that the man's stomach had been too empty to delay, and that she could not have predicted the outcome of the debate. The villagers, touched by the child's compassion and good sense, nodded in understanding, marvelling at the wisdom that seemed to flow so naturally from one so young. And as for the stranger himself, now that his innocence had been so thoroughly established, he was welcomed into the fold with open arms, his belly filled and his spirits lifted by the warmth and generosity of his hosts. As the evening wore on, the man, his tongue loosened by the food and drink, began to regale the villagers with tales of his adventures in the wars, his words painting vivid pictures of courage, sacrifice, and heroism that set every heart ablaze with patriotic fervour. The villagers, hanging on his every word, felt themselves transported back in time, their mind's eyes conjuring up the titanic struggles of the legendary paladins of old, those 12 great warriors who had defended the honour and glory of France against all odds. In breathless silence they listened as the stranger described the epic battle that had claimed the lives of all but one of those valiant heroes. A battle that had gone down in history as the most stupendous, most disastrous yet most glorious day in all the annals of French chivalry. They saw, as if through a mist, the vast field of the dead and dying, the flash of steel and the clash of arms, the ebb and flow of the tide of battle as the paladins fought on, their strength failing but their courage undiminished. And then, in a moment of heart-wrenching poignancy, they witnessed the final, tragic scene. The death of that last, greatest hero, the one whose name was enshrined forever in the Song of Songs, the anthem that no true Frenchman could hear without feeling a surge of pride and a catch in his throat. As the stranger's voice fell silent, the villagers sat motionless, their faces pale and their eyes bright with unshed tears, each one lost in their own thoughts of the sacrifice and the glory of that long-ago day. In that moment, as the firelight flickered and danced across their faces, casting them in a soft, golden glow, it seemed as though the very spirits of those ancient warriors had come to life once more, their presence palpable in the stillness of the room. And as the villagers slowly, reluctantly, began to stir from their reverie, each one knew that they had been touched by something greater than themselves, a sense of history, of destiny, of the unbreakable bond that tied them to the land and the people they called their own. For in the end, it was not just the stranger's words that had moved them, but the realization that they, too, were part of a grand and glorious tradition, a tradition of courage, honour, and sacrifice that stretched back through the centuries, linking them to the heroes and legends of old. And as they looked around at the faces of their neighbours and friends, at the little girl with the bowl of porridge and the pure, shining light in her eyes, they knew that they were all part of something much larger than themselves, a tapestry of human experience that was forever being woven, thread by thread, into the fabric of history itself. In the hushed stillness that followed the stranger's tale, the only sound was the crackling of the fire and the soft, muffled sobs of the villagers, each one lost in their own private reverie of the glories and tragedies of the past. And then, in a gesture of such pure, unself-conscious tenderness that it brought fresh tears to every eye, the stranger reached out and gently patted Joan's head, his voice soft with emotion as he spoke. "Little maid, whom God keep, you have brought me from death to life this night. Now listen, here is your reward." And with those simple words, he lifted his voice in song, the first haunting notes of the great song of Roland filling the room like a clarion call to the soul. The villagers, already stirred to the depths of their being by the stranger's tales of heroism and sacrifice, felt their hearts swell with pride and passion as the mighty chant washed over them, the words and melody seeming to embody the very essence of their shared history and identity. As the stranger sang, his voice ringing out with a power and majesty that belied his humble appearance, the villagers rose to their feet as one, their faces glowing with an inner fire, their eyes bright with unshed tears. The music seemed to take hold of them, body and soul, and they swayed and moved in unconscious harmony with the rhythm of the song, their hearts beating in time with the pulse of the ancient story. And as the tale unfolded, as the great hero Roland fought his last, desperate battle against the Saracen hordes, the villagers felt themselves transported to that distant battlefield, their mind's eyes filling with visions of courage and sacrifice, of honour and glory, and the bittersweet beauty of a life given in service to a noble cause. They saw Roland, alone and surrounded, his companions fallen in heaps and mounds around him, lifting his gauntlet to the sky in a final, poignant gesture of defiance and faith. And they wept, their sobs and moans mingling with the soaring notes of the stranger's voice. When at last the song ended, the final, echoing note fading into silence, the villagers surged forward as one, their hearts overflowing with love and gratitude for the man who had given them such a precious gift. They embraced him, their tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy, their voices raised in a babble of praise and thanksgiving. But it was Joan who reached him first, her small form enfolded in his arms, her face buried in his chest as she rained kisses of pure, worshipful adoration upon him. In that moment, as the storm raged on outside the walls of the cottage, the stranger knew that he had found his home at last, a home not of stone and timber, but of the hearts and souls of the people who had taken him in, who had seen past his ragged exterior to the nobility and beauty within. And as he held Joan close, feeling the warmth of her love and the strength of her faith flowing through him like a healing balm, he knew that he would never leave this place, never forsake these simple, honest folk who had shown him the true meaning of compassion and humanity. For in the end, it was not the grand tales of battle and heroism that had brought them together, but the small, everyday acts of kindness and generosity that formed the warp and weft of life itself. In the sharing of a bowl of porridge, in the opening of a door to a stranger in need, in the simple, unquestioning love of a child for all of God's creatures. In these things, the villagers had shown themselves to be the true heroes, the living embodiment of all that was good and true and enduring in the human spirit. And as the night wore on, as the fire burned low and the villagers drifted off to their beds, each one carrying in their hearts a new-found sense of pride and purpose, the stranger sat quietly in the darkness, his eyes fixed on the glowing embers, his mind filled with thoughts of the journey that had brought him to this place, and the destiny that awaited him still. For he knew with a certainty that went beyond mere faith or belief, that he had been called to a higher purpose, a mission that would demand all of his strength and courage and devotion. And he knew too that he would not face that challenge alone, that he would carry with him always the love and support of the people of Domremy, the humble villagers who had shown him the true face of grace and had given him a reason to hope and to fight and to believe in the possibility of a better world. Chapter 4. Joan Tames the Madman. As we grew from children to youths in the tranquil hills and valleys of Domremy, the distant wars that raged beyond our sheltered world began to impinge more and more upon our consciousness. Though still young and innocent, we could not help but be aware of the whispered conversations and worried looks of our elders, the sense of unease that hung over the village like a pall whenever news came from the far-off battlefields. I remember one particular day with a clarity that has never faded, a day that began like any other, with laughter and play and the innocent delights of childhood. It was a Tuesday, and a group of us had gathered around the fairy tree, that ancient and beloved landmark that had been the centre of our imaginative world for as long as any of us could remember. We sang and danced and hung garlands of flowers on the gnarled branches, paying tribute to the gentle sprites who had once been our constant companions. But then, in the midst of our revelry, little Menget's voice rang out, sharp and clear, with a note of alarm that brought us all up short. "Look!" she cried, pointing down the slope towards the village. "What is that?" At once we all turned to look, our hearts suddenly pounding with a mixture of curiosity and fear. And there, fluttering in the breeze at the edge of the village, was a sight that none of us had ever seen before, a black flag, stark and ominous against the bright blue sky. "A black flag!" someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. "No, is it?" "You can see for yourself that it is nothing else," another replied, their face pale with dread. "But what can it mean?" A third chimed in, their eyes wide with apprehension. And then, as if in answer to our unspoken questions, a figure appeared on the road leading up to the fairy tree, running with a speed and urgency that spoke of grave tidings. We all watched, breathless with anticipation, as the runner drew closer, the black flag streaming out behind him like a harbinger of doom. "It is a chance," someone murmured, "that he that bears it can answer as well as any that are here, if you contain yourself till he comes." And so we waited, hearts in our throats, as the runner approached, his face flushed with exertion, and his eyes bright with some emotion we could not yet name. But even then, even in that moment of uncertainty and fear, one among us stood out, her bearing calm and unafraid, her gaze steady and clear. It was Joan, the one we called the brave, the one whose courage and strength of will set her apart from all the rest. As the runner drew near, his chest heaving with the effort of his climb, Joan stepped forward to meet him, her small form radiating a quiet authority that belied her tender years. And when he finally reached us, his message tumbling out in gasps and snatches, it was to Joan that he turned first, as if sensing in her a kindred spirit, a fellow traveller on the road of destiny. "The English!" he cried, his voice raw with emotion. "They have taken the fort at Saint-Lô and put every man to the sword. The black flag is the sign of their victory and the herald of our doom." At his words, a murmur of horror and despair ran through the assembled children, their faces blanching with the realization of what this news might mean for our peaceful world. But Joan, her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light, only nodded, as if some great truth had been revealed to her in that moment. "Then we must pray," she said, her voice ringing out clear and strong in the stillness of the glade. "We must pray for the souls of the fallen and for the strength and courage to face whatever trials may come, for God is with us, and he will not abandon us in our hour of need." And with those words, she knelt down on the soft grass, her head bowed in reverence, her lips moving in silent prayer. And one by one, we all followed suit, our hearts heavy with sorrow and fear, but our spirits lifted by the shining example of this one small girl who seemed to possess a wisdom and a faith beyond her years. As we prayed, the wind whispering through the leaves of the fairy tree and the distant sound of church bells tolling in the village below, I knew that something had changed forever in that moment. The carefree days of our childhood were over, and a new and uncertain future lay ahead, full of danger and hardship and the ever-present spectre of war. But with Joan to guide us, her bravery and devotion a beacon of hope in the gathering darkness, I felt a flicker of something like courage stirring in my own heart, a sense that even in the face of the greatest challenges, we might yet find a way to prevail. And so, on that fateful Tuesday, as the black flag fluttered in the breeze and the runner's words echoed in our ears, we huddled together beneath the sheltering branches of the fairy tree, our hands clasped in prayer and our hearts united in a bond of love and fellowship that would sustain us through all the trials to come. For we were the children of Domremy, the companions of Joan the Brave, and though the road ahead might be long and hard, we knew that we would face it together, with faith and courage and the unshakable conviction that, in the end, the light of truth and justice would prevail. A hush fell over the gathered children as Etienne rose, known to all as the Sunflower for his shock of golden hair and round, freckled face, thrust his black flag into the ground with a decisive gesture. "There!" he declared, his voice still ragged with the exertion of his climb. "Stand there and represent France while I get my breath. She needs no other flag now." At his words, the air seemed to grow colder. The very wind stilled as if in anticipation of some dreadful news. All eyes were fixed on Etienne, all ears straining to catch his every word as he stood panting and gasping, his face flushed with more than just the heat of his run. "Black news is come," he said at last, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. "A treaty has been made at Troyes between France and the English and Burgundians. By it, France is betrayed and delivered over, tied hand and foot to the enemy. It is the work of the Duke of Burgundy and that she-devil, the Queen of France. It marries Henry of England to Catherine of France." "Is not this a lie?" someone cried out, their voice sharp with disbelief. "Marries the daughter of France to the butcher of Agincourt? It is not to be believed. You have not heard aright." But Etienne only shook his head, his eyes bleak and haunted. "If you cannot believe that Jacques d'Arc, then you have a difficult task indeed before you, for worse is to come. Any child that is born of that marriage, if even a girl, is to inherit the thrones of both England and France, and this double ownership is to remain with its posterity forever." At this, the children erupted into a clamour of outrage and despair, their voices rising in a cacophony of protest and denial. "Now that is certainly a lie," declared Edmund Aubrey, called the Paladin for his boasts of future military glory, "for it runs counter to our Salic law and so is not legal and cannot have effect." But his words were drowned out by the others, who all began to speak at once, their faces flushed with anger and their eyes bright with unshed tears. It was only when Haumette, her voice calm but insistent, called for quiet that the tumult subsided, the children falling silent as they turned to Etienne once more. "It is not fair to break him up so in his tale," she chided gently. "Pray let him go on. You find fault with his history because it seems to be lies. That were reason for satisfaction, that kind of lies, not discontent. Tell the rest, Etienne." Etienne nodded, his face grim and set. "There is but this to tell. Our king, Charles VI, is to reign until he dies. Then Henry V of England is to be regent of France until a child of his shall be old enough to—" "That man is to reign over us. The butcher," the Paladin interrupted, his voice rising in a cry of outrage. "It is lies, all lies. Besides, look you, what becomes of our Dauphin? What says the treaty about him?" Etienne's shoulders slumped, his eyes filled with a deep and bitter sorrow. "Nothing," he said softly. "It takes away his throne and makes him an outcast." At those words, a stunned silence fell over the glade, the children staring at each other in mute horror and disbelief. For a long moment, no one spoke, each one lost in their own dark thoughts of what this news might mean for their beloved country, for the future they had always taken for granted. And then, from the back of the crowd, a single voice rang out, clear and strong and full of a fierce, unshakable conviction. It was Joan, her eyes blazing with a light that seemed to come from some inner fire, her small form fairly vibrating with a righteous anger that took the breath away. "It cannot be," she said, her words ringing out like a clarion call in the stillness of the glade. "It cannot be that God would abandon us so, that he would allow such injustice and treachery to prevail. I tell you, my friends, that this is but a test of our faith, a trial sent to strengthen us and to prepare us for the great work that lies ahead. For I know, with a certainty that comes from the very depths of my soul, that France shall be saved, that the true king shall be restored to his rightful throne, and that we, the children of Domremy, shall have a part to play in that glorious destiny." As she spoke, the children's faces began to change, the despair and hopelessness giving way to a flicker of something like hope, a glimmer of the unquenchable spirit that had always been the hallmark of the French people. And as Joan's words washed over them, as the sheer force of her faith and her courage filled their hearts and minds, they felt themselves caught up in a tide of emotion that was greater than any one of them, a sense of purpose and destiny that would carry them through the darkest of days and the most terrible of trials. For in that moment, on that fateful day beneath the branches of the fairy tree, a spark had been kindled that would never be extinguished, a flame of hope and determination that would blaze forth across the land and light the way to a brighter future. And though the road ahead would be long and hard, full of danger and sacrifice and the ever-present spectre of war, the children of Domremy knew that they would face it together, with Joan the Brave to guide them and the unshakable conviction that, in the end, the will of God would be done and France would once again be free. As the sunflower's words sank in, a murmur of disbelief and denial ran through the gathered children. Surely, they reasoned, such a terrible betrayal could not be true. Their king would never sign a treaty that so utterly abandoned his own son and his sacred duty to protect the realm. But Etienne, his face grim and set, had more bitter truths to impart. "I will ask you this," he said, his voice cutting through the rising clamour. "Would the Queen sign a treaty disinheriting her son?" "That viper!" someone spat. "Certainly. Nobody is talking of her. Nobody expects better of her. There is no villainy she will stick at, if it feed her spite, and she hates her son. Her signing it is of no consequence. The king must sign." Etienne nodded, his eyes bleak. "I will ask you another thing. What is the king's condition? Mad, isn't he?" "Yes," came the reply, "and his people love him all the more for it. It brings him near to them by his sufferings, and pitying him makes them love him." "You say right, Jacques d'Arc," Etienne agreed. "Well, what would you of one that is mad? Does he know what he does? No. Does he do what others make him do? Yes. Now then, I tell you he has signed the treaty." A shocked silence fell over the glade, broken only by the soft sobs of some of the girls. "Who made him do it?" someone asked at last, their voice thick with dread. Etienne's reply was like a death knell. "You know, without my telling, the Queen." At that, the children erupted into a furious outburst, their voices raised in a chorus of outrage and condemnation against the hated Queen. But even as they railed against her perfidy, a flicker of hope still lingered in some hearts. "But many reports come that are not true," Jacques d'Arc pointed out, his voice trembling with a desperate need to believe. "Nothing so shameful as this has ever come before. Nothing that cuts so deep. Nothing that has dragged France so low. Therefore there is hope that this tale is but another idle rumour. Where did you get it?" All eyes turned to Etienne, and in that moment Joan felt a sickening sense of dread wash over her. She knew, with a certainty that went beyond mere instinct, what his answer would be, and the devastation it would bring. "The curé of Maxey brought it," Etienne said softly, and a collective gasp went up from the assembled children. The curé was a man of unimpeachable integrity, his word as solid as the stone of the village church. If he believed the news, then it must be true. Did he believe it? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their worst fears. Etienne's voice was barely a whisper. "He did, and that is not all. He said he knew it to be true." At those words, Joan felt a numbness settle over her, a cold, creeping despair that seemed to leach all the colour from the world. Around her, the other girls began to weep, their sobs mingling with the stunned silence of the boys. Jacques, seeing the anguish in his sister's face, reached out to stroke her hair in a gesture of mute comfort, and Joan clung to his hand like a drowning soul, her lips pressing a silent thanks against his fingers. But even in the depths of their sorrow, the seeds of defiance were already beginning to sprout. Noel Rainguesson, his young face flushed with the heat of his anger, cried out in frustration. "Oh, are we never going to be men? We do grow along so slowly, and France never needed soldiers as she needs them now to wipe out this black insult." "I hate youth," Pierre Morel chimed in, his bulging eyes glinting with the fever of battle. "You've always got to wait and wait and wait, and here are the great wars wasting away for 100 years and you never get a chance. If I could only be a soldier now." Even the paladin, for all his bluster, spoke with a grim resolve. "As for me, I'm not going to wait much longer," he declared. "And when I do start, you'll hear from me, I promise you that. There are some who, in storming a castle, prefer to be in the rear. But as for me, give me the front or none. I will have none in front of me but the officers." The girls, too, caught the martial spirit, their voices rising in a fierce chorus of determination. "I would I were a man! I would start this minute!" Marie Dupont exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with pride. "So would I," Cécile Letellier agreed, her nostrils flaring like a war-horse scenting battle. "I warrant you I would not turn back from the field though all England were in front of me." But the paladin, ever ready with a cutting remark, only scoffed. "Pooh! Girls can brag, but that's all they are good for. Let 1,000 of them come face to face with a handful of soldiers once, if you want to see what running is like." Then his gaze fell on Joan, and a mocking light entered his eyes. "Here's little Joan. Next she'll be threatening to go for a soldier." But Joan, her heart still heavy with the weight of the news, only shook her head, her voice soft but firm. "I would not be a soldier," she said quietly. "That is not my calling. But I tell you this, I will go to the Dauphin and give him a message from God, and he shall be crowned king at Rheims, and drive the English out of France." At her words, a stunned silence fell over the glade, the children staring at her in a mixture of awe and disbelief. For in that moment, as the black flag of despair fluttered overhead and the spectre of war loomed on the horizon, it was as if a light had suddenly kindled in their midst, a light of hope and faith and indomitable courage, embodied in the slight form of a peasant girl from Domremy. And though none of them could have known it then, that light was destined to blaze forth across the land, a beacon of salvation in France's darkest hour, and to etch the name of Joan of Arc forever in the annals of history. As the paladin's mocking words rang out across the glade, the children's laughter swelled to a roar, their sides aching with the sheer absurdity of the image he painted. Joan, their gentle friend, a soldier, the very idea was too ridiculous for words. "Why, you can just see her!" the paladin crowed, his eyes glinting with malicious glee. "See her plunge into battle like any old veteran. Yes, indeed, and not a poor, shabby, common soldier like us, but an officer, mind you, with armour on, and the bars of a steel helmet to blush behind and hide her embarrassment when she finds an army in front of her that she hasn't been introduced to." He paused for effect, his grin widening as he surveyed his appreciative audience. "An officer! Why, she'll be a captain, I tell you, with 100 men at her back, or maybe girls. Oh, no common soldier business for her. And dear me, when she starts for that other army, you'll think there's a hurricane blowing it away." The children howled with laughter, clutching their sides and wiping tears of mirth from their eyes. Poor Joan, her face flushed with embarrassment, could only sit in silence, enduring the mockery with as much grace as she could muster. But even as the laughter reached its crescendo, a sudden chill fell over the glade, a sense of foreboding that stopped the merriment dead in its tracks. For there, emerging from behind the fairy tree, was a face they all knew and feared, the face of Benwast, the village madman, his eyes wild and his hair matted with filth. In an instant, the children were on their feet, screaming in terror as they fled for the safety of the woods. All but Joan, who remained where she was, her eyes fixed on the approaching figure with a calm that seemed almost unearthly. As the children reached the shelter of the trees, they turned back to look, their hearts pounding with dread. There was Joan, still and unwavering, as Benway glided towards her, his axe raised high in a gesture of menace. The sight was too much to bear, and some of the children turned away, unable to watch the horror that seemed certain to unfold. But then a gasp of disbelief rippled through the huddled group, for instead of striking Joan down where she stood, Benwast had stopped in his tracks, his axe hovering in mid-air as if frozen by some unseen force. And Joan, her eyes never leaving his, was speaking to him, her voice low and soothing, her hand outstretched in a gesture of peace. For a long, breathless moment, the two figures stood locked in a tableau of unimaginable tension, the madman and the maiden poised on the brink of violence, and yet somehow, miraculously, held back by the sheer force of Joan's will. And then, as if in a dream, Benwast lowered his axe, his face slackening into a look of dazed confusion. Slowly, tentatively, Joan reached out and took his hand in hers, and then, to the utter astonishment of all who watched, she began to lead him back towards the village, her steps sure and unhurried, the axe dangling forgotten in her other hand. As the pair receded into the distance, a stunned silence fell over the glade, the children staring at each other in mute amazement. For in that moment, they had witnessed something beyond their understanding, a display of courage and compassion that defied all reason and expectation. And as they slowly emerged from their hiding places, their faces pale and their knees still trembling with the aftershocks of fear, a new realization began to dawn on them. For if Joan, their gentle friend, could face down a madman with nothing but the strength of her faith and the purity of her heart, then perhaps the paladin's mocking words held a grain of truth after all. Perhaps in this dark hour of France's need, it would be the meek and the humble who would rise up to defend her, armed not with swords and shields, but with the invincible power of the spirit. And perhaps, just perhaps, the girl they had always known as Joan the shepherd's daughter was destined for a fate far greater than any of them had ever dared to dream. As the sun began to sink behind the trees, casting long shadows across the grass, the children of Domremy made their way back to the village, their hearts heavy with the weight of the news they had heard, but their spirits lifted by the memory of what they had seen. For in the face of madness and despair, Joan had shown them a glimpse of the divine, a light that could not be extinguished by any earthly darkness. And though the road ahead would be long and hard, filled with trials and tribulations beyond their imagining, they knew that they would face them together, with Joan as their guide and their inspiration. For in her, they had seen the face of hope itself, the promise of a brighter dawn to come. As the children emerged from their hiding places, their faces pale and their eyes wide with wonder, they stared after the retreating figures of Joan and Benoit, hardly daring to believe what they had just witnessed. It was only when the pair had vanished from sight, swallowed up by the winding streets of the village, that they found their voices once more. "The brave," someone whispered, and the name was taken up like a mantra, passed from lip to lip until it seemed to hang in the air like a benediction. For in that moment, as they stood in the lengthening shadows of the fairy tree, they knew that they had seen something truly extraordinary, a feat of courage and compassion that would be remembered for generations to come. But even as they marvelled at Joan's bravery, a new sense of urgency seized them. For if Benoit was on the loose, then Joan herself might still be in danger, and the thought of any harm coming to their gentle friend was too terrible to contemplate. With a shared look of determination, they set off at a run towards the village, their feet pounding against the hard-packed earth as they raced to warn the others and ensure Joan's safety. When they arrived, breathless and flushed with exertion, they found the village in an uproar, the narrow streets thronged with people clamouring to know what had happened. To their immense relief, they learned that the madman had been apprehended and that Joan was safe and sound, though somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden outpouring of praise and adulation from her fellow villagers. The women, their faces streaked with tears of joy and relief, embraced Joan and kissed her cheeks, marvelling at her bravery and selflessness. The men, their voices gruff with emotion, declared that if only Joan were a man, they would send her to the wars without hesitation. So certain were they of her ability to strike a blow for France. But Joan, ever modest and unassuming, could only blush and stammer in the face of such a claim. Overwhelmed by the attention, she slipped away at the first opportunity, seeking refuge in the quiet solitude of the fairy tree. There, the other children found her, huddled beneath the spreading branches as if seeking comfort in their familiar embrace. One by one, they gathered around her, their faces alight with curiosity and admiration as they peppered her with questions about her incredible feat. "How did you dare to do it?" they asked, their voices hushed with awe. "Weren't you afraid?" Joan, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, could only shake her head. "You make a great thing of it," she said softly. "But you mistake. It was not a great matter. It was not as if I had been a stranger to the man. I know him, and have known him long, and he knows me, and likes me. I have fed him through the bars of his cage many times, and last December, when they chopped off 2 of his fingers to remind him to stop seizing and wounding people passing by, I dressed his hand every day till it was well again. The children exchanged glances of amazement at this revelation, marvelling at the depth of Joan's compassion and the strength of her faith. But some, like little Mengette, could not help but express their concern for her safety. "That is all well enough," she said gently, "but he is a madman, dear, and so his likings and his gratitude and friendliness go for nothing when his rage is up. You did a perilous thing." The sunflower, too, chimed in, his brow furrowed with worry. "Didn't he threaten to kill you with the axe?" he asked. Joan nodded, her eyes distant as if seeing the scene play out once more in her mind's eye. "Yes," she said simply. "Didn't he threaten you more than once?" "Yes." "Didn't you feel afraid?" At that, Joan paused, her gaze turning inward as she searched for the right words to express what she had felt in that moment of supreme danger. "No," she said at last, her voice soft but certain. "At least not much. Very little." The children looked at her in astonishment, their minds struggling to comprehend such fearlessness in the face of mortal peril. "Why didn't you?" they asked, their voices hushed with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Joan thought for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, with a simplicity that took their breath away, she spoke the words that would echo through the ages, a testament to the purity and strength of her faith. "I don't know," she said, and in that moment, the children knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a soul touched by the hand of God himself. As the laughter rang out through the glade, a release of tension and a celebration of the miraculous, the sunflower could only shake his head in wonder. "It's like a lamb trying to think out how it had come to eat a wolf," he mused, but had to give it up. And in that moment, as the setting sun cast its golden glow over the tranquil scene, the children of Domremy knew that they had been witness to a miracle, a glimpse of the divine in human form. For in Joan's simple courage and unwavering faith, they had seen a reflection of the eternal, a promise of hope and salvation in a world grown dark with suffering and despair. And though the road ahead would be long and hard, filled with trials and tribulations beyond their imagining, they knew that they would face them together, with Joan as their guide and their inspiration. For in her, they had seen the face of God himself, the light that could not be extinguished by any earthly darkness, and the love that would conquer all. As the children sat in the shade of the fairy tree, their minds still reeling from the extraordinary events of the day, Cécile Letellier turned to Joan with a question that had been burning in her mind since the moment of Benoist's capture. "Why didn't you run when we did?" she asked, her voice soft with wonder and admiration. Joan, her gaze still fixed on some distant point, as if seeing beyond the veil of the present moment, answered with a simplicity that struck at the very heart of her character. "Because it was necessary to get him to his cage, else he would kill someone. Then he would come to the like harm himself." The words hung in the air, a testament to the selflessness and compassion that had always been the hallmark of Joan's spirit. No one challenged her statement or questioned her motives. It was simply accepted as the truth, a reflection of the deep love and concern for others that had always guided her actions. In the silence that followed, the children found themselves confronted with the stark contrast between their own instinctive flight and Joan's unwavering courage in the face of danger. Some, like myself, struggled to find the words to explain our actions, to justify our abandonment of a friend in need. But every explanation that came to mind seemed hollow and inadequate in the face of Joan's shining example. Others, however, were less inclined to introspection. Noel Raingesson, his face flushed with a sudden bravado, burst out with a declaration that laid bare the workings of his mind. "The fact is I was taken by surprise. That is the reason. If I had had a moment to think, I would no more have thought of running than I would think of running from a baby. For after all, what is Théophile Benoit that I should seem to be afraid of him? Pooh! The idea of being afraid of that poor thing. I only wish he would come along now. I'd show you. Pierre Morel, not to be outdone, chimed in with his own claims of fearlessness. So do I. If I wouldn't make him climb this tree quicker than, well, you'd see what I would do. Taking a person by surprise that way, why? I never meant to run. Not in earnest, I mean. I never thought of running in earnest. I only wanted to have some fun. And when I saw Joan standing there and him threatening her, it was all I could do to restrain myself from going there and just tearing the livers and lights out of him. I wanted to do it bad enough. And if it was to do over again, I would. If ever he comes fooling around me again, But it was the paladin who took the prize for bravado, his voice dripping with disdain as he dismissed the very idea of fear in the face of Benoit's madness. "Oh, hush," he said, cutting off Pierre's tirade with a wave of his hand. "The way you people talk, a person would think there's something heroic about standing up and facing down that poor remnant of a man. Why, it's nothing. There's small glory to be got in facing him down, I should say. Why, I wouldn't want any better fun than to face down 100 like him. If he was to come along here now, I would walk up to him just as I am now. I wouldn't care if he had 1,000 axes and say..." And so it went, each boy vying with the others to paint a picture of the brave deeds they would do if ever they were to cross paths with Benoit again. They spoke of the gory marvels they would perform, the lessons they would teach the madman about the folly of trying to surprise them twice. And as they talked, their voices grew louder and more confident, their chests swelling with a newfound sense of courage and self-importance. Only Joan remained silent, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon as if seeing something that the others could not. For her, there was no need for boasts or self-aggrandizement. Her courage was a simple fact of her being, as natural and unaffected as the breath in her lungs. And so, as the children dispersed at last, their minds filled with visions of their own heroism and bravery, Joan remained behind, her heart heavy with the weight of the trials that lay ahead. For she knew, with a certainty that went beyond mere faith or belief, that the path she had been called to walk would be a lonely and difficult one, filled with dangers and sacrifices beyond anything her friends could imagine. But she also knew that she would not face those trials alone. For in the depths of her heart, she could feel the presence of God himself, guiding her steps and giving her the strength to face whatever lay ahead. And with that knowledge, she could face the future with a calm and steady resolve, secure in the belief that, no matter what challenges lay in store, she would always have the love and protection of the Almighty to sustain her. As the sun began to set over the tranquil glade, casting long shadows across the grass, Joan rose to her feet and made her way back to the village, her heart filled with a quiet sense of purpose and determination. For she knew that the time was coming when she would be called upon to take up the sword and the standard of France, to lead her people to victory against the forces of darkness and despair. And though the road ahead would be long and hard, filled with trials and tribulations beyond anything she had ever known, she was ready to face them all, armed with nothing more than the strength of her faith and the purity of her heart. For in the end, she knew that it was not the boasts of men that would save France, but the courage and devotion of a simple peasant girl, touched by the hand of God and destined for greatness beyond measure. Chapter 5. Domremy Pillaged and Burned. As the sun began its slow descent over the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the tranquil French countryside, the village of Domremy stirred with the gentle hum of daily life. Nestled in the heart of the verdant hills of northeastern France, this humble hamlet had weathered the storms of time and history, its inhabitants clinging to their simple, time-honoured traditions with a tenacity born of necessity and resilience. The year was 1422, and though the distant rumblings of war and political upheaval echoed through the land, the villagers of Domremy remained steadfast in their commitment to the rhythms of rural life. The men toiled in the fields, their calloused hands coaxing life from the rich, dark soil, while the women tended to the hearths and homes, their voices raised in song as they went about their daily chores. Among these hard-working, God-fearing folk, a young woman named Joan stood apart, her presence a beacon of quiet strength and grace. At just 16 years of age, she possessed a wisdom and composure that belied her tender years, her clear blue eyes reflecting a depth of understanding and compassion that drew others to her like moths to a flame. Joan's beauty was undeniable, her chestnut hair cascading down her back in gentle waves, often adorned with the delicate wildflowers she gathered during her solitary walks through the countryside. Yet it was not her physical appearance that set her apart from her peers, but rather the radiant inner light that seemed to emanate from her very being, as if she were perpetually lost in silent communion with the divine. As the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in a breathtaking array of pinks and oranges, Joan made her way towards the village square, her steps purposeful and sure. The sound of raised voices drew her attention, and she quickened her pace, her brow furrowed with concern. In the centre of the square, a group of young men huddled together, their faces etched with a mixture of fear, anger, and bravado. At their centre stood Pierre, a lanky youth with a shock of unruly dark hair, his voice rising above the others as he recounted a recent skirmish with a band of Burgundian soldiers. "They came out of nowhere," Pierre declared, his eyes wide with the memory of the encounter. 3 times our number they were, but we held our ground. We showed those Burgundian dogs what it means to face the men of Domremy. A chorus of cheers erupted from the gathered youths, their faces flush with pride and excitement. Joan approached the group, her expression one of gentle concern. "What happened?" she asked, her voice soft yet commanding, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Before Pierre could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the square, his black robes billowing behind him as he hurried towards the gathering. It was Father Jérôme, the village priest, his normally ruddy face ashen with shock and grief. "Terrible news," he gasped, his voice trembling with emotion. "King Charles VI is dead, and the English. They claim the throne for a mere babe, the son of Henry Fife." A stunned silence descended upon the square, the weight of the priest's words settling over the assembled villagers like a suffocating blanket. Joan felt a chill run down her spine, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she contemplated the implications of this sudden turn of events. The silence was shattered by a distant cry, a voice filled with terror and urgency. "Burgundians! They're coming!" Chaos erupted in the village square as the inhabitants of Domremy scrambled to confront this new threat. Women gathered their children, herding them towards the relative safety of the church, while the men reached for their makeshift weapons, their faces grim with determination. Amidst the pandemonium, Joan remained a pillar of calm, her clear voice rising above the din as she began to organize the panicked villagers. "Pierre, gather the children and take them to the church. François, help the elders. Everyone else, follow me." Under Joan's guidance, the villagers began a hasty retreat, abandoning their homes and possessions to the mercy of the marauding Burgundians. As they fled into the surrounding hills, the sounds of shattering glass and splintering wood echoed behind them, a haunting soundtrack to their desperate flight. Hours later, as the first tentative rays of dawn pierced the smoke-filled sky, Joan stood amidst the ruins of her beloved village, her heart heavy with sorrow and despair. The once thriving hamlet lay in shambles, its buildings reduced to smouldering piles of rubble, its inhabitants huddled together in shock and grief. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming devastation, Joan's faith never wavered. With a steady hand and a gentle word, she moved among her fellow villagers, offering comfort to the bereaved, hope to the despairing, and solace to the wounded. When a group of children stumbled upon the brutalized body of the village madman, his lifeless eyes staring sightlessly at the sky, Joan was the first to reach them. Kneeling beside the corpse, she gently covered his face with a scrap of cloth, her own eyes brimming with tears as she whispered a prayer for the repose of his eternal soul. "Don't look," she urged the frightened children, her voice a soothing balm to their frayed nerves. "Go back to your families. They need you now more than ever." As the days turned to weeks, and the villagers of Domremy struggled to come to terms with the harsh realities of war and the crushing burden of increased taxes, Joan's presence became a beacon of hope and resilience. Her unwavering faith and compassion served as a source of strength for her beleaguered community, inspiring them to persevere in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. Even among her peers, Joan's unique qualities began to shine through. Where once they had been consumed by petty rivalries and dreams of personal glory, now they looked to Joan as a model of selflessness and courage. "I'd give anything to ride into battle alongside the likes of La Hire or Xaintrailles," mused Pierre one evening, his eyes distant with the fantasy of heroism. "To feel the rush of the charge, the thrill of victory." Joan, overhearing the conversation, shook her head, her expression one of gentle admonishment. "There's no glory in bloodshed," she said softly, her voice filled with a wisdom far beyond her years. "But there is honour in fighting for what is right, in defending the weak and the innocent against the forces of tyranny and oppression." As the weeks turned to months and the spectre of war loomed ever closer, Joan's prophetic visions began to take on a new urgency. She spoke of a great battle to come, of a French victory against impossible odds, and of her own divinely ordained role in the nation's salvation. "If I could ask one boon of the Dauphin," she confided to her dearest friend Oviette, "it would be for our village to be spared the burden of taxes. Our people have suffered enough, and they deserve a chance to rebuild their lives in peace." In this simple, heartfelt wish, the true essence of Joan's character was laid bare. She was a maiden of unparalleled courage and conviction, driven not by the desire for personal gain or glory, but by an all-consuming love for her people and her country. And though none could have foreseen it then, in that humble village nestled among the hills of northeastern France, a legend was being born. For Joan, the maid of Domremy, was destined to become the saviour of a nation, a shining beacon of hope in France's darkest hour. Through her unwavering faith, her indomitable spirit, and her selfless sacrifice, Joan would rise from the ashes of her ruined village to lead the armies of France to victory against the English invaders. She would inspire a nation to unity and greatness, and her name would be forever enshrined in the annals of history as one of the most remarkable figures of the Middle Ages. But for now, as the sun began its slow ascent over the horizon, bathing the ruins of Domremy in a soft, golden light, Joan knelt in silent prayer, her heart filled with a profound sense of purpose and destiny, for she knew with a certainty that transcended mere mortal understanding that her true journey was only just beginning. Chapter 6. The Awakening of a Warrior Saint. In the idyllic village of Domremy, nestled among the rolling hills of northeastern France, a young girl named Joan d'Arc grew up in a world steeped in the traditions of faith and the rhythms of rural life. Born in 1412, Joan was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, humble peasants who instilled in their children a deep love for God and country. From her earliest years, Joan was known throughout the village as a child of exceptional charm and vivacity. Her infectious laughter and boundless energy endeared her to all who crossed her path, from the wizened elders who smiled at her antics to the young children who clamoured to join in her games. Yet even as she revelled in the simple joys of childhood, Joan's heart was never far from the plight of her beloved France. The ongoing war with England, which had ravaged the countryside and left countless families in ruin, weighed heavily on her young mind. Often, when news of a particularly brutal battle or the fall of a nearby town reached Domremy, Joan's effervescent spirit would dim, replaced by a pensive solemnity that seemed at odds with her tender years. It was around the time of her 14th birthday that those closest to Joan began to notice a profound change in the young girl's demeanour. Gone was the carefree child who had once danced through the village streets, replaced by a figure of quiet intensity and contemplation. To many of the villagers, Joan's newfound seriousness was a sign of religious ecstasy, a manifestation of the deep spiritual connection she had always shared with the divine. They marvelled at the hours she spent in silent prayer, her eyes closed and her face radiant with an inner light that seemed to emanate from her very soul. But to those who knew her best, like her dear friend Joviette, Joan's solemnity was born of a different kind of fervour altogether. It was a passion for the fate of France itself, a burning desire to see her homeland freed from the yoke of English oppression. "I fear for the future of our beloved country," Joan confided to Joviette one day as they walked along the banks of the Meuse River. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the tranquil waters, but Joan's brow was furrowed with worry. "The English grow stronger by the day, while our own leaders seem powerless to stop them." Joviette nodded, her own heart heavy with the weight of their shared concern. "Some say that France is lost," she replied softly, "that we must resign ourselves to a future under English rule." At this, Joan's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity, her voice ringing out with a conviction that belied her youth. "No," she declared, her words a clarion call in the gathering dusk. "France will never be lost. Not so long as there are those who still believe in her destiny. I know in my heart that God has a plan for our nation, and that He will send us a saviour to lead us to victory." Joviette looked at her friend in wonder, marvelling at the depth of faith and certainty that radiated from her every pore. "But who could possibly stand against the might of the English?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. Joan's answer was a simple one, but it carried the weight of a divine prophecy. "I will," she said softly, her eyes shining with a light that seemed to come from another world altogether. "God has chosen me to be the instrument of France's salvation, and I will not rest until our homeland is free." It was a few days later that Joan's destiny would be forever sealed, in a moment of transcendent clarity that would change the course of history. She was walking alone in the fields outside Domremy, lost in quiet contemplation, when she found herself drawn to the shade of a towering oak tree. As she approached the ancient tree, Joan was suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of pure, radiant light, a brilliance so intense that it seemed to obliterate the world around her. At the same time, the air was filled with the sound of singing birds, their voices lifted in a chorus of otherworldly beauty. In that moment, Joan knew beyond any doubt that she was in the presence of the divine. Before her eyes, a figure began to take shape, a being of such pure, luminous grace that Joan's heart ached with a fierce, unnameable longing. "Joan," the figure spoke, its voice a whisper of wind and light. "God has chosen you for a great and noble purpose. You are to be the saviour of France, the one who will lead your people to freedom and glory." Joan fell to her knees, her eyes wide with wonder and awe. "But how can I do such a thing?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and exultation. "I am just a simple peasant girl, with no knowledge of warfare or statecraft." The figure smiled, and in that smile, Joan saw the infinite compassion and wisdom of the divine. "You will not be alone," it said, its voice a balm to her troubled soul. "God will be with you always, guiding your every step and giving you the strength to overcome any obstacle." And with those words, Joan knew that her life would never be the same. She rose to her feet, her heart filled with a fierce, unshakable resolve. "I accept this mission," she declared, her voice ringing out like a clarion call across the fields of Domremy. "I will be the sword of France, the one who will lead my people to victory in God's name." From a distance, Joviette watched in amazement as her friend seemed to be transformed before her very eyes. She had followed Joan to the oak tree, curious to see what had drawn her there, and had witnessed the entire encounter from afar. At first, Joviette was tempted to dismiss the whole thing as a figment of Joan's imagination, a product of the same religious fervour that had consumed her in recent months. But as she watched Joan emerge from beneath the tree, her face radiant with a light that seemed to come from another world altogether, Joviette knew that something truly extraordinary had taken place. With a trembling hand, she carved a small mark into the trunk of the oak tree, a simple cross that would serve as a reminder of the miracle she had witnessed that day. And as she watched Joan stride back towards the village, her steps filled with a new sense of purpose and destiny. Joviet knew that the course of history had been forever changed. In the years to come, Joan would face countless trials and challenges, from the skepticism of the French court to the brutal might of the English army. But through it all, she would remain steadfast in her faith and her mission, guided by the unshakable conviction that God had chosen her to be the saviour of France. And as she led her people to victory after victory, her name would become a rallying cry for all those who believed in the power of courage, compassion, and unwavering devotion to a higher cause. For Joan d'Arc, the humble peasant girl from Domremy, had become a true warrior saint, a shining example of what the human spirit is capable of when fueled by the fire of divine purpose. Chapter 7. The Making of a Saint. In the rolling hills of the French countryside, where the sun-drenched fields of Domremy stretched out like a patchwork quilt of vibrant greens and golds, a young girl named Joan d'Arc spent her early years in the warm embrace of village life. Born into a family of devout farmers, Joan was known throughout the region for her infectious laughter and her unwavering devotion to her faith and her country. As a child, Joan was the epitome of youthful exuberance, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief and her smile as radiant as the summer sun. She would spend her days frolicking in the meadows with her friends, weaving flower crowns and singing the ancient songs of her ancestors. Yet even in those carefree moments, there was a sense of something deeper stirring within her, a quiet intensity that hinted at the extraordinary destiny that lay ahead. It was around the age of 14 that Joan's demeanour began to shift, a subtle change that did not go unnoticed by those who knew her best. Where once she had been the life of every gathering, her laughter ringing out like bells across the village square, now she seemed to withdraw into herself, her gaze often distant and her brow furrowed in contemplation. To many of the villagers, this change was seen as a sign of religious ecstasy, a testament to the depth of Joan's faith and her intimate connection with the divine. They watched in awe as she spent long hours in silent prayer, her lips moving in fervent whispers and her eyes closed in rapturous communion with her God. But to those closest to her, like her dear friend Joviet, Joan's transformation spoke of something more than mere piety. It was a profound sense of purpose, a burning conviction that she had been chosen for a greater calling than any of them could possibly imagine. One warm summer evening, as the two girls sat beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak tree, Joan finally gave voice to the visions that had been haunting her for months. With a trembling voice and eyes that shone with a fierce, unwavering light, she spoke of the Archangel Michael, who had appeared to her in a blaze of heavenly glory and charged her with a sacred mission. "I am to lead the armies of France," Joan declared, her words ringing out with a clarity and conviction that belied her tender years. "I am to see the Dauphin crowned at Reims, and to drive the English from our land once and for all." Joviet could only stare in astonishment, her mind reeling at the enormity of what her friend was proposing. Joan, a simple peasant girl with no knowledge of warfare or statecraft, leading the armies of France. It seemed impossible, a fever dream born of religious fervour and youthful naivete. Yet as Joan continued to speak, her voice growing stronger and more assured with every word, Joviet began to see the truth that lay behind her friend's extraordinary claims. There was a power in Joan's words, a sense of unshakable conviction that could not be denied or explained away. In the days and weeks that followed, Joan's transformation continued apace, her every waking moment consumed by the weight of her divine calling. She spoke of visions and voices, of saints and angels who appeared to her in the shimmering light of dawn and the velvet darkness of night. To the villagers of Domremy, these mystical experiences were marked by strange and wondrous signs, glimpses of a world beyond their ken. Some claimed to have seen a blinding white light emanating from Joan's body as she knelt in prayer, while others swore they could hear the ethereal strains of celestial music whenever she passed by. But for Joan herself, these moments of divine communion were a source of both joy and trepidation, a constant reminder of the awesome responsibility that had been laid upon her young shoulders. She knew, with a certainty that transcended mere faith, that she had been chosen by God to save her beloved France from the brink of destruction. And so, with a heavy heart and a steely resolve, Joan began to make her preparations for the journey that lay ahead. She traded her simple peasant dress for the rough-hewn garments of a soldier, and she cut her long chestnut hair into the short, practical style of a warrior. When at last she stood before Robert de Baudricourt, the grizzled commander of the nearby town of Vaucouleurs, Joan's transformation was complete. Gone was the carefree village girl, replaced by a figure of quiet intensity and unwavering purpose. "I must go to the Dauphin," Joan declared, her voice ringing out with a clarity and conviction that struck the seasoned soldier to his very core. "God has commanded me to lead his armies and to see him crowned at Rheims." At first, Baudricourt could only stare in disbelief, his eyes narrowing in suspicion and scorn. Who was this girl, this mere slip of a thing, to make such bold and outrageous claims? Surely she was mad, or worse, a witch sent to lead them all to their doom. But as Joan continued to speak, her words imbued with a power and authority that seemed to come from beyond the mortal realm, even the hardened commander began to waver in his certainty. There was something about this girl, something that defied explanation or understanding. In the end, it was not Baudricourt's decision to make. Word of Joan's visions and her divine mission had already begun to spread like wildfire through the region, sparking hope and wonder in the hearts of a people long oppressed by war and suffering. Everywhere Joan went, crowds gathered to catch a glimpse of the miraculous maiden, to hear her speak of the glorious future that awaited them all. And as the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, even the most hardened skeptics began to fall under her spell, drawn in by the sheer force of her conviction and the undeniable power of her presence. For Joan, there was no turning back now. She had been called by God to save her country, and she would not rest until that sacred duty had been fulfilled. With a heart full of faith and a soul aflame with purpose, she set out on the long and perilous road to Chinon, where the Dauphin and his court awaited her arrival. Little did she know then that her journey would take her from the humble fields of Domremy to the grand cathedral of Reims, from the blood-soaked battlefields of Orléans to the towering stakes of Rouen. But through it all, Joan would remain steadfast in her devotion to her God and her country, a shining beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness and despair. And in the end, when the smoke had cleared and the flames had died away, the name of Joan d'Arc would be forever enshrined in the annals of history, a testament to the enduring power of faith, courage, and unwavering conviction in the face of impossible odds. Chapter 8. Trials and Tribulations. In the quiet village of Domremy, nestled in the rolling hills of northeastern France, Joan of Arc had always been a source of joy and pride for her tight-knit community. From her earliest days, she had been known for her lively spirit, her infectious laughter, and her unwavering devotion to her faith and her country. But as the years passed and Joan grew from a carefree child into a young woman of uncommon conviction and purpose, the very qualities that had once endeared her to her neighbours began to stir unease and suspicion in their hearts. It all began on a warm summer evening as the setting sun cast a golden glow over the humble cottages and well-trodden paths of the village. Joan, her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light, had gathered her family and closest friends around her, eager to share the news that had been burning in her heart for so long. "I have been called by God to save France," she declared, her voice ringing out with a clarity and conviction that struck all who heard it to their very core. "I must go to the Dauphin and lead our armies against the English to see our rightful king crowned at Rheims." For a long moment there was only silence, broken at last by a ripple of nervous laughter and incredulous whispers. Surely, they thought, this must be some sort of jest, a bit of youthful fancy taken too far. But as they looked into Joan's eyes, blazing with a fire that seemed to come from another world altogether, they began to realize that this was no mere whimsy. This was a declaration of purpose, a calling from on high that would not be denied. In the days and weeks that followed, as word of Joan's extraordinary claims began to spread like wildfire through the village, the initial shock and disbelief gave way to something darker, more insidious. Everywhere she went, Joan was met with scorn and mockery, her once beloved neighbours turning their backs on her in disgust and fear. "Look at her," they whispered, their voices dripping with disdain. "Thinks she's some kind of saint, going off to fight in the wars like a man. She'll disgrace us all, mark my words." Even Joan's own family, who had always been her staunchest supporters, began to waver in the face of such overwhelming opposition. Her father, a stern and stubborn man, was particularly incensed by her plans, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple whenever the subject was broached. "I'll drown her myself before I let her shame our family like this," he growled, his fists clenched tight at his sides. "No daughter of mine is going to run off and play at being a soldier." And so as the days turned to weeks and the pressure mounted, Joan found herself increasingly isolated and alone, her every move watched and scrutinized by those who had once loved her best. But through it all, she remained steadfast in her conviction, her faith in her divine mission never wavering for an instant. "I will know when the time is right," she told her few remaining allies, her voice calm and assured even as the storm of opposition raged around her. "God will make the way clear to me, and I will follow where he leads." It was during this time of trial and tribulation that an unlikely opportunity arose, a chance for Joan's family to put an end to her wild ambitions once and for all. A young man from the village, a braggart and a scoundrel known as the Paladin, had taken a fancy to Joan and saw in her growing notoriety a chance to advance his own selfish interests. "She promised to marry me," he declared to anyone who would listen, his voice dripping with false sincerity. "Before all this nonsense about going off to war, I have a claim on her, and I mean to see it through." Joan, of course, denied any such promise had been made, her voice ringing with righteous indignation at the very suggestion. But her parents, seeing a chance to put an end to her troublesome dreams, seized upon the Paladin's claim with a desperate eagerness. And so, on a grey and overcast morning, Joan found herself standing before an ecclesiastical court in the nearby town of Toul, her fate hanging in the balance as the Paladin spun his web of lies and deceit. But if her accusers had expected her to be cowed by the solemnity of the proceedings, they were sorely mistaken. With a poise and eloquence that belied her humble origins, Joan defended herself against the Paladin's false charges, her words ringing out with a clarity and conviction that left the court speechless. In the end, the judges had no choice but to dismiss the case, their faces lined with a grudging respect as they declared Joan a marvellous child and sent her back to Domremy in triumph. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though Joan's trials were at an end, her reputation restored, and her divine mission affirmed by the very authorities who had sought to condemn her. But even as the villagers welcomed her back with open arms, their earlier scorn forgotten in the face of her stunning victory, Joan knew that her true test was still to come. For even as she basked in the warmth of her neighbours' renewed affection, the news from the wider world grew ever more grim. The English, emboldened by their recent successes, had laid siege to the city of Orléans, the last remaining stronghold of the French resistance. If Orléans fell, it would be only a matter of time before the rest of the country followed, the Dauphin's cause lost, and France condemned to a future of foreign rule and oppression. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the siege ground on with no end in sight, Joan found herself once again consumed by the fire of her divine calling, her every waking moment spent in fervent prayer and silent contemplation. She knew with a certainty that transcended mere faith that the time for action was fast approaching, that God would soon make clear the path she was meant to take. But until that moment came, She could only wait and watch, her heart heavy with the weight of her sacred duty, her soul aflame with the unquenchable desire to see her beloved France restored to its rightful place among the nations of the world. For Joan of Arc, the humble peasant girl from Domremy, the road ahead would be long and perilous, a journey fraught with danger and sacrifice at every turn. But armed with an unwavering faith and an indomitable spirit, she would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and conviction, a shining beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness and despair. Chapter 9. The Departure from Vaucouleurs. On a crisp winter's morning, the 5th of January in the year 1429, Joan of Arc awoke with a sense of purpose that seemed to radiate from her very being. The sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon, casting a pale golden light across the frost-covered fields of Vaucouleurs. But already the young woman was up and about, her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering determination. "Uncle Laxart," she said, her voice ringing out with a clarity and conviction that struck all who heard it to their very core. "The time has come. My voices have made it clear to me. I must go to the Dauphin, and I must do it within the next 2 months." For a long moment there was only silence, broken at last by the sound of her uncle's incredulous laughter. "Joan, my dear," he said, his voice tinged with a mix of affection and exasperation. "You can't be serious. The Dauphin is far away and the roads are dangerous. How do you propose to get there?" But Joan, her gaze never wavering, simply smiled. "God will provide the way," she said, her words imbued with a faith that seemed to come from another world altogether. "I have no doubt of it." And so began a journey that would change the course of history, a quest that would see a humble peasant girl from the hills of Domremy rise to become the saviour of a nation. In the weeks that followed, as Joan made her preparations to leave Vaucouleurs, the town was abuzz with rumours and speculation. Some said that she was a saint, a chosen vessel of the divine, while others dismissed her as a madwoman, a deluded dreamer lost in her own grandiose fantasies. But those who knew her best, like the kind-hearted wheelwright's wife, Catherine Royer, who had taken Joan into her home, saw something else entirely. They saw a young woman of uncommon courage and conviction, a soul aflame with a passion for justice and a love for her country that knew no bounds. "She's special, that one," Catherine would say to anyone who would listen, her eyes misting over with a mixture of pride and awe. "Mark my words, she'll do great things." And indeed, as the days passed and word of Joan's mission began to spread, the people of Vaucouleurs found themselves drawn to her like moths to a flame. They came from far and wide, rich and poor alike, to catch a glimpse of the miraculous maiden who had captured their hearts and minds. Among them was a young soldier named Jean de Metz, a man of humble origins but noble spirit, who had heard the rumours of Joan's divine calling and had come to see for himself what all the fuss was about. "I don't know much about saints or prophecies," he said to Joan, his voice gruff but not unkind. "But I do know a thing or two about fighting, and if you're really going to lead us to victory against the English, then I'll follow you to the ends of the earth." Joan, her heart swelling with gratitude, clasped the soldier's hand in her own. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your faith means more to me than you can possibly know." As the weeks passed and the time of her departure drew near, Joan threw herself into her preparations with a single-minded focus that astonished all who witnessed it. She spent long hours in prayer and contemplation, seeking guidance from the divine voices that had set her on this path. But she was no mere dreamer, lost in a world of her own making. Joan was a woman of action, with a keen mind and a strategic vision that belied her humble origins. She pored over maps and charts, studying the lay of the land and the movements of the enemy forces with the intensity that bordered on obsession. She questioned the local soldiers and merchants, gathering intelligence on the state of the roads and the disposition of the English troops. And all the while, She worked to build a network of allies and supporters, from the lowliest peasant to the highest-ranking noble. She knew that she could not do this alone, that she would need the help and guidance of others if she was to succeed in her divine mission. One of her most valuable allies was a local notable named Bertrand de Poulengy, a man of wealth and influence who had been initially skeptical of Joan's claims. But as he spent more time in her presence, as he witnessed the depth of her faith and the strength of her convictions, he found himself slowly but surely won over to her cause. "I have seen many soldiers in my time," he said to Joan, his voice tinged with a newfound respect, "but never have I encountered a spirit like yours. If anyone can lead us to victory, it is you." Joan, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude, bowed her head in humble acknowledgement. "I am but a vessel," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It is God who will lead us to victory, and I am merely his instrument." As the final preparations were made and the time of her departure drew near, Joan found herself overwhelmed by a sense of both excitement and trepidation. She knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, that she would face dangers and challenges at every turn. But she also knew that she was not alone, that she had the support and love of her family, her friends, and her newfound allies. And most importantly, she had the unwavering conviction that she was doing God's will, that she was fulfilling a sacred destiny that had been ordained from on high. On the night before her departure, Joan gathered her closest companions around her, her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light. "Tomorrow," she said, her voice ringing out with a clarity and conviction that sent shivers down their spines. "Tomorrow we begin our journey, and with God's help, we will see it through to the end." As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows of the wheelwright's cottage, Joan and her small band of followers slipped quietly out of Vaucouleurs, their hearts heavy with the weight of the task that lay ahead. They rode in silence through the misty fields and fog-shrouded forests, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. Joan, her armour gleaming in the pale morning light, led the way, her banner held high and her face set with a determination that seemed to come from another world altogether. And as they disappeared into the distance, the people of Vaucouleurs watched them go, their hearts filled with a mixture of hope and fear. They knew that the fate of their beloved France hung in the balance, that the future of their nation rested on the slender shoulders of a humble peasant girl from Domremy. But they also knew that if anyone could save them, if anyone could lead them out of the darkness and into the light, it was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, the chosen one of God. And so, with heavy hearts and fervent prayers, they watched her go, their eyes fixed on the horizon as she rode off into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage, conviction, and an unshakable faith in the power of the divine. Chapter 10. The Journey Begins. As the winter of 1429 drew to a close, the hills and valleys of northeastern France lay blanketed in a shimmering veil of frost, the air crisp and cold with the promise of change on the horizon. In the tiny village of Domremy, nestled among the rolling fields and dense forests of Lorraine, a young woman named Joan of Arc awoke with a fire in her heart and a sense of purpose that seemed to radiate from her very being. For months now, Joan had been consumed by a series of vivid, otherworldly visions, each more powerful and insistent than the last. The voices of saints and angels had spoken to her, urging her to take up arms and lead her beloved France to victory against the invading English forces. And now, at last, the time had come to heed their call. With a steely determination that belied her humble origins, Joan gathered her closest companions around her. Her uncle, the stalwart and loyal Laxart, the sceptical but intrigued narrator, and a motley assortment of villagers and local notables who had been drawn to her cause like moths to a flame. "My friends," Joan said, her voice ringing out with a clarity and conviction that sent shivers down their spines, "the hour of our departure is at hand. We must make haste to Chinon, to the court of the Dauphin, and there convince him of the righteousness of our cause." For a moment, there was silence. broken only by the sharp intake of breath from those who had never before dared to dream of such a bold and audacious undertaking. But Joan, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unwavering light, would not be deterred. "I know that the road ahead will be long and perilous," she said, her voice softening with a note of understanding. "And I know that some of you may have doubts, may question the wisdom of following a mere peasant girl on such a seemingly impossible quest." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, taking in the mix of fear, uncertainty, and cautious hope that played across their faces. "But I tell you now, with all the conviction of my heart, that this is God's will," she continued, her words imbued with a power and authority that seemed to come from another realm altogether. "He has chosen me, a humble maid from Domremy, to be his instrument in the salvation of France, and with his guidance and protection, we shall surely prevail." As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, casting a pale ethereal glow over the frost-covered fields, Joan and her small band of followers set out on their journey, their hearts heavy with the weight of the task that lay ahead. They rode in silence through the mist-shrouded valleys and snow-dusted forests, their breath rising in pale plumes against the chill morning air. Joan, resplendent in her gleaming armour and flowing white cloak, led the way, her banner held high and her face set with a determination that seemed to come from another world altogether. But as the miles stretched on and the cold began to seep into their bones, some among the group began to falter, their resolve weakened by the hardships of the road. "My lady," said one young man, his voice quavering with fatigue and fear, "I do not know if I can go on. The way is too long, the dangers too great." Joan, her eyes softening with compassion, drew her horse alongside his, reaching out to lay a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I understand your fears," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "But you must not lose heart. Remember that we ride not for ourselves, but for the sake of France herself, and with God as our guide and protector, we shall surely overcome any obstacle that lies in our path." As the days turned into weeks and the small band of travellers wound their way deeper into the heart of enemy territory, Joan's leadership and tactical acumen became increasingly evident. She insisted on travelling only at night, using the cover of darkness to slip past enemy patrols and avoid detection by the roving bands of English soldiers that haunted the countryside. And yet, despite the dangers and the hardships, Joan's spirit never wavered. She remained a beacon of hope and inspiration to all who followed her, her faith and courage a shining light in the darkness of a war-torn land. Even the most unlikely of her companions, like the brash and boastful young soldier known as the Paladin, found themselves drawn to her cause, their initial skepticism and reluctance slowly giving way to a grudging respect and admiration. "I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be following a woman into battle," the Paladin confided to the narrator one evening, as they huddled around a flickering campfire, the stars wheeling overhead in a vast and endless sky. "But there's something about her, something that makes you want to believe, to follow her to the ends of the earth and beyond." As the weeks stretched on and the small band of travellers drew ever closer to their destination, Joan's prophetic visions began to take on a new urgency and clarity. She spoke of great battles to come, of a French victory against impossible odds, and of her own divinely ordained role in the liberation of her homeland. And through it all the narrator watched and listened, marvelling at the strange and wondrous tale unfolding before his very eyes. He saw in Joan a figure of rare courage and conviction, a woman possessed of a faith and a purpose that seemed to transcend the bounds of mortal understanding. And as they rode on through the snow-clad hills and the frozen rivers, the narrator knew that he was bearing witness to something truly extraordinary, a moment in history that would be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. For Joan of Arc, the humble peasant girl from Domremy was no ordinary woman. She was a warrior, a prophet, a saint in the making. And with every passing day, every mile that brought them closer to their ultimate goal, The narrator could feel the weight of destiny settling upon her slender shoulders like a mantle of divine purpose. Chapter 11. Trials and Triumphs on the Road to Chinon. As the small band of travellers pressed on through the frost-covered countryside, the weight of their mission seemed to settle upon them like a physical burden. The days were short and the nights long, the cold seeping into their bones and the weariness into their souls. But through it all, Joan of Arc remained a beacon of hope and strength, her faith and determination never wavering in the face of adversity. Each morning, as the pale light of dawn crept over the horizon, Joan would rise from her bedroll and make her way through the camp, her keen eyes taking in every detail of her troops' condition. She knew that the success of their mission depended on the strength and discipline of her soldiers, and she was determined to ensure that they were prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. "Remember," she would say, her voice ringing out clear and strong in the crisp morning air, "we are not mere warriors, but servants of God. We must conduct ourselves with honour and respect, even in the face of our enemies." And so, under Joan's watchful eye, the troops would begin their daily rituals of training and preparation. The novice riders would mount their horses and take to the fields, their faces etched with concentration as they worked to master the skills that would keep them alive in battle. The more experienced soldiers would sharpen their blades and mend their armour, their hands moving with the sure, steady rhythm of those who had seen combat before. But even as they worked to hone their skills and strengthen their resolve, the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty. The English forces were everywhere, their patrols roaming the countryside in search of any sign of French resistance. And so Joan and her troops were forced to move under cover of darkness, their progress slow and laborious as they picked their way through the dense forests and frozen streams of the winter landscape. Night after night they would march in silence, the only sound the crunch of hooves on snow and the occasional whisper of the wind through the bare branches overhead. The cold was brutal, the sleet and snow stinging their faces and numbing their fingers, but still they pressed on, driven by the fire of Joan's conviction and the knowledge that the fate of France itself hung in the balance. But even as they struggled against the elements and the enemy, a new threat began to emerge from within their own ranks. Some among the troops, their minds weakened by the hardships of the road, began to whisper that Joan was not what she seemed, that her strength and resilience were the work of witchcraft and dark magic. At first, Joan paid little heed to these rumours, her focus unwavering as she led her troops ever onward. But as the whispers grew louder and more insistent, she knew that she could not ignore them forever. One evening, as the troops huddled around their campfires, seeking what warmth and comfort they could, Joan called them to order, her voice steady and clear in the flickering light. "I know what some of you have been saying," she began, her gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers, "that I am a witch, a sorceress, a creature of darkness. But I tell you now, with all the conviction of my heart, that these accusations are false. I am a servant of God, chosen by Him to lead France to victory. And with His protection, no harm shall befall me or any who follow me." For a moment there was silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames and the distant howl of a wolf. Then slowly, one by one, the soldiers began to nod, their doubts and fears melting away in the face of Joan's unwavering conviction. But even as the troops' faith in their leader grew stronger, the dangers of the road continued to mount. Ambushes by English patrols became more frequent, the clashes fierce and bloody as Joan and her soldiers fought to defend themselves and their mission. One particularly close call came as they made their way through a narrow wooded valley, the trees pressing in close on either side. Without warning, a group of English soldiers burst from the underbrush, their swords flashing in the pale moonlight as they fell upon the French troops. In the chaos of battle, Joan found herself face to face with the enemy commander, a grizzled veteran with a scar across his cheek and a look of grim determination in his eyes. For a moment, the two leaders stared at each other, their weapons drawn and ready, the fate of their respective armies hanging in the balance. "Who are you?" the English commander demanded, his voice rough with suspicion. What business have you in these parts?" Joan, her hand steady on the hilt of her sword, met his gaze without flinching. "I am Joan of Arc," she replied, her voice ringing with a quiet authority. "And my business is with the Dauphin of France, to whom I have been sent by God himself." The commander's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his weapon. "A likely story," he scoffed. "I've heard tales of your kind before, girl. Witches and heretics, the lot of you. I should cut you down where you stand." But even as he spoke, Joan could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the faintest glimmer of uncertainty, and in that moment she knew that she had the upper hand. "You may try," she said, her voice calm and even. "But know this, I am under the protection of the Almighty, and no weapon forged by man can harm me. So I say to you now, stand aside and let us pass, or face the wrath of God himself." For a long, tense moment, the two leaders stood locked in a battle of wills, the fate of their respective armies hanging in the balance. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the English commander lowered his blade, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Go then," he said, his voice heavy with resignation. "But mark my words, girl. You may have won this day, but the English will not rest until France is ours once more." With those words he turned and melted back into the shadows, his troops following close behind. And Joan, her heart pounding with a mixture of relief and exultation, led her own soldiers onward, deeper into the heart of enemy territory. As the days turned into weeks and the miles fell away beneath their horses' hooves, Joan and her troops faced countless more challenges and dangers. They forded icy rivers and scaled snow-capped mountains, braving the elements and the enemy with equal determination. They faced starvation and disease, their supplies dwindling and their spirits flagging as the long winter dragged on. But through it all, Joan remained a pillar of strength and inspiration, her faith and courage never wavering. She tended to the sick and wounded with gentle hands, her prayers and blessings bringing comfort to even the most desperate of souls. She rallied her troops with stirring speeches and bold deeds, her banner flying high above the fray as she led them into battle after battle. And slowly but surely, as the first tentative signs of spring began to emerge from beneath the frozen ground, Joan and her army drew ever closer to their ultimate goal. The town of Guyenne, long a bastion of French resistance, rose up before them like a beacon of hope, its walls and towers gleaming in the pale, wintry light. As they rode through the gates, the townspeople lined the streets to cheer their arrival, their faces alight with joy and wonder at the sight of the miraculous maid and her valiant troops. And Joan, her armour gleaming and her banner held high, knew that they had achieved a great victory, not just for themselves, but for all of France. But even as she basked in the warmth of her people's adoration, Joan knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult still. There were battles yet to be fought, enemies yet to be vanquished, and a kingdom yet to be won. And through it all, she would need to navigate the treacherous waters of politics and diplomacy to win the trust and support of the Dauphin and his court. But for now, in this moment of triumph and celebration, Joan allowed herself a brief respite, a chance to reflect on all that they had achieved and all that lay ahead. And as she knelt in the quiet of the town's chapel, her head bowed in prayer, she knew that whatever challenges the future might bring, she would face them with the same unwavering faith and courage that had brought her this far. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, chosen by God to lead her people to victory, and with his guidance and protection, she knew that nothing could stand in her way. Chapter 12. The Road to Chinon. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as Joan of Arc and her small band of companions set out from the town of Guyenne, their hearts filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They had come so far, braving countless dangers and hardships, but now, at last, their journey's end was in sight. The castle of Chinon, where the Dauphin of France held court, lay just 6 leagues to the west, a mere day's ride through the gently rolling hills and lush green valleys of the Loire Valley. But even as they urged their horses forward, Their spirits buoyed by the promise of the road ahead, Joan knew that their mission was far from over. For weeks now, ever since their arrival in Guyenne, she had been the talk of the town, her fame spreading like wildfire through the streets and taverns. Everywhere she went, people would stop and stare, their eyes wide with wonder and awe at the sight of the miraculous maid who had come to save France from the English invaders. But Joan, ever humble and focused on her divine purpose, had little patience for such adulation. She knew that her true test lay ahead, in the halls of power and the chambers of the mighty, where the fate of France would be decided once and for all. And so, as the miles fell away beneath their horses' hooves and the sun climbed higher in the sky, Joan turned her thoughts to the task at hand. She had a message to deliver, a sacred charge from God himself, and she would not rest until it was heard by the one man who held the key to France's salvation. "We must send word to the Dauphin," she said, her voice ringing out clear and strong over the clatter of hooves and the creaking of saddle leather. "He must know that I am coming and that I bear a message from the Almighty." And so, as they rode on through the countryside, Joan dictated a letter to one of her companions, a young soldier with a quick hand and a keen ear. In it, she spoke of her mission and her purpose, of the voices that had called her to this great and noble cause. "I am Joan the maid," she wrote, her words filled with a quiet authority that seemed to come from another realm altogether. "And I am sent by God to bring you to your coronation at Reims, to drive the English from the land of France, and to restore the kingdom to its rightful place among the nations of the world." She sealed the letter with a kiss and a prayer, and sent it on its way with a swift and trusted messenger. And then, her heart filled with a renewed sense of purpose, she turned her face towards Chinon once more, ready to meet whatever challenges lay ahead. As they rode on through the day, the mood among Joan's companions was one of camaraderie and good cheer, despite the weight of the mission that lay before them. They swapped stories and jokes, their laughter ringing out across the countryside like a balm to the war-weary souls who heard it. Even the paladin, that brash and boastful soldier who had once doubted Joan's divine purpose, seemed to have been won over by her quiet strength and unwavering conviction. He rode at her side like a loyal knight, his sword always at the ready, and his heart filled with a fierce devotion to his newfound leader. "I have never known a woman like her," he confided to the narrator one evening as they sat around the campfire, the stars wheeling overhead in a vast and endless sky. "She has a fire in her, a spirit that seems to come from another world altogether. I would follow her to the ends of the earth and beyond if she asked it of me." But even as they basked in the warmth of each other's company and the glow of the flickering flames, the dangers of the road were never far from their minds. The English were everywhere, their patrols roaming the countryside like packs of hungry wolves, ever ready to pounce on any sign of French resistance. And so, as they made their way towards Chinon, Joan and her troops were forced to stay ever vigilant, their eyes and ears always attuned to the slightest hint of danger. They skirted enemy encampments and avoided well-travelled roads, picking their way through the dense forests and rolling hills like ghosts in the night. But even in the face of such challenges, Joan's faith never wavered. She knew that she was on a sacred mission, a divine calling that would not be denied. And with each passing day, each mile that brought them closer to their ultimate goal, she could feel the hand of God guiding her steps, leading her ever onward towards her destiny. At last, after days of hard riding and careful manoeuvring, they arrived at the outskirts of Chinon, the great castle rising up before them like a beacon of hope in the gathering dusk. But even as they drew near to the gates, their hearts filled with a sense of triumph and relief, Joan knew that her greatest challenge was yet to come. For within those walls, in the halls of power and the chambers of the mighty, there were those who would seek to thwart her mission, to undermine her authority and sow discord among her followers. They were men of greed and ambition, schemers and plotters who cared nothing for the fate of France, but only for their own selfish gain. And chief among them was La Trémouille, the Dauphin's most trusted adviser and confidant. He was a man of great wealth and influence, a master of courtly intrigue who held the ear of the king and the reins of power firmly in his grasp. From the moment Joan set foot in Chinon, La Trémouille and his cronies had sought to discredit her, to paint her as a madwoman or a heretic, a danger to the very fabric of French society. They whispered poisonous words in the Dauphin's ear, urging him to send her away, to dismiss her claims as the ravings of a deluded peasant girl. But Joan would not be swayed by their machinations. She knew that her message was true, that her purpose was just and righteous. And so, with a steady hand and a steely resolve, she demanded an audience with the Dauphin himself, insisting that she would speak to no one else but the man who held the fate of France in his hands. At first, the Dauphin was reluctant to grant her request, his mind poisoned by the whispers of his advisers. But as word of Joan's arrival spread through the castle like wildfire, as the common folk and the lesser nobility alike clamoured to catch a glimpse of the miraculous maid, he could not ignore the growing tide of support that swelled around her. And so at last he relented, summoning Joan to his presence in a great hall hung with tapestries and lit by flickering torches. And there, before the assembled court, Joan of Arc stood tall and proud, her armour gleaming in the firelight, and her banner held high. "I am Joan the Maid," she declared, her voice ringing out clear and strong in the hushed silence of the hall. "And I am sent by God to bring you to your rightful place as King of France, to drive the English from our lands and restore the kingdom to its former glory." For a long moment there was silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames and the distant sound of the wind whistling through the castle walls. And then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the Dauphin nodded, a glimmer of hope and wonder kindling in his weary eyes. "So be it," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of destiny. "We shall see if what you say is true, Joan of Arc, and if it is, then may God have mercy on us all." Chapter 13. The Maid at the Court of Chinon. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the ancient stones of Chinon Castle in a warm, golden glow, Joan of Arc and her small band of companions found themselves ushered into a world of unimaginable grandeur and opulence. For days now, they had waited patiently for an audience with the Dauphin, their hearts filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. But even as they marvelled at the richly appointed chambers and the finely dressed courtiers who flitted about like exotic birds, they could not shake the sense of unease that hung over the castle like a pall. For here, in the very heart of French power, there were those who viewed Joan and her mission with suspicion and disdain, seeing her as a threat to their own ambitions and designs. Chief among these was the Dauphin's council, a group of high-born nobles and clergymen who had long held sway over the young king's mind and will. From the moment Joan had arrived at Chinon, they had sought to undermine her, to cast doubt on her claims of divine inspiration, and to delay her audience with the Dauphin by any means necessary. And so, even as Joan and her companions waited with bated breath for the summons that would finally bring them before the king, the council schemed and plotted behind closed doors, seeking to find some way to discredit the young maid and her mission. "We must proceed with caution," said one of the councillors, a thin, wiry man with a sharp, calculating gaze. "This girl, this Joan of Arc, has already won the hearts of the common folk with her tales of visions and voices. If we move against her too quickly, we risk turning them against us as well." "Then what do you propose?" asked another, a stout, ruddy-faced bishop with a voice like a foghorn. "We cannot simply let her waltz into the Dauphin's presence and fill his head with her wild notions and fancies." "No, of course not," replied the first, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "But we can delay her, buy ourselves some time to investigate her background and her claims. We shall send a committee to her hometown, to speak with those who knew her as a child. If there is any hint of madness or heresy in her past, we shall find it." And so, with a nod of agreement, the council set their plan in motion, dispatching a group of trusted agents to the distant region of Lorraine, where Joan had spent her early years. It was a journey that would take weeks, perhaps even months, but they were confident that, in the end, they would find the evidence they needed to discredit the young maid once and for all. Meanwhile, Joan and her companions could only wait and pray, their hearts filled with a growing sense of frustration and impatience. For many of them, the prospect of an audience with the Dauphin was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to stand in the presence of royalty and to witness history in the making. "Can you imagine it?" whispered one of the soldiers, a young man with a face still smooth and unlined by the ravages of war. "To actually see the Dauphin, to hear him speak, it's like something out of a fairy tale." "Aye," agreed another, a grizzled veteran with a scar across his cheek and a glint of wonder in his eye. "I've fought in a dozen battles, seen things that would make your blood run cold. But never in all my days did I think I'd be standing in the same room as the King of France himself." But even as they marvelled at the prospect of the royal audience, they could not help but worry about Joan herself. For all her strength and conviction, she was still just a young girl, a simple peasant from the countryside who had never seen the likes of Chinon and its courtly splendour. "Do you think she'll be all right?" asked the paladin, his brow furrowed with concern as he watched Joan kneeling in silent prayer, her head bowed and her hands clasped tightly before her. "I mean, this is all so different from anything she's ever known. What if it's too much for her? What if she freezes up or says the wrong thing?" But Joan, lost in her own thoughts and communing with the divine voices that had guided her every step, paid little heed to the doubts and fears of those around her. She knew, with a certainty that transcended mere mortal understanding, that this was the moment she had been born for, the culmination of all the trials and tribulations that had brought her to this place and time. And so when at last the summons came, when the great doors of the audience chamber swung open and the heralds called out her name, Joan rose to her feet with a grace and poise that belied her humble origins. With her head held high and her eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light, she strode forward into the presence of the Dauphin, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The scene that greeted her was one of unparalleled grandeur and pageantry, a dizzying array of silk and velvet, gold and silver, that seemed to shimmer and dance in the flickering torchlight. At the far end of the chamber, seated upon a great throne of carved oak and draped in ermine and purple, sat the Dauphin himself, a slender, almost delicate figure with a face that seemed too young and too smooth for the weight of the crown that rested upon his brow. But even as Joan approached the throne, her eyes fixed steadily upon the young king's face, she could sense the tension and uncertainty that rippled through the assembled courtiers like a living thing. For here, in this room filled with the most powerful and influential men in all of France, there were those who saw her as a threat, a wild card that could upset the delicate balance of power and privilege that they had worked so hard to maintain. And chief among them was a figure who stood at the Dauphin's right hand, a tall, aristocratic man with a face like a hawk and eyes that glittered with a cold, calculating light. This was the Duke of Alençon, one of the most powerful nobles in all of France, and a man who had long harboured his own ambitions for the throne. As Joan drew near to the Dauphin, the Duke stepped forward, his voice dripping with a silky, almost mocking courtesy. "Your Majesty," he said, gesturing towards a richly dressed courtier who stood nearby. "May I present the Count of Clermont, who has graciously agreed to play the part of the king for this most auspicious occasion." For a moment, Joan's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of doubt and confusion crossing her face as she gazed upon the false king. But then, as if guided by some unseen hand, her eyes shifted to the true Dauphin, still seated upon his throne, and a smile of pure, radiant joy spread across her features. "No, Your Grace," she said, her voice ringing out clear and strong in the sudden silence of the chamber. "That is not the king. The true King of France sits there, upon the throne, and it is to him that I must speak." A ripple of astonishment and disbelief ran through the assembled courtiers, their eyes wide and their mouths agape at the young maid's boldness and certainty. But the Dauphin himself, his face a mask of wonder and amazement, rose slowly to his feet, his gaze fixed upon Joan's shining eyes. "You are right, my child," he said, his voice soft and filled with a new note of reverence. "I am the true King of France, and it is to me that you must deliver your message." And so, with a heart full of joy and gratitude, Joan knelt before the Dauphin and began to speak, her words tumbling out in a rush of passion and conviction. She told him of her visions and her voices, of the sacred mission that had been entrusted to her by God himself. And as she spoke, the Dauphin's face slowly began to change, the doubt and skepticism melting away to be replaced by a look of pure, unalloyed wonder. For here, in this humble peasant girl from Domremy, he saw something that he had never seen before. A soul untainted by the corruption and deceit of the world, a heart that beat only for the love of God and the salvation of France. And in that moment, he knew that he had found his champion, the one who would lead his armies to victory and restore his kingdom to its rightful place among the nations of the world. And so, with a solemn nod of his head, the Dauphin rose to his feet once more, his voice ringing out clear and strong in the hushed silence of the chamber. "Rise, Joan of Arc," he said, his hand outstretched in a gesture of blessing and benediction. "For from this day forward, you shall be known as the Maid of Orleans, the saviour of France, and the chosen one of God." And as Joan rose to her feet, her armour glinting in the torchlight and her banner held high, the assembled courtiers broke into a great cheer, their voices rising in a chorus of joy and exultation. For they knew, deep in their hearts, that they had just witnessed a miracle, a moment that would be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. And as Joan strode from the chamber, her head held high and her eyes shining with the light of divine purpose, she knew that her true journey was only just beginning. For with the Dauphin's blessing and the support of all of France behind her, there was nothing that could stand in her way, no enemy that could withstand the force of her righteous fury. And so, with a heart full of courage and conviction, Joan of Arc set out once more upon the road to destiny, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead and to lead her beloved France to victory at last. Chapter 14. The Paladin's Tale. In the days that followed Joan's triumphant audience with the Dauphin, the small village of Chinon found itself caught up in a fever of excitement and anticipation. Everywhere one looked, there were signs of the momentous events that had just taken place. The streets were filled with jubilant crowds, the taverns rang with songs of victory and celebration, and the very air seemed charged with a sense of hope and renewal. But amid all the tumult and commotion, there was one figure who stood out from the rest, a man whose flamboyant attire and larger-than-life personality had quickly made him the talk of the town. He was known simply as the Paladin, a member of Joan's inner circle, who had accompanied her on her long journey from Domremy to the royal court. Clad in a magnificent costume of crimson velvet and gold brocade, with a plumed hat set at a jaunty angle upon his head and a rapier dangling from his belt, the Paladin cut a striking figure as he strutted through the village streets, his every move followed by admiring glances and whispered commentary. But it was in the local inn, a cosy, half-timbered building nestled in the heart of the village, that the Paladin truly came into his own. There, surrounded by a rapt audience of villagers and travellers alike, he would hold court each evening, regaling his listeners with tales of his adventures and exploits. "Gather round, my friends," he would cry, his voice booming out over the clamour of the crowded room. "For I have a tale to tell, a story of courage and valour, of heroes and villains, of love and loss and all the things that make this life worth living." And so, with a flourish of his cape and a twinkle in his eye, the Paladin would launch into his latest narrative, his words painting vivid pictures of far-off lands and epic battles, of daring escapes and narrow brushes with death. Unlike most storytellers who tended to recite their tales by rote, never deviating from the well-worn grooves of tradition and custom, the Paladin's stories were always fresh and new, each one more thrilling and dramatic than the last. He had a gift for embellishment, for taking the bare bones of a story and fleshing them out with all the colour and detail of a master artist. And nowhere was this gift more evident than in his accounts of the battles he had fought alongside Joan and her army. With each telling, the clashes grew more fierce and bloody, the enemies more numerous and formidable, and the stakes higher and more desperate. "There we were, my friends," he would say, his voice dropping to a hushed, conspiratorial whisper. "Surrounded on all sides by the English dogs, their swords and spears glinting in the sunlight like the teeth of some great ravenous beast. But did we falter? Did we turn tail and run? No, my friends, we did not. For we had the maid with us, and in her presence there was no force on earth that could stand against us." As the days turned into weeks and the wait for news from the royal court grew ever more interminable, the paladin's stories became the talk of the town, drawing larger and more enthusiastic crowds each evening. Folk would come from miles around just to hear him speak, their eyes wide with wonder and their hearts filled with a newfound sense of pride and patriotism. But there was one story in particular that seemed to capture the imagination of the villagers more than any other, a tale so grand and epic in scope that it soon became the stuff of legend throughout the land. It was the story of Joan's audience with the Dauphin, and with each telling, it grew more elaborate and awe-inspiring. At first, the paladin had been deeply distressed to learn that he would not be allowed to accompany Joan into the royal presence, his dreams of glory and recognition dashed by the cruel whims of court protocol. But as the days passed and the excitement of the town grew ever more fevered, he began to spin a new narrative, one in which he played a central and heroic role. "Ah, my friends," he would say, his eyes twinkling with mischief and delight, "you should have seen it. The great hall of the palace lined with tapestries of gold and silver, the air thick with the scent of incense and the sound of 1,000 voices raised in song. And there, at the far end of the chamber, seated upon a throne of pure ivory, was the Dauphin himself, resplendent in robes of purple and ermine." As the paladin spoke, his audience would lean forward in their seats, their eyes wide and their mouths agape with wonder and awe. For in his telling, the audience with the Dauphin became a thing of myth and legend, a moment of such grandeur and significance that it seemed almost too wondrous to be true. With each passing day, the tale grew more elaborate and involved, the details more vivid and precise. The hall became longer and more magnificent, the crowd of courtiers more numerous and splendidly attired. Even the number of trumpets that had announced Joan's arrival began to multiply, until it seemed as if the very heavens themselves had split open with a fanfare of celestial music. And at the centre of it all, of course, was the paladin himself, his role in the proceedings growing more prominent and heroic with each retelling. In one version of the story, he was the one who had boldly stepped forward to introduce Joan to the Dauphin, his voice ringing out clear and strong in the hushed silence of the chamber. In another, he was the one who had stood at Joan's side throughout the audience, his hand resting reassuringly on the hilt of his sword, ready to defend her against any threat or danger. But perhaps the most dramatic moment of all came in the paladin's final telling of the tale, when he reached the climax of the audience itself. With a flourish of his hand and a voice trembling with emotion, he described how the Dauphin had risen from his throne and approached Joan, his eyes filled with tears of joy and wonder. "And then, my friends," the paladin cried, his face flushed with excitement and his eyes blazing with a fierce, triumphant light. Then the Dauphin took from his own finger a ring of purest gold, set with a stone of such brilliance that it seemed to capture the very light of heaven itself, and he placed it upon the maid's hand, a token of his esteem and his gratitude for all that she had done and all that she would do for France. At this, the crowd in the inn erupted in a great cheer, their voices rising in a chorus of joy and exultation. For in that moment they too felt as if they had been a part of something greater than themselves, a moment of such transcendent beauty and significance that it would be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. And as the paladin basked in the glow of his audience's adoration, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction, he knew that he had found his true calling, his reason for being. For in the telling of stories, in the weaving of tales that could inspire and uplift the human spirit, He had discovered a power and a purpose that went beyond mere words and phrases. And so, with a final flourish of his cape and a jaunty tip of his hat, the paladin strode from the inn into the night, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, secure in the knowledge that he had left behind him a legacy that would endure long after he himself had passed from this earth. Chapter 15. The Trials of Joan of Arc. As the days turned into weeks and the excitement of Joan's arrival at the royal court began to fade, a new sense of unease and uncertainty crept over the ancient halls of Chinon. For while the Dauphin himself had been won over by the young maid's sincerity and devotion, there were many among his advisers and courtiers who remained deeply sceptical of her claims. Chief among these was the Archbishop of Reims, a tall, austere man with a face like a hawk and eyes that glittered with a cold, calculating light. As one of the most powerful and influential figures in the French church, he had long been a close confidant of the Dauphin, and his word carried great weight in the affairs of state. From the moment he had first laid eyes on Joan, the Archbishop had been filled with a deep and abiding sense of unease. There was something about the young maid that unsettled him, a quality that seemed to defy easy explanation or understanding. And as he watched her move through the court with a grace and poise that belied her humble origins, he could not shake the feeling that she posed a threat to the established order of things. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of grim determination, the Archbishop set about the task of unravelling the mystery of Joan of Arc. He appointed a commission of learned theologians and scholars to examine her claims, to probe the depths of her faith and the nature of her visions. Day after day, Joan was summoned before the commission, her every word and gesture scrutinized for any hint of heresy or deception. The questioning was relentless and often brutal, with the learned men of the church using all their cunning and erudition to try to catch her in a lie or a contradiction. But through it all, Joan remained steadfast and unwavering, her faith and her convictions shining through like a beacon in the darkness. She spoke with a clarity and a directness that left her interrogators stunned and amazed, her words ringing with the force of unshakable truth. Among those who watched these proceedings with growing admiration and respect was the Duke of Alençon, a young nobleman who had recently been ransomed from English captivity. From the moment he had first laid eyes on Joan, he had been struck by the depth of her devotion and the strength of her spirit. As he listened to her speak, her voice filled with a passion and a conviction that seemed to come from another world altogether, he felt a stirring in his heart, a sense of hope and possibility that he had never known before. And he knew with a certainty that transcended mere mortal understanding that this young maid was destined for greatness. In the days that followed, the Duke became one of Joan's most ardent supporters, using his influence and his connections to help her navigate the treacherous waters of the royal court. He gifted her with a magnificent warhorse, a beast of such power and grace that it seemed almost an extension of Joan herself. And as he watched her ride that horse through the streets of Chinon, her armour glinting in the sunlight and her banner held high, he knew that he was witnessing the birth of a legend, a figure who would be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. But even as Joan's star began to rise, the forces arrayed against her grew more powerful and more determined with each passing day. The commission of theologians, unable to find any clear evidence of heresy or deception in her words or deeds, decided to take their investigation to the next level. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of grim foreboding, Joan was summoned to the city of Poitiers, where a full ecclesiastical court had been convened to examine her case in detail. The trial that followed was one of the most intense and grueling of Joan's young life, a test of faith and endurance that would have broken a lesser soul. For days on end, she was questioned and cross-examined by some of the most brilliant minds in the French church, men who had spent decades studying the intricacies of theology and the subtleties of church doctrine. They probed her every word and gesture, searching for any sign of weakness or contradiction. But Joan, her spirit fortified by the unshakable conviction of her divine mission, met every challenge with a calm and a clarity that left her interrogators stunned and amazed. She spoke with a simplicity and a directness that cut through the fog of rhetoric and sophistry like a knife through butter. When they asked her about the nature of her voices and visions, she replied with a quiet confidence that seemed to come from another realm altogether. "I know that they come from God," she said, her voice filled with a serene and unshakable certainty. "And I know that I am called to do His will, to lead the armies of France to victory, and to see the Dauphin crowned as the rightful king." And when they pressed her on the finer points of theology, trying to trap her in a web of abstract reasoning and intellectual gamesmanship, she simply shrugged and smiled. "I am not a theologian," she said, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "I am a simple maid, called by God to do His work, and that is all that matters in the end." Through it all, Joan remained unbroken and unbowed, her faith and her conviction shining through like a beacon in the darkness. And slowly but surely, as the days turned into weeks and the trial ground on with no end in sight, something began to change in the hearts and minds of her interrogators. Where once they had been filled with skepticism and suspicion, now they began to feel a growing sense of awe and wonder at the depth of Joan's devotion and the strength of her spirit. And one by one, they began to come over to her side, to see in her the hand of God at work in the world. In the end, after countless hours of questioning and deliberation, the court at Poitiers reached a unanimous verdict. Joan of Arc, they declared, was a true and faithful servant of God, a maid of unimpeachable virtue and unshakable faith. And with that verdict, the tide of history began to turn. The Dauphin, his doubts and hesitations swept away by the force of Joan's conviction, threw his full support behind her mission. And the people of France, their hearts stirred by the tale of the miraculous maid and her divine calling, rallied to her banner in ever-growing numbers. For Joan of Arc, the trials and tribulations of Poitiers had been a crucible, a test of faith and endurance that had forged her into something more than mortal. And as she rode forth from the city, her armour gleaming in the sunlight and her eyes filled with the fire of divine purpose, she knew that her true destiny was only just beginning. With the wind at her back and the hand of God guiding her every step, Joan of Arc set out to change the course of history, to lead her beloved France to a future of hope and glory that had once seemed nothing more than an impossible dream. And in the hearts and minds of all who saw her, there was born a new and unshakable faith, a belief in the power of the human spirit to triumph over even the darkest of odds. For Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had shown them the way, had given them a glimpse of a world beyond the veil of suffering and despair. And in the light of her example, they knew that anything was possible, that the future was theirs to shape and to mould as they saw fit. Chapter 16. The Ascent of the Maid. As the days turned into weeks, and the news of Joan's vindication at Poitiers spread like wildfire across the land, a new sense of hope and excitement began to take hold in the hearts of the French people. For too long, they had lived under the shadow of English domination, their once proud nation reduced to a mere vassal state, its honour and dignity trampled beneath the boots of foreign invaders. But now, with the emergence of this remarkable young woman from the hills of Domremy, everything seemed to be changing. Joan's unwavering faith, her unshakable conviction in the righteousness of her cause, had struck a chord deep within the French psyche, awakening a long-dormant sense of national pride and purpose. Everywhere she went, Joan was greeted by throngs of adoring supporters, their faces alight with a fervour and a passion that had not been seen in France for generations. They came from all walks of life, peasants and noblemen, soldiers and merchants, men and women alike, all united in their devotion to this extraordinary maid and her divine mission. Even the commission that had been sent to Lorraine to investigate Joan's background, a group of churchmen and scholars hand-picked by Tremouille and his allies to discredit her, found themselves won over by the force of her personality and the depth of her faith. After weeks of thorough examination and questioning, they returned to Chinon with a glowing report, declaring Joan to be a true and faithful servant of God, a maid of unimpeachable virtue and unshakable conviction. The impact of this report on the French court was electric. Suddenly, all the doubts and hesitations that had held back the Dauphin and his advisers were swept away in a tide of renewed enthusiasm and determination. The time for action had come, and Joan of Arc would lead the way. In the days that followed, a flurry of activity swept through the halls of Chinon as preparations were made for the great campaign that lay ahead. Soldiers were mustered and equipped, supplies were gathered and organised, and a sense of purpose and direction began to take hold of the once fractious French leadership. At the centre of it all was Joan herself, a figure of calm and unwavering resolve amidst the chaos and confusion of war. Day and night she worked tirelessly to rally her troops and inspire them with her vision of a France reborn, a nation freed from the yoke of English oppression and restored to its rightful place among the powers of Europe. One of the most striking symbols of Joan's growing influence and authority was the way she dressed. From the moment she had first set foot in Chinon, she had insisted on wearing men's clothing, a practical necessity given the rigours of military life. But to many in the French church, this was a grave violation of social and religious norms, a sign of moral depravity and a threat to the very fabric of Christian society. But Joan, with her customary directness and clarity, brushed aside these objections as if they were no more than a nuisance. "I must dress as I do," she declared, her voice ringing out with the force of unshakable conviction, "for it is the will of God that I should lead his armies and restore his kingdom. And in this, as in all things, I will follow where he leads, no matter the cost." Faced with such unwavering faith and determination, even the most ardent of Joan's critics were forced to back down. And when the leading theologians of the University of Poitiers, after much deliberation and debate, finally issued a formal opinion declaring that Joan's male attire was not only permissible but necessary given her divinely ordained role, it was as if the last remaining obstacle to her ascent had been swept away. The final and most decisive sign of Joan's growing power and influence came on a warm spring day in late April, when a royal decree was issued naming her as the General-in-Chief of the French armies. The announcement sent shockwaves through the court and the country as people struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what had just happened. Never before in French history had a woman been granted such a high and exalted rank, let alone a peasant girl from a small village in the hills of Lorraine. But Joan, with her unshakable faith and her indomitable spirit, had accomplished the impossible, had shattered the barriers of gender and class that had held back so many for so long. As the news of her appointment spread throughout the land, the French people erupted in a frenzy of joy and celebration. In towns and villages across the country, church bells rang out in triumph, bonfires were lit, and crowds gathered to cheer and sing the praises of the Maid of Orleans, the saviour of France. For Joan herself, the moment was one of quiet satisfaction and steely determination. She knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, that she would face dangers and challenges beyond anything she had ever known. But with the support of her king and her country behind her, and with the guiding hand of God to light her way, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. As she rode out from Chinon at the head of her army, her banner held high and her armour gleaming in the sun, Joan could not help but reflect on the incredible journey that had brought her to this moment. Just a few short months before, she had been a simple peasant girl, tending to her flocks and dreaming of a better life for herself and her country. But now, through the power of her faith and the strength of her conviction, she had become something more, had risen to a position of unparalleled influence and authority. She was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, the General-in-Chief of the French armies and the saviour of her people. And as she looked out over the sea of faces that stretched out before her, the thousands of soldiers and civilians who had gathered to witness this historic moment, Joan knew that her true destiny was only just beginning. With the wind at her back and the hand of God guiding her every step, she would lead her beloved France to a future of hope and glory, would strike a blow for freedom and justice that would echo through the ages. For Joan of Arc, the road to greatness had been long and arduous, a journey fraught with peril and sacrifice at every turn. But through it all, she had remained true to herself and to her divine calling, had held fast to the unshakable belief that she was meant for something more than the simple life of a peasant girl. And now, as she rode forth into the pages of history, her head held high and her eyes shining with the fire of divine purpose, Joan knew that she had found her true calling at last. She was a warrior, a leader, a saint in the making, and the world would never be the same again. Chapter 17. The Maid's Decree. As the sun rose over the ancient city of Blois, casting its warm golden light across the bustling streets and crowded squares, a sense of excitement and anticipation hung heavy in the air. For weeks now, the town had been a hive of activity, as soldiers and supplies poured in from all across France, drawn by the irresistible call of Joan of Arc and her divine mission. At the centre of it all stood Joan herself, a figure of calm and unwavering resolve amidst the chaos and confusion of war. From the moment she had arrived in Blois, she had thrown herself into the preparations for the coming campaign, working tirelessly to rally her troops and lay the groundwork for the great task that lay ahead. One of her first acts as General-in-Chief had been to send a letter to the English commanders at Orléans, a bold and uncompromising declaration of her intent and her authority. In language that was at once forceful and poetic, she demanded that the English withdraw from the city and from all the lands they had unjustly seized, or face the wrath of God and the might of the French army. "In the name of the King of Heaven," she wrote, her words ringing out with the force of divine conviction, "I command you to leave this land and return to your own country, for this is the will of God and the destiny of France, and I, Joan the Maid, have been chosen to see it done." The letter sent shockwaves through the English ranks as soldiers and commanders alike struggled to come to terms with this strange and unsettling new foe. Some dismissed Joan as a madwoman or a witch, a deluded peasant girl who had no business meddling in the affairs of war. But others, those who had heard the rumours of her miraculous deeds and her unshakable faith, began to feel a creeping sense of unease, a fear that they might indeed be facing something beyond their understanding. Meanwhile, in Blois itself, the preparations for the coming campaign were reaching a fever pitch. Under Joan's guidance and inspiration, a vast army was taking shape, as soldiers and supplies poured in from all across the land. The town's streets were filled with the clatter of hooves and the clank of armour, as knights and men-at-arms mustered for the great task that lay ahead. Among the most prominent of these was Etienne de Vignoles, better known as La Hire, a grizzled veteran of countless battles and a legend in his own right. From the moment he had first laid eyes on Joan, the old warrior had been struck by the force of her personality and the depth of her conviction, and he had pledged himself to her cause without hesitation. "I have fought in many wars," he declared, his voice gruff and filled with a quiet intensity, "and I have seen many leaders come and go. But never in all my days have I encountered a spirit like hers. She is a true saint, a vessel of the divine, and I will follow her to the ends of the earth and beyond." Alongside La Hire stood another figure of note, a man whose name would become forever linked with Joan's own. Jean d'Aulon, the faithful old retainer who had served the Dauphin's family for generations, had been appointed as Joan's chief of staff, a position of great responsibility and trust. Under his watchful eye, the army at Blois began to take on a new sense of purpose and direction. Supplies were stockpiled, weapons were forged and repaired, and a network of spies and informants was established to keep tabs on the enemy's movements and intentions. But even as the preparations for war consumed the attention of all those around her, Joan herself remained focused on a higher purpose, a calling that went beyond mere military strategy or political maneuvering. For her, the coming campaign was a holy crusade, a sacred mission ordained by God himself. And nowhere was this sense of divine purpose more evident than in the symbols and rituals that began to take shape around her. One day, as she knelt in prayer at the altar of the Church of Saint-Sulpice, Joan was seized by a sudden inspiration. Rising to her feet, she declared that she must have a sword, a weapon that would be both a symbol of her authority and a tool of God's will. Without hesitation, her followers set out to scour the town and the surrounding countryside, searching for a blade that would be worthy of their beloved leader. And after much searching and many false starts, they finally found what they were looking for, a sword of surpassing beauty and strength, hidden away in the ancient crypt of the church of St. Catherine de Fierbois. The sword, it was said, had once belonged to Charlemagne himself, the great Christian emperor who had united all of Europe under his rule. And as Joan took the blade in her hands, she knew that it was a sign from God, a confirmation of her divine mission and her destiny to lead France to victory. From that day forward, the sword of St. Catherine became one of the most potent symbols of Joan's authority and her faith. She wore it always at her side, a constant reminder of the great task that lay ahead and the strength that God had granted her to see it through. But the sword was not the only emblem of Joan's holy crusade. With the help of her faithful companions, she also designed a battle standard, a banner that would serve as a rallying point for her troops and a symbol of her divine purpose. The standard was a work of art, a shimmering expanse of white silk emblazoned with the image of the risen Christ, surrounded by a field of fleurs-de-lis, the golden lilies that were the emblem of the French monarchy. And beneath the image, in letters of gold, were the words that had become Joan's rallying cry, Jesus Maria. As the army at Blois began to take shape, Joan also set about the task of assembling her own personal household, a group of loyal followers who would serve as her inner circle and her closest confidants. Many of these were old friends and companions from her days in Domremy, like her faithful squire Jean de Metz and her childhood friend Joviette. But there were also newcomers, men and women drawn to Joan's cause by the force of her personality and the depth of her faith. Among these was a young noblewoman named Marguerite de Tourode, who would become one of Joan's most trusted advisors and confidants. Together, this small but dedicated band of followers formed the core of Joan's household, a tight-knit group of loyal servants and companions who would stand by her side through thick and thin, in victory and in defeat. But perhaps the most touching and symbolic moment of all came on the eve of the army's departure from Blois, when Joan called her old friend, the paladin, to her side. In a solemn and moving ceremony, she entrusted him with the honor of carrying her standard into battle, a gesture of trust and faith that brought tears to the eyes of all who witnessed it. "My friend," she said, her voice soft but filled with the fire of conviction, "you have been with me from the beginning, through all the trials and tribulations that have brought us to this moment. And now I ask you to take up this standard, to carry it into battle as a symbol of our faith and our purpose." The paladin, his eyes shining with emotion, took the standard from Joan's hands and held it aloft, his voice ringing out clear and strong across the assembled ranks. "I will carry it with honor," he declared, "and with the strength of God and the maid at my side, I will not falter or fail." As the army at Blois began its long march towards Orléans, Joan rode at its head, her armour shining in the sun and her standard held high, and all who saw her knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a leader touched by the hand of God and destined for greatness. For Joan of Arc, the road ahead would be long and perilous, a journey fraught with danger and sacrifice at every turn. But with the strength of her faith and the support of her loyal followers at her side, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, to strike a blow for freedom and justice that would echo through the ages. And as the people of France watched her go, their hearts filled with hope and wonder, they knew that they were witnessing the birth of a legend, a figure who would change the course of history and inspire generations to come. For Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had arrived at last, and the world would never be the same again. Chapter 18. The Maid's March. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the ancient city of Blois stirred to life. The narrow, winding streets echoed with the clatter of hooves and the clank of armour as soldiers and knights began to gather, their faces grim with determination and their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. At the centre of it all stood Joan of Arc, a figure of quiet intensity and unwavering resolve. In the days since her appointment as General-in-Chief of the French armies, she had thrown herself into the preparations for the coming campaign with a fervour and a focus that had astonished all who witnessed it. From the moment she had arrived in Blois, Joan had set about the task of assembling her forces, bringing together a diverse array of soldiers and commanders from all across the land. There were grizzled veterans of countless battles, their armor dented and their faces scarred by the ravages of war. There were young knights, eager to prove their worth and win glory on the field of battle. And there were common folk as well, farmers and labourers who had taken up arms in defence of their homes and their way of life. To lead this motley assortment of warriors, Joan had chosen some of the most experienced and respected commanders in all of France. Chief among these was Etienne de Vignoles, better known as La Hire, a towering figure of a man with a voice like thunder and a reputation for ferocity in battle that was second to none. La Hire had been sceptical of Joan at first, viewing her as little more than a peasant girl with delusions of grandeur. But as he watched her work, saw the way she inspired and motivated those around her, he began to see something more. There was a fire in her eyes, a sense of purpose and conviction that seemed to burn with an almost divine intensity. And so, when Joan had approached him and asked him to take command of a portion of her forces, La Hire had accepted without hesitation. He knew that he was witnessing something truly extraordinary, a moment in history that would be remembered for generations to come. As the preparations for the march to Orléans continued, Joan remained at the centre of it all, a figure of calm and unwavering focus amidst the chaos and confusion of war. She worked tirelessly to ensure that her soldiers were well equipped and well prepared, overseeing the distribution of weapons and supplies with a keen eye for detail. But even as she attended to the practical matters of warfare, Joan never lost sight of the greater purpose that drove her. She knew that the coming campaign was more than just a military operation. It was a holy crusade, a sacred mission ordained by God himself. And so, on the morning of the march, as the sun began to climb higher in the sky and the streets of Blois filled with the sounds of marching feet and clanking armour, Joan called her soldiers to her side. Standing atop a makeshift platform, her armour gleaming in the sun and her banner held high, she addressed the assembled troops with a voice that rang out clear and strong. "My friends," she said, her eyes blazing with the fire of conviction, "we stand today on the threshold of a great and glorious enterprise. The road ahead will be long and perilous, filled with danger and hardship at every turn. But we must not falter, for we go forth in the name of God and in defence of our beloved France." As she spoke, the soldiers around her seemed to stand a little taller, their faces hardening with resolve, and their hands tightening on their weapons. They knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a leader touched by the hand of God and destined for greatness. And then, with a final cry of Montjoie Saint-Denis, the ancient battle cry of the French armies, Joan spurred her horse forward, leading her troops out of the city and into the countryside beyond. As they marched, the soldiers of Joan's army sang songs of battle and glory, their voices rising in a joyous cacophony that seemed to fill the air itself. They knew that they were part of something greater than themselves, a holy crusade that would change the course of history and shape the future of France for generations to come. At the head of the column rode Joan herself, her armour shining in the sun and her banner held high. Beside her, carrying the sacred standard of the Maid, was her faithful friend and companion, the Paladin. To many of the soldiers in Joan's army, the Paladin was a figure of some mystery. They had heard the stories of his past, of his wild and reckless youth in the village of Domremy. Some even whispered that he was little more than a common thief and a scoundrel, unworthy of the high honour that Joan had bestowed upon him. But Joan knew better. She had seen something in the Paladin, a spark of courage and loyalty that burned beneath his rough exterior. And so, when the time had come to choose a standard-bearer for her army, she had not hesitated to call upon her old friend. Now, as they rode together at the head of the column, Joan and the Paladin shared a quiet moment of reflection. They knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, filled with challenges and obstacles at every turn. But they also knew that they had each other and the strength and support of the soldiers who followed them. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the sun climbed higher in the sky and the countryside rolled by, Joan's mind raced with thoughts of the battles to come. She knew that the English forces at Orléans were strong and well entrenched, with walls and fortifications that would not be easily breached. But she also knew that she had a secret weapon, a power that went beyond mere military might. She had the power of faith, the unshakable conviction that God was on her side and that victory was inevitable. And so, as the walls of Orléans came into view on the horizon, Joan felt a sense of calm descend upon her. She knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, filled with danger and sacrifice at every turn. But she also knew that she was ready, that she had been preparing for this moment her entire life. With the strength of her faith and the support of her soldiers at her side, she would lead her beloved France to victory, no matter the cost. As the sun began to set behind the walls of Orléans, casting long shadows across the countryside, Joan called her soldiers to a halt. They would make camp here for the night, gathering their strength and preparing for the battles to come. Around the campfires that evening, the soldiers of Joan's army swapped stories and sang songs, their faces flickering in the firelight. They spoke of their homes and their families, of the loved ones they had left behind to follow the maid into battle. And as Joan moved among them, offering words of encouragement and comfort, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and gratitude. These were her people, the brave and loyal souls who had answered the call to defend their homeland and their way of life. Together they would face the challenges ahead with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. They were the army of the maid, the chosen ones of God, and nothing could stand in their way. And so, as the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead, Joan retired to her tent, her mind filled with thoughts of the battles to come. She knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, filled with danger and uncertainty at every turn. But she also knew that she had the strength and the courage to see it through, to lead her beloved France to victory, and to fulfill the sacred mission that had been entrusted to her. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, and with the power of God at her side, there was nothing she could not achieve. Chapter 19. The Maid's Reformation. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the bustling encampment at Blois, Joan of Arc rode through the narrow streets, her brow furrowed with concern. Beside her, mounted on a sturdy warhorse, rode her faithful companion Noel, his eyes scanning the scene before them with a mixture of apprehension and disgust. Everywhere they looked, the camp was a hive of activity, a seething mass of humanity that seemed to pulse with a wild, chaotic energy. Soldiers and camp followers mingled freely, their voices raised in boisterous laughter and raucous song. Dice games and drinking contests were in full swing, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the pungent odour of unwashed bodies. But beneath the surface of this crude revelry, there was a darker undercurrent, a sense of lawlessness and depravity that threatened to undermine the very foundations of Joan's holy mission. Prostitutes plied their trade openly, their painted faces and gaudy attire a garish contrast to the grim-faced soldiers who sought their services. Thieves and cutpurses moved among the crowds, their nimble fingers darting in and out of pockets and purses with practiced ease. As Joan took in the scene before her, her heart sank with a sudden, sickening realization. This was not the army of God that she had envisioned, not the noble crusade that would drive the English from the land and restore the rightful king to his throne. This was a rabble, a mob of sinners and reprobates who cared nothing for honour or duty, who sought only their own base pleasures and desires. But Joan was not one to let despair overtake her, not even in the darkest of moments. With a grim set to her jaw and a fire burning in her eyes, she turned to Noel and spoke, her voice low and intense. "This cannot stand," she said, her gaze sweeping the encampment with a fierce, unyielding intensity. "We must bring order to this chaos, discipline to this unruly mob, and we must do it now before it is too late." Noel nodded, his own face a mirror of Joan's determination. Together they rode deeper into the camp, seeking out the one man who might help them in their quest to bring order to this unruly horde. They found him in a large, open-sided tent, hunched over a crude wooden table, his eyes fixed on a map of the surrounding countryside. He was a giant of a man with a wild, untamed beard and a voice like rolling thunder. His name was Lahire, and he was one of the most feared and respected soldiers in all of France. As Joan and Noel approached, Lahire looked up, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of this strange young woman in her gleaming armour. "What do you want?" he growled, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I have no time for idle chatter or foolish games." But Joan was not intimidated by his gruff demeanour, not even for a moment. She met his gaze with a fierce, unwavering intensity, her voice ringing out clear and strong. "I am Joan of Arc," she said, her head held high and her eyes blazing with the fire of conviction. "And I have been sent by God to lead this army to victory against the English." For a moment, Lahire simply stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, a smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of something like respect flickering in his eyes. "I have heard of you," he said, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "The Maid of Orleans, they call you. The one who hears the voices of saints and angels." Joan nodded, her own face breaking into a smile of quiet satisfaction. "That is what they call me," she said, her voice filled with a calm, unshakable certainty. "And I have come to Blois to bring order to this army, to make it a force worthy of the great task that lies ahead." Lahire's smile widened, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his eyes. "And how do you propose to do that?" he asked, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms over his broad chest. "These men are soldiers, not saints. They fight for pay and plunder, not for God or country." But Joan was not deterred by his skepticism, not even for a moment. "Then we must make them into something more," she said, her voice ringing with the force of unshakable conviction. "We must inspire them with a sense of higher purpose, a calling that goes beyond mere earthly rewards." And with that, she set to work, moving through the camp like a whirlwind of righteous fury. With Lahire at her side, she began to impose a new order on the unruly mob, a discipline that was at once firm and unyielding. She expelled the prostitutes and the gamblers, the thieves and the drunkards. She banned the use of profanity and the taking of God's name in vain, and she instituted a strict regime of religious observance, requiring every soldier to confess his sins and attend Mass on a regular basis. At first the men grumbled and resisted, unused to such stringent demands on their behaviour. But as the days passed and Joan's influence began to take hold, something began to change in the very fabric of the camp itself. The wild, chaotic energy that had once dominated the encampment began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of purpose and discipline that was at once inspiring and infectious. Men who had once spent their days in idle debauchery now threw themselves into their training with a renewed sense of vigour and enthusiasm, their faces shining with the light of a holy purpose. And at the centre of it all was Joan herself, a figure of quiet strength and unwavering conviction. She moved among the men like a beacon of hope and inspiration, her very presence seeming to fill them with a sense of courage and determination that they had never known before. Even Lahire, the grizzled old warrior who had seen 100 battles and 1,000 campaigns, found himself drawn to her, his rough exterior softening in the face of her gentle strength and unshakable faith. One evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon and the shadows lengthened across the camp, Joan found him alone in his tent, his head bowed in silent contemplation. For a moment she simply watched him, taking in the sight of this proud, fierce man brought low by the weight of his own thoughts. Then, softly, almost hesitantly, she spoke, her voice filled with a quiet compassion that seemed to reach out and touch him in some deep, profound way. "You are troubled, my friend," she said, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "What weighs so heavily on your mind?" Lahire looked up at her, his eyes filled with a sudden, unexpected vulnerability. "I am a soldier," he said, his voice rough and unsteady. "I have killed men and seen men killed, more than I can count. And now, in the twilight of my life, I find myself wondering, what is it all for? What purpose does it serve, this endless cycle of violence and bloodshed?" Joan smiled, her eyes shining with a gentle, radiant light. "It serves the purpose that God has set before us," she said, her voice filled with a calm, unshakable certainty. "To defend the weak and the innocent, to fight for what is right and just in this world. And in doing so, we honor him and fulfill the sacred duty that he has entrusted to us." Lahire nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You make it sound so simple," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of wistful longing. "As if the world were a place of black and white, good and evil with no shades of grey in between." But Joan shook her head, her smile widening with a sudden mischievous glint. "Oh, there are plenty of shades of grey," she said, her voice filled with a playful, teasing lilt. "But that doesn't mean we can't strive for something better, something higher than ourselves. And who knows? Perhaps in doing so we might just find a bit of colour in this drab, dreary world of ours." Lahire laughed, a deep rumbling sound that seemed to fill the tent with a sudden, unexpected warmth. "You are a strange one, Joan of Arc," he said, his eyes twinkling with a newfound sense of affection and respect. "But perhaps that is exactly what this army needs. What France needs in this darkest of hours." Joan nodded, her own laughter joining with his in a moment of pure, unbridled joy. And in that moment she knew that she had found more than just an ally in this gruff, battle-hardened warrior. She had found a friend, a kindred spirit who would stand by her side through whatever trials and tribulations lay ahead. And with that knowledge, that unshakable sense of purpose and camaraderie, Joan of Arc rode out at the head of her army, ready to face the English and the challenges that lay ahead. For she knew, deep in her heart, that with God as her guide and the strength of her companions at her side, there was nothing she could not achieve, no obstacle she could not overcome. And as the sun rose over the distant hills, casting its warm, golden light across the land, Joan couldn't help but smile, a smile of pure, radiant joy. For she knew deep in her heart that this was only the beginning, the first step on a journey that would change the course of history and shape the destiny of France for generations to come. Chapter 20. The Maid's March to Orléans. As the sun rose over the horizon, casting its warm golden light across the rolling hills and verdant fields of the Loire Valley, Joan of Arc rode at the head of her army, her banner held high and her armour glinting in the early morning light. Beside her, mounted on a sturdy war-horse, rode the Duke of Alençon, his face set with a grim determination that matched her own. Behind them, stretching out as far as the eye could see, marched the rest of Joan's force, a vast and motley array of soldiers and camp followers, priests and artisans, all united in their devotion to the young woman who had come to lead them to victory. They sang as they marched, their voices rising in a joyous chorus that seemed to fill the air itself, a hymn of praise and thanksgiving to the God who had sent them their saviour. But even as the army made its way through the countryside, their spirits buoyed by the promise of the battles to come, Joan could sense a growing unease among some of her commanders, a scepticism and doubt that threatened to undermine the very foundations of their cause. Chief among these was the Marshal de Boussac, a grizzled veteran of countless campaigns who had seen more than his share of would-be saviours come and go. He rode up alongside Joan, his brow furrowed with concern, his eyes narrowed with a deep and abiding suspicion. "My lady," he said, his voice low and urgent, "I must speak with you plainly. This plan of yours to march directly on Orléans and confront the English head-on, it is madness. We are outnumbered and outmatched, facing an enemy who has held the city for months. Surely there must be another way, a more cautious approach that would allow us to—" But Joan cut him off with a sharp, unyielding glare, her eyes blazing with the fire of conviction. "There is no other way," she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call across the ranks of her soldiers. "God has called me to this task, to lead the armies of France to victory against the English invaders, and I will not rest until that task is done, no matter the cost." The marshal fell silent, cowed by the sheer force of Joan's will, and as the army marched on, winding its way through the hills and valleys of the Loire, Joan could feel a growing sense of purpose and destiny taking hold of her, a certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be, doing exactly what she had been called to do. But even as she revelled in the glory of the moment, Joan knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, fraught with danger and uncertainty at every turn. And as the walls of Orléans came into view on the horizon, she steeled herself for the battles to come, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the strength and courage that had brought her this far. As the army drew closer to the city, Joan called a halt, her keen eyes scanning the surrounding countryside for any sign of the enemy. She knew that the English were out there somewhere, watching and waiting, ready to strike at the first sign of weakness or hesitation. But Joan was not one to be easily daunted, not even in the face of such overwhelming odds. With a quick, decisive nod to her commanders, she ordered the army to make camp, to rest and gather their strength for the trials that lay ahead. As the tents were pitched and the fires lit, Joan called a council of war, gathering her generals and advisers around her to discuss the best course of action. And it was here, in the privacy of her command tent, that the true depth of the divisions within her army began to reveal themselves. Some, like the Duke of Alençon, were eager to press on, to strike at the heart of the English defences and break the siege of Orléans once and for all. Others, like the Marshal de Boussac, urged caution and restraint, warning of the dangers of a direct assault on such a heavily fortified position. But Joan, her eyes shining with the light of divine inspiration, knew that there could be no half measures, no compromise in the face of such a vital and sacred task. And so, with a voice that rang out like a trumpet blast, she declared her intention to cross the Loire and attack the English head-on, to drive them from the walls of Orléans and restore the city to its rightful king. There was a moment of stunned silence, broken only by the crackling of the campfires and the distant sounds of the night. Then, slowly, one by one, the generals began to nod their assent, their doubts and reservations swept away by the sheer force of Joan's conviction. And so, as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Joan led her army across the Loire, their banners held high and their hearts filled with the fire of holy purpose. They marched through the morning mist, their armour glinting in the pale, watery light, their voices raised in a hymn of praise and thanksgiving to the God who had sent them their saviour. But even as they drew closer to the walls of Orléans, Joan could sense a growing unease among her soldiers, a fear and trepidation that threatened to undermine their resolve. Many had heard the stories of the English defences, of the towering walls and the deadly rain of arrows that awaited any who dared to approach. And so, as they made their way through the winding streets of the city's outskirts, Joan called a halt once more, her eyes searching the faces of her soldiers for any sign of wavering or doubt. And when she found it, she knew that she must act, must find a way to inspire and uplift them, to remind them of the great and glorious purpose that had brought them to this place and time. With a quick, decisive nod to her standard-bearer, Joan raised her banner high, the sacred image of Christ and the Virgin Mary fluttering in the breeze. And as she rode out before her troops, her armour shining like the sun itself, she began to speak, her voice ringing out like a clarion call across the ranks of her soldiers. "Men of France," she cried, her eyes blazing with the fire of holy zeal, "we stand today on the threshold of a great and glorious victory, a triumph that will echo through the ages and shake the very foundations of the world. For too long the English have held our beloved Orléans in their grasp, have ravaged our lands and oppressed our people, but no more. Today we will drive them from our soil, will cast them out like the demons they are, and restore our city to its rightful king and its rightful people." A great cheer went up from the ranks of Joan's army, a roar of approval and acclamation that seemed to fill the air itself. And as Joan rode out before them, her banner held high and her sword at the ready, they knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a leader and a visionary who would stop at nothing to see her sacred mission through to the end. And so, with a final cry of Montjoie Saint-Denis, Joan led her army into the heart of Orléans, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the strength and courage of a true warrior of God. As they made their way through the narrow, winding streets of the city, Joan could feel the eyes of the people upon her, could sense the hope and the wonder that filled their hearts at the sight of this strange and miraculous maiden who had come to save them from their plight. Everywhere she looked, she saw the signs of the English occupation, the boarded-up windows and the deserted marketplaces, the haunted looks on the faces of the men and women who had endured so much suffering and hardship. And yet, even in the midst of such despair and desolation, Joan could sense a growing sense of excitement and anticipation, a feeling that something great and momentous was about to unfold. As they approached the city's central square, Joan saw a great crowd gathered there, a sea of faces filled with joy and amazement at the sight of their saviour. And as she rode out before them, her banner held high and her armour gleaming in the sunlight, a great cry went up from the people of Orléans, a shout of triumph and exultation that seemed to shake the very heavens themselves. "The maid!" they cried, their voices rising in a chorus of praise and thanksgiving. "The maid has come to save us, to deliver us from the clutches of the English devils." And Joan, her heart swelling with a fierce and holy joy, knew that she had found her true calling at last, that she had been chosen by God Himself to lead her people to victory and salvation. With a final triumphant cry, she raised her sword to the heavens, the blade flashing in the sunlight like a beacon of hope and deliverance. And as the people of Orléans cheered and wept with a joy they had never known before, Joan knew that the true battle was only just beginning, that the road ahead would be long and perilous and fraught with danger at every turn. But she also knew that she was ready, that she had been preparing for this moment her entire life, and with the strength of her faith and the courage of her convictions, she would lead her beloved France to a future of hope and glory, would strike a blow for freedom and justice that would echo through the ages and inspire generations to come. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, the chosen one of God, and with the power of the divine flowing through her veins, there was nothing she could not achieve, no enemy she could not overcome, no obstacle she could not surmount. And so, with a heart full of joy and a soul ablaze with holy purpose, Joan rode out to meet her destiny, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the unwavering faith and indomitable spirit that had brought her to this moment of triumph and glory. Chapter 21. The Maid's Challenge. As the sun rose over the city of Blois, casting its warm, golden light across the bustling streets and crowded squares, Joan of Arc stood atop the ramparts of the ancient castle, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Beside her, a small group of soldiers and attendants waited in respectful silence, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and trepidation at the sight of this strange and miraculous maiden who had come to lead them to victory. For days now, Joan had been hard at work, preparing her army for the great task that lay ahead. She had drilled them tirelessly, honing their skills and instilling in them a sense of discipline and purpose that had long been lacking in the ranks of the French military. And she had prayed with them too, leading them in daily devotions and beseeching the aid of the saints and angels in their holy cause. But now, as she gazed out across the rolling hills and verdant fields of the Loire Valley, Joan knew that the time for preparation was over. The English were out there, entrenched in their strongholds and fortresses, their grip on the land of France growing tighter with each passing day. And if she was to drive them out, to fulfill the sacred mission that had been entrusted to her by God Himself, she would need to act, and act soon. With a quick, decisive nod to one of her attendants, Joan unrolled a scroll of parchment, the ink still wet from the quill that had scribed the words upon it. and in a voice that rang out like a clarion call across the ramparts, she began to read, her words a challenge and a warning to the English invaders who had so long oppressed her beloved France. To you, Henry, who call yourself King of England, and to you, Duke of Bedford, who style yourself Regent of France, she began, her eyes flashing with a fierce and holy light. In the name of the King of Heaven, I, Joan the Maid, command you to withdraw your forces from the land of France and to return to your own country. For this territory has been given by God to Charles, the true and rightful King of France, and it is his by divine right and inheritance. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers and officials, taking in their reactions to her bold and uncompromising words. Some, like the Duke of Alençon, nodded their approval, their faces alight with the fire of patriotic fervour. Others, like the wily and calculating Regnault de Chartres, Archbishop of Reims and chief adviser to the Dauphin, looked on with a cool and assessing gaze, their minds already whirring with the calculations of statecraft and diplomacy. But Joan paid them no heed, her attention fixed solely on the task at hand. With a voice that grew louder and more impassioned with each passing word, she continued her proclamation, her words a challenge and a warning to the enemies of France. "And if you do not heed this command," she declared, her eyes blazing with the fire of righteous indignation, "then I, Joan the Maid, will come upon you with such a great force that it will be remembered for all eternity. For I am sent by God to drive you out of France and to restore this land to its rightful king and its rightful people." A great cheer went up from the assembled soldiers, their voices rising in a chorus of approval and acclamation. But even as they celebrated the boldness and courage of their young leader, Joan could sense a growing unease among some of the more experienced commanders, a scepticism and doubt that threatened to undermine the very foundations of their cause. Chief among these was the Marshal de Boussac, a grizzled veteran of countless campaigns who had seen more than his share of upstart commanders come and go. With a furrowed brow and a voice heavy with concern, he approached Joan, his eyes filled with a deep and abiding wariness. "My lady," he said, his tone carefully measured and respectful, "I mean no disrespect, but I must ask, do you truly believe that we can defeat the English with such a small and untested force? They are entrenched in their positions, well supplied and well defended. It will take more than bold words and brave speeches to dislodge them." Joan turned to face him, her eyes shining with the light of unshakable conviction. "I understand your concerns, Marshal," she said, her voice calm and assured. "But you must have faith. God has called me to this task, and he will not abandon us in our hour of need. We must trust in his guidance and in the strength and courage of our own hearts." The Marshal nodded, his doubts and reservations momentarily quelled by the force of Joan's words. But even as he stepped back into the ranks of his fellow commanders, Joan could sense the undercurrents of tension and uncertainty that rippled through the army, the fear and trepidation that threatened to undermine their resolve. Determined to press on, Joan dispatched a group of heralds to the English lines, bearing a copy of her proclamation and a personal challenge to the enemy commanders. She knew that the English were proud and haughty, their confidence bolstered by their long string of victories over the French. But she also knew that they were not invincible, that they could be beaten if only the French could find the courage and the will to stand against them. For hours, Joan waited anxiously for word from her heralds, pacing the ramparts of the castle and gazing out across the countryside with a fierce and watchful eye. And when at last they returned, their faces grim and their eyes filled with a mixture of anger and dejection, she knew that the English had rejected her challenge, had scorned her words as the ravings of a mere peasant girl. But Joan was not deterred, her resolve only strengthened by the stubborn defiance of her enemies. With a voice that rang out like a trumpet blast across the gathered troops, she called them to arms, her words a rallying cry that stirred their hearts and steeled their courage for the battles to come. "Men of France!" she cried, her banner held high and her armour glinting in the sun. "The English have rejected my offer of peace, have spat upon the holy cause that we have undertaken. But we will not be swayed by their arrogance, will not be cowed by their threats and their taunts. For we fight not for ourselves alone, but for the future of France, for the freedom and dignity of our people." A great roar went up from the assembled soldiers, their voices joining together in a chorus of defiance and determination. And as Joan looked out over the sea of upturned faces, the shining eyes and the clenched fists, she knew that they were ready, that they would follow her to the very gates of hell itself if she asked it of them. But even as the army prepared to march, to set out on the long and perilous road to Orléans, Joan could sense the machinations of her enemies at work, the whispers and the intrigues that swirled around her like a gathering storm. For Regnault de Chartres, ever the cunning and manipulative politician, had been busy behind the scenes, sowing doubts and dissension among the ranks of the French commanders. With honeyed words and false promises, he had sought to undermine Joan's authority, to turn the army against her and the cause she represented. And for a time, it seemed as though he might succeed, as though the forces arrayed against Joan might prove too strong even for her indomitable will and unshakable faith. But in the end, it was Dunois, the brave and loyal bastard of Orléans, who stepped forward to save the day, his voice ringing out like a clarion call across the gathered troops. "My friends," he cried, his eyes shining with the light of unwavering conviction, "we stand today on the brink of a great and glorious enterprise, a holy crusade that will be remembered for all time. And at the head of this crusade stands Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, chosen by God himself to lead us to victory." At his words, a great cheer went up from the assembled soldiers, their voices rising in a chorus of support and acclamation. And as Joan looked out over the sea of upturned faces, the shining eyes and the clenched fists, she knew that they were with her, that they would follow her to the very end of the earth if she asked it of them. And so, with a heart full of courage and a soul ablaze with holy purpose, Joan of Arc set out on the road to Orléans, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the unwavering faith and indomitable spirit that had brought her to this moment of destiny. For she knew, deep in her heart, that this was only the beginning, that the true test of her strength and her conviction was yet to come. But with the power of God flowing through her veins and the love of France burning in her breast, there was nothing she could not achieve, no enemy she could not overcome, no obstacle she could not surmount. And as the sun sank slowly behind the distant hills, casting the land in a warm and golden glow, Joan rode at the head of her army, her banner held high and her eyes fixed on the horizon, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the courage and the determination that had made her a legend in her own time, a shining beacon of hope and inspiration for all the ages to come. Chapter 22. The Rose of Orléans. In the golden light of a warm spring evening, the grand halls of the Boucher residence echoed with the lively chatter and melodious laughter of Orléans's most esteemed citizens. The air was thick with the heady scent of perfume and the rustle of fine silks as the city's elite gathered to bask in the presence of the maid and her closest companions. For the protagonist and his friends, humble soldiers more accustomed to the grit and grime of the battlefield than the glittering opulence of high society, it was a dizzying and intoxicating experience. They found themselves swept up in a whirlwind of social engagements, their days filled with lavish feasts and their nights with music and dancing that stretched into the early hours of the morning. At the centre of it all was Catherine Boucher, the beautiful and vivacious daughter of their esteemed host. With her sparkling blue eyes, cascading golden curls, and a smile that could light up even the darkest of rooms, she was the uncontested belle of every gathering, the object of admiration and desire for every man in attendance. The protagonist, like his companions, found himself utterly smitten by Catherine's charms. He would watch her from across the room, his heart racing and his palms damp with nervousness, marvelling at the way she seemed to glide effortlessly through the crowd, her laughter tinkling like silver bells. In his mind, he couldn't help but compare her to Joan, the other shining star in his life. While Joan possessed a quiet, almost otherworldly beauty, with eyes that seemed to see straight into the depths of one's soul, Catherine's allure was more earthly and immediate, a warm and inviting glow that drew people to her like moths to a flame. But as the days wore on, the protagonist began to feel a growing sense of unease, a nagging frustration that gnawed at him like a persistent itch. For while he and his friends were content to bask in Catherine's presence, to savour the fleeting moments of her attention like precious jewels, there was one among them who seemed determined to monopolise her every waking moment. The paladin, with his boisterous laugh and his endless supply of outrageous stories, had quickly become the darling of the Boucher household. He would hold court in the grand salon, his voice booming out over the assembled guests as he regaled them with tales of his exploits on the battlefield, each one more fantastical and embellished than the last. Catherine, much to the protagonist's chagrin, seemed utterly enchanted by the paladin's stories. She would sit at his feet, her eyes wide with wonder and her lips parted in a constant smile, hanging on his every word as though it were gospel truth. The protagonist, watching from the sidelines, felt a hot, prickly sensation rising in his chest, a bitter cocktail of jealousy and resentment that threatened to choke him. He longed to be the one to captivate Catherine's attention, to make her eyes sparkle and her cheeks flush with laughter and admiration. And so, in a fit of inspiration born of desperation and longing, he took to his quill and parchment, pouring out his heart in a series of fervent, impassioned verses. He wrote of Joan, of her bravery and her grace, her unwavering faith and her indomitable spirit. He wrote of the way she had transformed their lives, had given them purpose and meaning beyond the petty concerns of everyday existence. But most of all, he wrote of love, of the aching, yearning emptiness that filled his heart whenever he thought of Catherine, of the way her smile lit up his world, like the first rays of dawn after a long and bitter night. He called his poem The Rose of Orleans, a tribute to the city that had become their temporary home and the woman who had captured his heart. And as he put the finishing touches on his masterpiece, he felt a surge of pride and anticipation, a sense that this, at last, would be his chance to shine, to prove himself worthy of Catherine's affections. When he shared his creation with his friends, they were astounded by its beauty and depth, by the raw, unfettered emotion that poured from every line. They praised him for his talent and his vision, declaring that his poem was a work of true genius, a masterpiece that would surely win Catherine's heart and put the paladin's stories to shame. Emboldened by their support, the protagonist and his friends hatched a plan to unveil his poem at the next gathering, to seize the spotlight from the paladin and claim his rightful place as the centre of attention. They would have Noel, the most gifted mimic among them, impersonate the paladin's bombastic style, drawing laughs and applause from the crowd before segueing seamlessly into a heartfelt rendition of The Rose of Orleans. On the appointed evening, the plan unfolded like a well-rehearsed play. Noel, resplendent in a borrowed doublet and a false beard, strode into the centre of the room, his voice booming out in a pitch-perfect imitation of the paladin's grandiose manner. The assembled guests, caught off guard by the unexpected performance, erupted in laughter and cheers, their faces bright with mirth and delight. But just as Noel was about to launch into the protagonist's poem, a hush fell over the room, a sudden stillness that seemed to suck the very air from their lungs. For there, standing in the doorway, was Joan herself, her armour gleaming in the candlelight and her eyes blazing with a fierce, unearthly intensity. In that moment, all thoughts of poetry and performance fled the protagonist's mind, replaced by a rush of awe and reverence, a sense of being in the presence of something truly great and mighty. He watched, transfixed as Joan strode into the room, her every movement imbued with a sense of purpose and destiny. But to his surprise and consternation, Joan's arrival seemed to have the opposite effect on the paladin. Rather than being cowed or humbled by her presence, he seemed to swell with pride and self-importance, his chest puffing out and his voice rising to an even greater volume as he launched into yet another of his interminable stories. The protagonist, his heart sinking, could only watch as the paladin's antics drew titters and guffaws from the assembled guests, their attention once again focused solely on him. And when Noel, in a last-ditch attempt to salvage the situation, began to recite The Rose of Orleans, his voice trembling with emotion, the paladin's exaggerated reactions and over-the-top gestures, quickly turned the crowd's mood from one of rapt attention to bemused indulgence. As the final lines of the poem faded into silence, the protagonist felt a hot, prickling sensation behind his eyes, a sense of shame and humiliation that threatened to overwhelm him. He had poured his heart and soul into those verses, had bared his deepest, most intimate feelings for all to see. And now, thanks to the paladin's buffoonery, they had been reduced to little more than a joke, a trifling amusement to be laughed at and forgotten. But even as he stood there, his cheeks burning and his fists clenched at his sides, he heard a sound that made his heart stop in his chest. It was Joan, her laughter ringing out clear and bright above the din of the crowd, her eyes sparkling with mirth and good humour. In that moment, the protagonist realised the true folly of his actions, the futility of trying to compete with the paladin on his own turf. For while the paladin might be a master of empty boasts and grandiose tales, Joan possessed a rare and precious gift, a purity of spirit that could see through the surface of things to the truth that lay beneath. She knew, as the protagonist himself was only beginning to understand, that true greatness lay not in the accolades of the crowd or the flattery of fair maidens, but in the quiet, unwavering pursuit of one's deepest convictions, in the willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of a higher cause. As the evening drew to a close and the guests began to drift away, the protagonist found himself alone in the grand salon, his heart heavy with the weight of his own foolishness. But as he sat there, lost in thought, he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, a touch that seemed to banish all his doubts and fears in an instant. He looked up to see Joan standing beside him, her eyes soft with understanding and compassion. "Do not be discouraged," she said, her voice low and soothing. "Your words have the power to move hearts and minds, to inspire and uplift. But true poetry, like true love, comes not from the desire for glory or reward, but from the depths of the soul." With those words, she pressed a small, simple cross into his hand, a token of her faith and her friendship, and as the protagonist clutched it to his chest, feeling the warmth of her touch still lingering on his skin, he knew that he had been blessed with a gift far greater than any fleeting moment of acclaim or adulation. For in Joan's presence, he had glimpsed the true meaning of love and sacrifice, the power of the human spirit to endure and overcome even the darkest of trials. And with that knowledge burning bright within him, he knew that he would never again be content with the shallow pursuits of the paladin, or the fickle affections of the crowd. He would follow Joan, his true guiding star, to the ends of the earth and beyond, his heart forever fixed on the higher calling that she embodied. And though the road ahead would be long and perilous, he knew that with her by his side, there was no obstacle he could not surmount, no challenge he could not overcome. And so, with a heart full of renewed purpose and resolve, the protagonist rose to his feet, ready to face whatever lay ahead with the courage and conviction of a true disciple of the Maid. For in her light he had found his true path, his true destiny, and he would follow it to the very end, come what may. Chapter 23. The March to Destiny. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the slumbering city of Blois, Joan of Arc stood atop the ramparts of the ancient castle, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Below her, the streets and squares were already stirring to life, filled with the bustle and clamour of an army preparing for war. For Joan, this was a moment of quiet reflection, a chance to gather her thoughts and steel her resolve before the great trials that lay ahead. She knew that the road to Orléans would be long and perilous, fraught with danger and uncertainty at every turn. But she also knew that this was the path that had been laid out for her by God himself, the sacred mission that would define her life and her legacy. As she stood there, lost in thought, Joan's attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion in the courtyard below. A group of soldiers had gathered around a bound and dishevelled figure, their voices raised in anger and accusation. Curious, Joan made her way down to investigate, her brow furrowed with concern. As she drew closer, she saw that the prisoner was a young soldier, his face bruised and his clothes torn. The men around him were shouting and gesticulating wildly, demanding that he be punished for some unspecified crime. Joan, her voice calm but firm, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "What has this man done?" she asked, her eyes fixed on the young soldier's face. One of the men, a grizzled veteran with a scar across his cheek, spoke up. "He tried to desert, my lady," he said, his voice thick with contempt. "Caught him sneaking away from camp in the middle of the night. He's a coward and a traitor, and he deserves to be hanged." Joan's eyes narrowed, her gaze still locked on the young soldier. For a long moment, she was silent, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she stepped forward and placed a hand on the prisoner's shoulder. "Look at me," she said, her voice soft but insistent. "What is your name?" The soldier, his eyes wide with fear and confusion, stammered out a response. "Jean, my lady, Jean Dubois." Joan nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Jean," she said, her voice filled with a quiet intensity. "I understand your fear, your doubt. We all feel it in the face of such great peril. But you must remember the cause we fight for, the sacred mission that has been entrusted to us. We are the chosen ones, the instruments of God's will, and we must not falter or fail." As she spoke, Joan's words seemed to take on a life of their own, filling the air with a palpable sense of energy and purpose. The men around her fell silent, their anger and resentment melting away in the face of her quiet conviction. "Jean Dubois," Joan said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. "I hereby pardon you of your crime and offer you a chance to redeem yourself in the eyes of God and your fellow soldiers. From this day forward you shall be my personal guard, my shield and my sword in the battles to come. Will you accept this honor and pledge your loyalty to me and to France?" The young soldier, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude and relief, fell to his knees before Joan, his head bowed in reverence. "I will, my lady," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "I swear it on my life and my soul." Joan smiled, a radiant expression that seemed to light up the very air around her. "Then rise, Jean Dubois," she said, her hand outstretched in blessing, "and take your place at my side as we march to glory and to victory." As the young soldier rose to his feet, the crowd around him erupted in cheers and applause, their earlier hostility forgotten in the face of Joan's magnificent charisma. And as Joan turned to lead her army out of the courtyard and into the streets beyond, she felt a surge of pride and purpose, a sense of destiny that filled her with an unshakable resolve. But even as the army made its way through the winding streets of Blois, Joan's mind was already racing ahead, grappling with the challenges and obstacles that lay before them. She knew that the English forces at Orléans were strong and well entrenched, their defences bolstered by months of preparation and reinforcement. And she knew, too, that there were those within her own ranks who doubted her abilities, who questioned the wisdom of entrusting such a vital campaign to a mere peasant girl. Chief among these was the Sieur de Gaucourt, a seasoned military commander who had been appointed by the Dauphin to serve as Joan's chief strategist and advisor. De Gaucourt, a proud and stubborn man, had opposed Joan's plans from the very beginning, arguing for a more cautious and deliberate approach to the siege of Orléans. He had urged her to focus on cutting off the city's supply lines, to starve the English out rather than confronting them directly. But Joan, her faith and her conviction unwavering, had overruled him at every turn, insisting that the only way to break the siege was to take the fight to the enemy, to confront them head-on and drive them from the city by force of arms. As they rode out from Blois, Joan's determination only grew stronger, her resolve hardening like tempered steel. She knew that the fate of Orléans, and indeed the fate of France itself, rested on the success of their mission, and she would not let anything stand in her way. Along the road, Joan made a brief stop at the Abbey of Saint-Leu, where she visited the tomb of a long-dead saint and offered up a fervent prayer for victory. The monks, awed by her presence and her piety, presented her with a banner bearing the image of the risen Christ, which Joan carried with her at the head of her army. As they approached the outskirts of Orléans, Joan called a halt to the march, her keen eyes scanning the surrounding countryside for any sign of the enemy. She knew that the English had erected a series of fortified bastilles around the city, bristling with cannon and crossbow, and that any attempt to approach them directly would be met with fierce resistance. But Joan was not to be deterred. With a quick, decisive gesture, she ordered her army to fan out and encircle the nearest bastille, a massive stone fortress known as Les Tourelles. And then, in a move that stunned even her most ardent supporters, she rode out alone to the base of the walls, her banner held high and her voice ringing out like a trumpet blast. "In the name of God and the King of France," she cried, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unearthly light, "I, Joan the Maid, do hereby command you to surrender this fortress and depart from this land, or face the wrath of the Almighty." For a long, tense moment there was silence, broken only by the distant cries of birds and the gentle rustling of the wind. Then, to the astonishment of all who witnessed it, the gates of the Bastille began to creak open, and a small group of English soldiers emerged, their faces pale and their hands trembling as they laid down their arms at Joan's feet. It was a moment of supreme triumph for Joan and her army, a sign that even the strongest and most formidable of the enemy's defences were no match for the power of her faith and the righteousness of her cause. And as the news of their victory spread like wildfire through the countryside, the people of Orléans began to stir with a newfound sense of hope and determination, a conviction that their long nightmare of siege and suffering was finally coming to an end. But even as Joan basked in the glow of their success, she knew that their true test was still to come. For the English, though momentarily stunned by her audacity and her charisma, would not give up their grip on Orléans so easily, would not relinquish their hold on the city without a bitter and bloody struggle. And as she led her army onward, deeper into the heart of the enemy's territory, Joan could feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon her, the knowledge that the fate of a nation rested on her shoulders, and that she must not, could not fail. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, the chosen one of God, and her march to destiny had only just begun. With her faithful soldiers at her side and the strength of her convictions burning bright within her, she would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and resolve, would lead her beloved France to victory and to glory, no matter the cost. Chapter 24. The Ghosts We Face. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Orléans, Joan of Arc and her personal staff gathered in the grand salon of the Boucher residence, their faces flickering in the warm glow of the firelight. The room was a haven of comfort and luxury amidst the chaos and brutality of the siege, with its plush velvet curtains, intricately carved furniture, and the delicate scent of roses wafting from the garden beyond. But even here, in this oasis of peace and tranquility, the spectre of war was never far from their minds. It hung over them like a pall, a constant reminder of the grim realities that lay just beyond the city walls. As they sat together, sipping wine and sharing stories of their adventures and exploits, the conversation turned, as it so often did, to matters of rank and hierarchy. The paladin, ever the braggart and the bully, was holding forth on his own exalted status, his voice booming out over the chatter of the others like a clarion call. "As a member of the Royal Guard," he declared, his chest puffed out with pride and self-importance, "I outrank every man here, save only the Sieur Bertrand. And even he, I dare say, would be hard-pressed to match my skill with a blade or my courage in the face of the enemy." The others rolled their eyes and exchanged knowing glances, long accustomed to the paladin's empty boasts and grandiose claims. But the narrator, a young and impetuous soldier still new to the ways of war, could not resist the urge to speak up, to challenge the paladin's assertions with a boldness born of youth and inexperience. "Surely," he said, his voice trembling slightly with a mixture of fear and excitement, "the true measure of a soldier's worth lies not in his rank or his title, but in his deeds and his valour on the field of battle." The paladin's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto the young soldier with a fierce intensity. "And what would you know of such things, boy?" he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You, who have never even seen a real battle, who quake and tremble at the mere thought of facing the enemy. The narrator flushed with shame and anger, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. But before he could muster a retort, a calm and measured voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Peace, Paladin," said Sir Bertrand, his wise old eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement. The lad meant no disrespect, and besides, he does have a point. In the heat of battle, when the arrows are flying and the swords are clashing, it matters little what rank a man holds or what titles he bears. All that matters is the strength of his arm and the courage in his heart. The paladin scowled but held his tongue, cowed by the quiet authority of the old knight. And for a moment, a silence fell over the room, broken only by the crackling of the flames in the hearth. But then, with a sudden burst of laughter, the paladin's good humour returned, and he reached out to clap the narrator on the shoulder with a rough, good-natured affection. "Ah, forgive me, lad," he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I forget sometimes how green you young pups can be, how easy it is to rile you up with a bit of bluster and bravado." The others joined in the laughter, the tension of the moment dissipating like mist in the morning sun, and as they talked and joked and reminisced together, the bonds of camaraderie and fellowship that tied them together seemed to grow stronger, a bulwark against the darkness and the fear that lurked just beyond the city walls. But even as they revelled in the warmth and the companionship of the moment, the old treasurer, a grave and solemn man who had seen more than his share of battles and bloodshed, raised a cautionary note. "Let us not forget, my friends," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of experience, "that even the bravest and most seasoned of soldiers may feel fear in the face of the enemy. It is no shame to admit it, no weakness to acknowledge the terror that grips the heart in the heat of battle." The others nodded, their faces growing sombre and reflective, and the narrator, his heart swelling with a sudden fierce pride, spoke up once more. "I do feel fear," he said, his voice steady and clear. "Every time I step onto the field of battle, every time I hear the clash of steel and the cries of the dying. But I do not let it master me. Do not let it sway me from my duty or my honour." Sir Bertrand smiled, a warm and approving smile that seemed to light up the room like a beacon. "Well spoken, lad," he said, his hand resting gently on the young soldier's shoulder. "You have the makings of a true knight, a hero in the service of God and France." The paladin, not to be outdone, chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Aye, and a fine one he'll make too," he said, his eyes glinting with a fierce, competitive light. "Though he'll have to work hard to outshine the likes of me." The others groaned and chuckled, shaking their heads at the paladin's incorrigible ego. But even as they ribbed and teased him, there was a fondness in their voices, a sense of affection and camaraderie that transcended rank and station. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed freely, the conversation turned to other matters, to the battles yet to be fought and the victories yet to be won. But always, the spectre of fear and uncertainty lingered at the edges of their consciousness, a reminder of the grim realities that awaited them beyond the safety and comfort of the Boucher home. It was young Pierre Boucher, Catherine's mischievous and impetuous brother, who first brought up the subject of the ghost. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he regaled the company with tales of the spectral figure that was said to haunt the old abandoned mill on the outskirts of town, a spirit so terrible and fearsome that even the bravest of men dared not approach it after dark. At first, the others dismissed the story as a mere folk tale, a bit of local superstition and nonsense. But as Pierre continued to spin his yarn, his voice rising and falling with the cadences of a born storyteller, they found themselves drawn in, their imaginations fired by the eerie and the uncanny. Even Joan herself seemed intrigued by the tale, her eyes shining with a strange, otherworldly light as she listened to the boy's words. And when he had finished, she turned to her staff with a smile that was at once mischievous and challenging. "What say you, my brave companions?" she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call in the hushed silence of the room. "Shall we put this ghost to the test? Prove once and for all whether it is truly as fearsome as the tales would have us believe." For a moment there was a stunned silence, broken only by the nervous laughter and the shuffling of feet. But then, with a sudden, impulsive boldness, the narrator stepped forward, his hand raised in a gesture of volunteering. "I will go, my lady," he said, his voice steady and clear despite the hammering of his heart. "I will face this ghost and prove myself worthy of the trust and the honour you have bestowed upon me." Joan's smile widened, a radiant expression of pride and approval that seemed to light up the very air around her. "Bravely spoken, my young friend," she said, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "But you shall not go alone, for this is a challenge that we must face together, as a team and a family." And so, with a sense of excitement and trepidation that was almost palpable, Joan and her staff made their preparations, gathering their weapons and their courage for the ordeal that lay ahead. They knew that the road would be long and perilous, that they would face dangers and challenges beyond anything they had ever known. But they also knew that they had each other, that they were bound together by ties of loyalty and friendship that could never be broken. As they set out into the night, the darkness pressing in around them like a living thing, Joan's voice rose once more, a beacon of hope and courage that seemed to light the way before them. "Remember," she said, her eyes shining with the fire of conviction, "that we are the chosen ones, the instruments of God's will. And with his strength and his guidance, there is nothing we cannot overcome, no foe we cannot vanquish." And with those words ringing in their ears, Joan and her brave companions strode forth into the unknown, ready to face whatever terrors and trials lay ahead, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves, a sacred mission that would echo through the ages and shape the destiny of a nation. Chapter 25. Blood and Tears. The morning sun was just beginning to peek over the rooftops of Orléans, casting a warm golden glow over the cobblestone streets and the bustling marketplaces. In the grand salon of the Boucher residence, the Madame Boucher sat in quiet conversation with the narrator, her face lined with the cares and sorrows of a city under siege. But their peaceful moment was shattered by the sudden arrival of Catherine, her face flushed and her eyes wide with alarm. "Mother," she cried, her voice trembling with urgency, "come quickly. There is a great battle raging beyond the city walls, and French blood is flowing like water." At those words, the madame's face paled, and she rose to her feet with a swiftness that belied her years. "Where is the maid?" she demanded, her voice sharp with fear and concern. "She must be kept from this battle at all costs, lest she come to harm." But even as the words left her lips, Joan herself burst into the room, her armour gleaming in the morning light and her eyes blazing with a fierce, unearthly fire. "I must go," she declared, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. "My place is with my soldiers, on the field of battle. I cannot abandon them in their hour of need." The narrator and the madame exchanged a glance of helpless resignation, knowing that there would be no dissuading Joan from her course, and so, with heavy hearts and a silent prayer for her safety, they watched as she strode from the room, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword and her face set with a grim determination. As Joan made her way through the winding streets of Orléans, the sounds of battle grew ever louder, the clash of steel and the cries of the wounded mingling with the distant roar of cannon fire. And as she drew closer to the city walls, she could see the chaos and confusion of the battlefield sprawling out before her, a sea of blood and death that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the centre of it all, the French forces were locked in a desperate struggle with the English, their ranks wavering and their courage faltering in the face of the enemy's relentless assault. But as Joan rode out onto the field, her banner held high and her voice ringing out like a trumpet blast, a change seemed to come over the French soldiers, a sudden surge of hope and determination that swept through their ranks like a wildfire. "Hold fast, men of France," Joan cried, her eyes blazing with the fire of holy zeal. "The day is ours, and the victory will be won in the name of God and the King." And with those words, she led her soldiers in a fierce and bloody charge, her sword flashing in the sunlight as she cut a path through the enemy ranks. The English, caught off guard by the suddenness and ferocity of the attack, fell back in disarray, their lines breaking and their courage failing in the face of Joan's indomitable will. For hours the battle raged on, the two sides clashing in a desperate struggle for supremacy. But always Joan was at the forefront of the fight, her presence a beacon of hope and inspiration to her soldiers, a shining light in the darkness of war. And when at last the English stronghold of St. Loup fell, its walls crumbling and its defenders scattering before the onslaught of the French, a great cheer went up from the ranks of Joan's army, a cry of triumph and exultation that seemed to shake the very heavens themselves. But as the dust of battle settled and the cries of the wounded and the dying filled the air, Joan's thoughts turned to the fallen, to the brave soldiers who had given their lives in the service of their country and their God. And as she knelt among the bodies of the slain, her eyes brimming with tears of sorrow and compassion, she knew that the true cost of war could never be measured in mere territory or glory, but in the blood and the sacrifice of the innocent. As she made her way back to the city, her armour stained with the blood of friend and foe alike, Joan's heart was heavy with the weight of what she had seen and endured. But even in the midst of her grief and her exhaustion, she knew that her work was far from done, that the siege of Orleans was only the beginning of a long and perilous road that would test her faith and her courage to the very limits. And yet, as she rode through the streets of the city, the people of Orleans came out in droves to greet her, their faces alight with joy and wonder at the sight of their saviour. They threw flowers at her feet and shouted her name to the heavens, their voices rising in a chorus of praise and thanksgiving for the miracle that had been wrought in their midst. For to them, Joan was more than just a soldier or a leader, more than just a symbol of hope and resistance against the English invaders. She was the Maid of Orleans, the chosen one of God, the saviour who had come to lead them out of the darkness and into the light of a new and glorious future. As Joan dismounted from her horse and made her way back to the Boucher residence, her steps heavy with fatigue and her heart burdened with the weight of her responsibilities, she was greeted by the anxious faces of the Madame and Catherine, their eyes wide with fear and concern. "You're wounded!" Catherine cried, her voice trembling with emotion as she took in the sight of Joan's blood-stained armour and the haunted look in her eyes. But Joan, her face set with a quiet determination, simply shook her head. "It is nothing," she said, her voice soft but filled with an unshakable conviction. "The wounds of the flesh will heal, but the wounds of the spirit must be tended with care and compassion." And as she spoke those words, a change seemed to come over the assembled company, a sense of awe and wonder at the depth of her wisdom and the strength of her faith. For in that moment, they knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a leader and a visionary who would stop at nothing to see her sacred mission through to the end. As the days turned into weeks and the siege of Orleans ground on, Joan's legend only grew, her name spoken with reverence and awe by the people of the city and the soldiers who fought at her side. And always she was there, a shining beacon of hope and courage in the face of the enemy's relentless onslaught. She led her troops in daring raids and fierce assaults, her banner held high and her voice ringing out like a clarion call across the battlefield. She tended to the wounded and the dying with a gentle hand and a compassionate heart, her presence a balm to the suffering and the afflicted. And through it all she remained steadfast in her faith and her conviction, her eyes always fixed on the distant horizon and the glorious future that awaited her beloved France. For she knew, with a certainty that transcended mere mortal understanding, that this was her destiny, her sacred calling, and that nothing, not even the might of the English army, could stand in her way. And so, as the people of Orleans looked to her as their saviour and their guiding light, Joan of Arc rode out to meet her fate, her heart filled with the fire of holy purpose and her soul aflame with the love of God and country. And in her wake, a nation began to stir, a people long oppressed and downtrodden finding new hope and new courage in the shining example of a simple peasant girl from Domremy who had become a legend in her own time. for she was the Maid of Orleans, the chosen one of God, and her story would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of faith, courage, and indomitable will. And as long as the memory of Joan of Arc endured, the spirit of France would never be broken, the light of hope and freedom never extinguished, and the dream of a better world never forgotten. Chapter 26. Whispers in the Dark. The old house loomed before them, a hulking, brooding presence that seemed to watch their every move with silent, baleful eyes. Its walls were thick and sturdy, built to withstand the ravages of time and the elements, but there was an air of decay and neglect about the place, a sense of something long forgotten and left to moulder in the dark. As Catherine Boucher led the narrator and the others through the winding corridors and up the creaking stairs, the house seemed to come alive around them, the very air thrumming with a palpable sense of unease. The floorboards groaned beneath their feet, and the shadows danced and flickered in the guttering light of their candles, as if possessed by some unseen, malevolent force. At last, they came to the room at the end of the hall, the one that had been sealed off and abandoned for as long as anyone could remember. The door was old and heavy, the wood warped and splintered with age, and it took all of Catherine's strength to push it open, the hinges screaming in protest as they swung inward. Inside, the room was a study in decay and neglect, the once grand furnishings reduced to little more than rotting husks and piles of mouldering dust. The walls were hung with ancient tapestries, their colours faded and their images obscured by years of grime and cobwebs, and the air was thick with the musty scent of age and abandonment. But it was the atmosphere of the room that struck them most, the palpable sense of dread and foreboding that seemed to hang over everything like a shroud. It was as if the very walls were whispering to them, their voices low and insidious, hinting at the dark secrets that lay buried within. "This is the room," Catherine said, her voice hushed and reverent in the oppressive silence. "The one where the ghosts are said to walk." The others exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale and drawn in the flickering candlelight. They had all heard the stories, the whispered tales of strange and terrible things that had happened in this room, of the restless spirits that were said to haunt its every nook and cranny. But Catherine seemed undaunted by the room's sinister reputation, her eyes shining with a fierce, almost feverish intensity as she moved deeper into the gloom. "They say that the ghosts have never been seen," she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. "Only heard, their cries and lamentations echoing through the night like the wails of the damned." She paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on the far wall where a large, ornate tapestry hung in tatters, its once vibrant colours faded to a dull, lifeless grey. "And there," she said, pointing to a dark, shadowed alcove behind the tapestry. "That is where the dungeon is said to be, the place where the prisoners were kept, their suffering and despair seeping into the very stones of the walls." The others shuddered at her words, their imaginations running wild with visions of tortured souls and unspeakable horrors. But even as they stood there, transfixed by the room's oppressive aura, Catherine seemed to come back to herself, her face softening with a hint of mischief. "But come," she said, her voice light and teasing. "Let us leave you here for a while to see what you can discover for yourselves. Perhaps the ghosts will favour you with a visitation, a glimpse into the mysteries that lie beyond the veil." And with that, she was gone, slipping out of the room like a shadow, leaving them alone in the suffocating darkness. For a long moment they stood there, their hearts pounding in their chests and their breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft, insidious whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. But then, just as they were about to give in to their fear and flee the room, a sound broke through the stillness, a deep, sonorous tolling that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. It was the bell of the nearby church, striking the hour of midnight, and as its echoes faded away into the night, a new sound took its place, a low, mournful groaning that seemed to come from behind the walls themselves. At first, they thought it was just their imaginations, their minds playing tricks on them in the oppressive darkness. But as the sound grew louder and more insistent, they realized that it was all too real, a chorus of human suffering and despair that chilled them to their very bones. "Listen," Sir Jean de Metz whispered, his face pale and stricken in the guttering candlelight. "Do you hear it? The cries of the prisoners, the ones who were left to rot in the dungeon, their anguish and despair echoing through the ages." The others nodded, their own faces etched with horror and compassion. For the sounds that reached their ears were not the eerie, otherworldly wails of ghosts and spirits, but the all-too-human cries of pain and suffering, the desperate pleas of those who had been forgotten and abandoned by the world. "We must help them," the narrator said, his voice trembling with emotion. "We cannot leave them to suffer in the darkness, to endure the torments of the damned." And so, with a fierce determination that belied their fear and trepidation, they set to work, tearing at the walls with their bare hands, desperate to reach the source of those heartbreaking cries. The stones were old and crumbling, the mortar long since turned to dust, and it was not long before they had broken through, the debris falling away to reveal the dark, yawning maw of the dungeon beyond. But as they peered into the gloom, their hearts pounding with a mixture of hope and dread, they saw that the room was empty, save for a few scattered relics of a long-forgotten past. A rusty sword lay on the floor, its blade pitted and corroded with age, and beside it a fan, its once lustrous feathers now mottled and decayed. For a long moment they stood there, staring at the pitiful remnants of a life cut short, their minds reeling with the implications of what they had found. Had the prisoners escaped, fleeing into the night and leaving only these sad tokens behind? Or had they perished here, their suffering and despair forever trapped within these walls, their cries echoing through the ages as a testament to the cruelty and indifference of the world? In the end, they knew they would never know the truth, the answers lost to the mists of time and the secrets of the grave. But as they made their way out of the room, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had seen and heard, they knew that they had been changed by the experience. Their eyes opened to the suffering and injustice that lay hidden in the shadows of the world. And as they stepped out into the cool, clear night, the stars twinkling overhead like 1,000 distant candles, they knew that they would carry the memory of that room with them always, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the human heart and the light of compassion and understanding that could banish it forever. For in that moment, they had glimpsed the truth that lay at the heart of all things, the fundamental interconnectedness of all life, the bonds of love and empathy that tied them all together in a tapestry of shared humanity. And though the road ahead would be long and difficult, fraught with challenges and obstacles at every turn, they knew that they would face it together, united by the strength of their convictions and the power of their faith. And so, with hearts full of hope and souls alight with the fire of purpose, they set out into the night, ready to face whatever lay ahead with courage and compassion, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves, a sacred mission that would echo through the ages and shape the destiny of the world. Chapter 27. The Council of War. In the grand hall of the Maison de Ville, the ancient seat of power in Orléans, a group of men gathered around a massive oak table. They were the military leaders of France, grizzled veterans of countless battles, their faces etched with the lines of worry and fatigue. At the head of the table sat the bastard of Orleans, the city's stalwart defender, his eyes shadowed with the weight of the siege that had gripped his beloved home for months on end. But it was the figure who stood before them, a slender girl in shining armour, who commanded their attention. Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had arrived just days before, bringing with her a surge of hope and a promise of divine intervention. Now, as she paced the length of the hall, her steps ringing out on the stone floor, the generals watched her with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Gentlemen," Joan began, her voice clear and unwavering, "I have come to lead you to victory, but I see now that your plans are misguided. To attack the English Bastilles on this side of the river is folly, It will gain us nothing." A murmur of dissent rippled through the room, the generals shifting uneasily in their seats. The Bastard of Orleans leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "Maid," he said, his voice low and urgent, "we have been planning this attack for weeks. It is the only way to break the siege." But Joan shook her head, her eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. "No," she said, "it is not the only way. In fact, it is the wrong way entirely." She strode to the table, her armour glinting in the flickering torchlight. With a sweep of her hand, she brushed aside the maps and parchments that littered its surface, revealing the stark lines of the city and its surroundings. "Look," she said, pointing to the far side of the river. "There lie the English fortifications that control the bridge. If we can take them, we will have a foothold on the other side. From there we can drive the enemy back and lift the siege once and for all." The generals stared at the map, their eyes widening with understanding. It was a daring plan, a bold stroke that none of them had dared to contemplate. But even as they grasped its brilliance, they could not help but balk at its audacity. "Maid," the bastard said, his voice trembling slightly, "what you propose is—" "It is impossible. The English are too strong, their defences too well entrenched. We would be slaughtered before we even reached the riverbank." But Joan only smiled, a smile that was at once serene and full of quiet determination. "Nothing is impossible," she said, "when God is on our side, and I tell you now, gentlemen, that he is with us in this fight. He has sent me to lead you to victory, and that is exactly what I intend to do." For a long moment, the room was silent, the generals staring at Joan with a mixture of awe and disbelief. And then, slowly at first, but with growing conviction, they began to nod their heads. They had heard tales of this girl, this maiden from Domremy who claimed to hear the voices of saints and angels. They had seen the fire in her eyes and felt the power of her presence. And now, faced with her unwavering faith and her bold vision, they could not help but believe. And so, with heavy hearts but renewed determination, they began to plan. Through the long hours of the night, they pored over maps and discussed strategies, Joan's voice ringing out above the clamour with a clarity and authority that belied her youth. And when at last the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of gold and crimson, they knew that they were ready. As the French army assembled on the banks of the Loire, their armour glinting in the early morning light, Joan sat atop her white stallion, her banner snapping in the breeze. She looked out over the sea of faces before her, the faces of men who had known nothing but despair and defeat for so long. But in their eyes she saw something new, something that had been absent for far too long. She saw hope. "Men of France!" she cried, her voice carrying across the water. "Today we fight not just for Orleans but for all of France. Today we take back what is ours by right and by the grace of God. Follow me, and together we will strike a blow that will be remembered for generations to come." A great roar went up from the assembled troops, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. And then, with Joan at their head, they surged forward, their feet pounding the ground in a thunderous rhythm as they raced towards their destiny. The battle was fierce and bloody, the English defending their positions with a savage ferocity. For hours, the two sides clashed in a maelstrom of steel and fire, the air thick with the stench of blood and smoke. And for a time it seemed as though the French advance would falter, that the weight of English arms would drive them back. But then came Joan, her sword flashing in the sun, her voice rising above the din of battle. "Forward!" she cried, urging her horse into the teeth of the English line. "Forward for God and for France!" Her words, her sheer presence, seemed to galvanize the French troops. They surged forward with renewed vigour, their blades singing as they clashed against the enemy, and slowly, inch by hard-fought inch, they began to gain ground. By nightfall, the Bastille of Augustins had fallen, the English defenders either slain or scattered. Joan stood atop the ramparts, her armour dented and stained with the grime of battle. But in her eyes there was a light that seemed to outshine the very stars themselves. "Burn it!" she commanded, gesturing to the captured Bastille. "We will not let the English return, and tomorrow we will finish what we have begun." As the flames leapt into the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the war-torn landscape, Joan turned to her faithful companion, Catherine Boucher. "You should tend to your wound," Catherine said softly, nodding to the blood-stained bandage that peeked out from beneath Joan's armour. But Joan only shook her head, a small smile playing at her lips. "There will be time for that later," she said. "For now, we must look to the future. The Tyrells still stand, and until they fall, the siege will not be lifted." Catherine nodded, understanding the unspoken message in Joan's words. There would be more fighting to come, more blood to be shed before the end. But with Joan leading them, with the fire of her faith and the strength of her conviction, there was no obstacle they could not overcome. And so, as the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead, Joan and Catherine made their way back to the city, the cheers of the soldiers and the grateful tears of the people of Orléans ringing in their ears. They had won a great victory today, a victory that would be remembered for generations to come. But the true test still lay ahead, and Joan knew that she would need every ounce of courage and determination to see it through. But for now, in this moment of triumph and joy, she allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. She thought of her mother and father, of the humble village where she had grown up, and the simple life she had left behind. She thought of the voices that had called her to this path, the saints and angels who had guided her every step of the way. And as she looked out over the city she had helped to save, the city that had become her home and her heart, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For this was her destiny, her calling, and she would see it through to the end, no matter the cost. With a final glance at the stars, Joan turned and followed Catherine into the city, ready to face whatever the future might bring. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, and she would not rest until France was free. Chapter 28. The Prophecy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the war-torn streets of Orléans, Joan of Arc and her faithful companion Catherine Boucher made their way to their shared quarters. The day had been long and brutal, the fighting fierce and unrelenting. Joan's armour, once gleaming in the morning light, was now dented and stained with the grime of battle. But it was not the physical toll of the day that weighed heaviest on Joan's mind as she climbed the narrow stairs to her room. It was the knowledge, the unshakable certainty of what was to come. Catherine, ever attentive to her lady's needs, busied herself with preparing a basin of warm water and clean cloths. She had noticed the slight limp in Joan's step, the way she favoured her left side. "You're hurt," she said, her voice soft with concern. Joan shook her head, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "It's nothing," she said. "A scratch, nothing more." But even as she spoke, Joan's mind was elsewhere. She moved to the small writing desk by the window, taking up a quill and a sheet of parchment. "I must write to my mother," she said, almost to herself. "She will have heard of the battle by now. I would not have her worry." Catherine nodded, understanding the importance of such a gesture. In the chaos and carnage of war, the small comforts of family and home could seem impossibly distant. A letter, a few lines of reassurance, could be a lifeline to those left behind. Joan began to write, her hand steady and sure despite the exhaustion that tugged at her every limb. But as she crafted her message of comfort and courage, a sudden thought struck her. A memory, a vision that had come to her weeks before in the stillness of the night. "Catherine," she said, her voice suddenly heavy with a weight that seemed to come from another world. "There is something I must tell you, something that will happen tomorrow." Catherine looked up from her task, her eyes widening at the seriousness of Joan's tone. "What is it?" she asked, a tremor of fear in her voice. Joan took a deep breath, steeling herself for the words to come. "Tomorrow," she said, "in the heat of battle, I will be wounded. A bolt from a crossbow will pierce my armour, striking me between the neck and shoulder." For a moment, Catherine could only stare, her mouth agape with shock and disbelief. "But how can you know such a thing?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Joan smiled, a smile that was at once serene and tinged with sadness. "My voices have told me," she said. "They have shown me what is to come." Catherine shook her head, her mind reeling with the implications of Joan's words. "Then you must not fight tomorrow," she said, her voice rising with urgency. "You must stay here, where it is safe." But Joan only shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "I cannot," she said. "My place is with my men, on the field of battle. If I were to abandon them now, to turn away from my duty, what kind of leader would I be?" Catherine's eyes filled with tears, her heart aching with the thought of Joan, her Joan, facing such a fate. "But surely, if you know what is to come, you can avoid it," she pleaded. "You can find another way." Joan reached out, taking Catherine's hand in her own. "My dear Catherine," she said, her voice gentle but firm, "if it is God's will that I should be wounded tomorrow, then no amount of avoidance or cleverness on my part will change that. I must accept what is to come and trust in his plan." Catherine bowed her head, the tears flowing freely now. She knew, deep in her heart, that Joan was right, that the path before them was one that could not be altered, no matter how much she might wish it. But still, the thought of losing Joan, of seeing her suffer, was almost too much to bear. Joan, sensing the depth of Catherine's anguish, pulled her close, wrapping her arms around the shaking shoulders of her dearest friend. "Do not weep for me, Catherine," she whispered, "for I know that whatever happens tomorrow, it is all part of a greater purpose. A purpose that I have been called to serve." They stayed like that for a long moment, holding each other in the gathering darkness, drawing strength from the bond that had grown between them over the long months of war and hardship. And when at last they parted, Joan's eyes were clear and bright with the light of unwavering faith. "Come," she said, turning back to the letter on the desk. "Let us finish this message to my mother, and then we must rest, for tomorrow will be a day that will test us all." As Catherine watched Joan bend over the parchment, her quill scratching out words of love and reassurance, she felt a surge of pride and awe. Here was a woman, barely more than a girl, who had been chosen by God to lead a nation to its destiny. A woman who faced the prospect of pain and suffering with a courage that seemed superhuman in its intensity. And yet, beneath the armour and the aura of divine purpose, Catherine could still see the traces of the girl she had come to know and love. The girl who laughed at the antics of the camp dogs, who sang old folk songs under her breath as she polished her sword. The girl who, even now, in the face of her own foretold wounding, thought first of her mother's peace of mind. It was this duality, this blending of the mortal and the divine, that made Joan so extraordinary. And it was this same duality that filled Catherine's heart with a love and devotion that knew no bounds. As the candles burned low and the night deepened around them, Joan and Catherine lay down to rest, their bodies close for warmth and comfort. And though the spectre of the coming day loomed large in their minds, they drew strength from each other, from the unbreakable bond of friendship and faith that had brought them to this moment. For Joan, the path ahead was clear, illuminated by the light of her divine purpose. She would face the trials to come with the same unwavering courage and resolve that had carried her this far, and she would do so knowing that whatever the outcome, she was exactly where she was meant to be. As sleep claimed them at last, the sounds of the camp outside fading into a distant murmur, Joan's hand found Catherine's beneath the rough blankets, and in that simple touch, a world of love and understanding passed between them, a silent promise that, come what may, they would face the dawn together. For in the end, it was not just the fate of a city or a nation that hung in the balance, but the fate of two intertwined souls, bound by a love that transcended the boundaries of mortal existence. A love that would carry them through the darkest of nights and into the light of a new day. Chapter 29. The maidens stand, As the first light of dawn crept over the war-torn city of Orléans, casting a pale, eerie glow across the battered ramparts and the debris-strewn streets, a solitary figure could be seen making her way through the ruins, her steps heavy with purpose and her eyes alight with a fierce, unwavering determination. It was Joan, the Maid of Orléans, the young peasant girl who had become the unlikely saviour of France. Just the day before, she had been wounded in battle, her body battered and her spirit tested by the brutal realities of war. But now, as she strode through the city's shattered streets, her armour gleaming in the early morning light, there was no hint of weakness or hesitation in her bearing, no trace of the pain and exhaustion that had threatened to overwhelm her just hours before. For Joan, this was a moment of destiny, a chance to fulfill the sacred mission that had been entrusted to her by God himself. She had seen it in her visions, had heard it in the voices that had guided her every step. Today was the day that the siege of Orléans would be lifted, that the English would be driven from the city's walls, and the French would finally taste the sweet nectar of victory. But even as she made her way towards the city's central square, where the Council of War was already gathering to discuss the day's strategy, Joan knew that the path ahead would not be an easy one. The English were entrenched in their positions, their fortresses bristling with cannon and their ranks swelled with battle-hardened soldiers. And within the French camp itself, there were those who doubted her, who questioned her visions and her voices, who sought to undermine her authority and sabotage her plans. As she entered the square, Joan could feel the eyes of the assembled captains and commanders upon her, could sense the currents of tension and uncertainty that rippled through the air like a gathering storm. Some, like the brave and loyal La Hire, nodded to her in respect and admiration, their faces etched with the lines of long years of battle and hardship. But others, like the wily and calculating Gaucourt, regarded her with a cool and appraising gaze, their minds already whirring with the calculations of strategy and politics. At the centre of the square, a great table had been set up, its surface covered with maps and charts, the positions of the English forces marked out in meticulous detail. And there, presiding over it all with an air of regal authority, sat the bastard of Orléans himself, the charismatic and controversial commander who had been tasked with the defence of the city. As Joan approached the table, the bastard looked up, his eyes meeting hers with a flash of recognition and respect. "Ah, Joan," he said, his voice rich and sonorous, "we were just discussing the plan for today's assault. The Council believes that we should focus our efforts on the fortress of Saint-Lô, to draw the English forces away from the city and buy ourselves some breathing room." But Joan, her eyes blazing with a fierce and holy light, shook her head firmly. "No," she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call in the hushed silence of the square. "That is not the way. The English are at their weakest now, their morale shattered by the victories we have already won. We must press our advantage, strike at the very heart of their defences. The Tourelle, that is where we must focus our attack." A murmur of surprise and consternation rippled through the assembled captains, their faces etched with doubt and uncertainty. The Tourelle, the great fortress that guarded the southern approach to the city, was widely regarded as impregnable, its walls thick and its garrison well supplied. To attack it head-on, without the benefit of surprise or overwhelming numbers, seemed like madness, a recipe for disaster and defeat. But Joan, her faith unwavering and her conviction unshakable, would not be swayed by their doubts or their fears. "I have seen it in my visions," she declared, her voice filled with the fire of holy purpose. "God has shown me the way, has granted me the strength and the courage to lead us to victory. And I tell you now, with all the certainty of my heart, that if we attack the Tourelle today, we shall prevail." For a moment there was silence, broken only by the distant sounds of the waking city and the gentle stirring of the wind. Then, slowly, one by one, the captains began to nod their assent, their doubts and reservations falling away in the face of Joan's fierce and unshakable conviction. And so, with a sense of purpose and determination that bordered on the miraculous, the French army began to assemble, their ranks swelling with soldiers and citizens alike, all eager to follow the maid into battle and to play their part in the great drama that was about to unfold. As they made their way through the city's winding streets and alleys, Joan at their head, her banner held high and her armour glinting in the sun, the people of Orléans watched in awe and wonder, their hearts filled with a newfound sense of hope and purpose. They had heard the stories of Joan's visions and her voices, had whispered of the miracles she had already wrought in the name of God and France. And now, as they watched her ride past, her face set with a grim determination and her eyes alight with the fire of holy zeal, they knew that they were in the presence of something truly extraordinary, a figure of destiny whose very existence seemed to defy the laws of nature and reason. As the army approached the Tourelle, the great fortress looming before them like a mountain of stone and steel, Joan could feel the weight of the moment pressing down upon her, the sense of history unfolding before her very eyes. She knew that this was the hour of decision, the moment that would shape the course of the war and the fate of France itself. And yet, even as the first volleys of cannon fire began to rain down upon them, even as the screams of the wounded and the dying filled the air, she felt no fear, no doubt, no hesitation. For Joan, this was the moment she had been born for, the sacred duty that had been entrusted to her by God himself. With a fierce and unwavering resolve, she urged her horse forward, her sword flashing in the sun as she led the charge towards the enemy lines. Again and again she was struck by arrows and bolts, her armour dented and her flesh torn by the brutal onslaught. But still she pressed on, her voice rising above the din of battle like a clarion call to glory and victory. And then, in a moment that would be remembered for generations to come, Joan was struck down, a crossbow bolt piercing her shoulder and sending her tumbling from her horse. For a moment, the battle seemed to hang in the balance, the French forces wavering and the English sensing victory within their grasp. But even as she lay there, her blood staining the ground beneath her, Joan refused to yield, refused to surrender to the pain and the darkness that threatened to engulf her. With a supreme effort of will, she hauled herself to her feet, her banner clutched tightly in her hand, and rallied her troops once more. "Fight on!" she cried, her voice raw with pain and passion. "Fight on for God and for France!" And fight on they did, the French forces surging forward with a renewed sense of purpose and determination, their hearts filled with the fire of Joan's indomitable spirit. Against all odds, against all expectations, they stormed the walls of the Tourelle, their swords and pikes flashing in the sun as they cut down the English defenders like wheat before the scythe. By the time the sun began to set over the city, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked fields and the shattered walls, the battle was over, the English forces routed and the siege of Orléans lifted at last. And at the centre of it all, her armour dented and her banner tattered, stood Joan, the Maid of Orléans, the saviour of France and the chosen one of God. As the people of the city poured out into the streets, their faces alight with joy and wonder, Joan could feel the weight of their love and gratitude washing over her like a tidal wave. They pressed in around her, their hands reaching out to touch her armour and her banner, their voices raised in songs of praise and thanksgiving. But for Joan, exhausted and wounded as she was, there was no time for rest or celebration. She knew that the road ahead would be long and hard, that there would be many more battles to fight and many more sacrifices to make before France was truly free. And yet, as she looked out over the sea of faces before her, the shining eyes and the tear-streaked cheeks, she knew that she would gladly give her last breath, her last drop of blood, to see that sacred mission through to the end. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orléans, the warrior and the saint, the saviour and the martyr. And her story, her legend, would endure long after she was gone, a shining beacon of hope and inspiration for all those who yearned for a better world, a brighter future, and a France reborn from the ashes of war and despair. Chapter 30. The People's Saviour. As the sun rose over the war-torn city of Orléans, casting its warm golden light across the battered ramparts and the scorched fields beyond, a strange and wondrous sight greeted the eyes of the city's inhabitants. Where once the English forces had held sway, their fortresses bristling with cannon and their banners fluttering in the breeze, now there was only silence and stillness, an eerie calm that seemed to hang over the land like a pall. For the English, under the command of the formidable Lord Talbot, had fled in the night, their courage broken and their spirits shattered by the miraculous victories of Joan and her army. They had abandoned their positions and their equipment, leaving behind a treasure trove of weapons and supplies that would soon prove invaluable to the French cause. At first, the people of Orleans could scarcely believe their eyes, their hearts pounding with a mixture of joy and disbelief as they emerged from their homes and took stock of the transformed landscape before them. But as the reality of their deliverance began to sink in, as the weight of the long months of siege and suffering lifted from their shoulders, they erupted in a frenzy of celebration and thanksgiving. They poured out into the streets and the fields, their faces alight with happiness and their voices raised in songs of praise. They explored the abandoned English fortresses with a sense of wonder and awe, marvelling at the intricate networks of tunnels and trenches that had once been the domain of their hated foe. And when they found the great piles of discarded weapons and equipment, the cannon and the arrows and the gleaming suits of armour, they let out a great cheer of triumph and jubilation. Soon, the sky above Orleans was filled with the smoke and the flames of 100 bonfires as the people set about the joyous task of destroying the hated symbols of English oppression. They danced and sang around the flickering flames, their hearts filled with a sense of pride and unity that they had never known before. And at the centre of it all was Joan, the shining beacon of hope and deliverance who had made this glorious day possible. Exhausted and bleeding from the wounds she had sustained in battle, her armour dented and her banner tattered, she rode through the streets of Orleans like a conquering hero, her face radiant with the light of victory. Everywhere she went, the people flocked to her side, their hands outstretched in a desperate attempt to touch her or her horse, to be close to the miraculous maiden who had saved them from their plight. They cried out her name in joy and wonder, their voices raised in a chorus of praise and adulation that seemed to fill the very heavens themselves. For Joan, it was a moment of profound humility and awe, a realization of the immense responsibility that had been placed upon her shoulders. She knew that she had been chosen by God for this great and glorious purpose, that she had been granted the strength and the courage to lead her people to victory. But she also knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, that there would be many more battles to fight and many more obstacles to overcome. And so, as she made her way to the city of Tours, where the Dauphin and his court eagerly awaited her arrival, Joan steeled herself for the challenges that lay ahead. She knew that she would need all of her faith and all of her conviction to see this sacred mission through to the end, to fulfill the destiny that had been laid out for her by God himself. When she arrived in Tours, the streets were lined with cheering crowds, the people of the city eager to catch a glimpse of the miraculous maid who had become the talk of all France. They threw flowers at her feet and waved banners in her honour, their faces bright with hope and joy at the sight of their saviour. But Joan, her heart heavy with the weight of her responsibilities, paid little heed to the adulation and the praise. She had come to Tours for one purpose and one purpose only, to meet with the Dauphin and to urge him to action, to take up the sacred cause of France and to lead his people to victory. As she made her way into the great hall of the castle, her steps echoing on the cold stone floor, Joan could feel the eyes of the court upon her, could sense the currents of power and ambition that swirled around her like a gathering storm. She knew that there were many in this room who doubted her, who questioned her visions and her voices, who sought to undermine her influence and authority. But she would not be swayed by their doubts or their intrigues, would not let the machinations of men stand in the way of her sacred duty. With a heart full of fire and a voice that rang with the clarity of a bell, she approached the Dauphin and dropped to one knee before him, her head bowed in a gesture of fealty and respect. "Sire," she said, her voice clear and strong despite the exhaustion that weighed upon her like a physical burden. "The victory at Orleans is but the first step on the long road to freedom. We must press on. We must not rest until France is free and the English are driven from our land." The Dauphin, his face a mask of royal composure, leaned forward in his seat, his eyes fixed upon the young maiden before him. "You have done well, Joan," he said, his voice soft and measured. "You have proven yourself a true champion of France, a warrior of God chosen for this great and noble purpose, and for that you shall be rewarded with titles and lands, with riches and honours beyond your wildest dreams." But Joan, her eyes blazing with a fierce and holy light, shook her head firmly. "I desire no rewards, sire," she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call in the hushed silence of the court. "I seek only to serve God and to save France, to fulfill the sacred mission that has been entrusted to me. And for that, I need no titles or honours, no worldly treasures or earthly glories." The Dauphin, taken aback by the force of her conviction, hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. But as he looked into Joan's eyes, as he saw the depth of her faith and the strength of her resolve, he knew that he could not deny her this one request, could not refuse the plea of the maiden who had become the hope and the inspiration of all France. "Very well, Joan," he said at last, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. "I shall grant you this boon, and together we shall ride to Rheims, to the sacred city where the kings of France have been crowned since time immemorial. And there, with God as our witness and the people as our strength, we shall begin the great work of rebuilding this shattered land and restoring it to its former glory." At these words, a great cheer went up from the assembled court, a cry of joy and exultation that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. And Joan, her heart swelling with a fierce and holy purpose, knew that this was only the beginning, that the true test of her faith and her courage was yet to come. But she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to lead her people to victory and to fulfill the destiny that had been laid out for her by God himself. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, the saviour of France and the chosen one of the Almighty. And with the strength of her conviction and the fire of her spirit, there was nothing she could not achieve, no enemy she could not vanquish, no obstacle she could not overcome. Chapter 31. Nobility and Reflection. As word of Joan's ennoblement spread through the town like wildfire, the streets and squares erupted in a frenzy of celebration and joy. Flags and banners fluttered from every window, their bright colours dancing in the warm summer breeze, while the sound of laughter and song filled the air, a joyous cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. In the taverns and the marketplaces, in the grand halls of the wealthy and the humble cottages of the poor, the people of the town gathered to raise their glasses in toast to the Maid of Orleans, the saviour of France and the newly minted Lady Joan. They spoke of her with reverence and awe, their voices hushed with the weight of the momentous events that had just transpired. But amidst the revelry and the adulation, there were those who watched the celebrations with a more discerning eye, who saw beyond the surface of the moment to the deeper currents that swirled beneath. Chief among these was Joan herself, the young woman at the centre of it all, whose face remained an inscrutable mask of calm and composure, even as the world around her seemed to spin out of control. For Joan, the trappings of nobility held little allure, the titles and the honours nothing more than empty words and hollow gestures. She had not sought this recognition, had not hungered for the accolades and the adoration of the masses. Her only desire, the driving force that had propelled her from the fields of Domremy to the halls of power, was to serve her country and her God, to see France freed from the yoke of English oppression and restored to its rightful place among the nations of the world. And so, as the celebrations raged on around her, Joan remained aloof and distant, her mind fixed on the challenges that lay ahead, the battles yet to be fought, and the victories yet to be won. She knew that the road to Rheims and the final liberation of France would be long and perilous, that there would be sacrifices and hardships at every turn. But she also knew that she had been chosen for this task, that she had been granted a sacred duty that transcended mere mortal concerns. For Joan's brothers, however, the ennoblement was a moment of triumph and vindication, a recognition of their sister's greatness and a reflection of their own elevated status. Jean and Pierre, once humble peasants from the hills of Lorraine, now found themselves the scions of a noble house, their names spoken with respect and deference by the highest lords and ladies of the land. They revelled in their newfound prominence, their chests puffed out with pride as they strutted through the streets of the town, their coats of arms gleaming in the sunlight. They drank deep of the adulation and the flattery, their heads spinning with the heady wine of fame and fortune. But even as they basked in the glow of their sister's reflected glory, Jean and Pierre could not help but feel a twinge of unease, a nagging sense that all was not as it seemed. For they knew deep in their hearts that they had done little to earn this honour, that they were mere passengers on the great wave of history that had lifted Joan to the heights of power and renown. And so, as the celebrations began to wind down and the people of the town returned to their daily lives, Jean and Pierre found themselves grappling with the weight of their new responsibilities, the burden of living up to the expectations that had been placed upon them. They knew that they would have to prove themselves worthy of their sister's legacy, that they would have to earn the respect and admiration of those around them through their own deeds and actions. For Joan's companions, the members of her inner circle who had stood by her side through thick and thin, the ennoblement was a moment of both pride and trepidation. They had seen firsthand the courage and the conviction that had driven Joan to greatness, had witnessed the miracles and the wonders that had marked her path, and they knew that they too had played a part in this great unfolding drama, that they had been chosen to share in Joan's destiny and to aid her in her sacred mission. But they also knew that the ennoblement had changed things, that it had shifted the balance of power and influence within their tight-knit group. No longer were they all equals, bound together by a common cause and a shared purpose. Now there were distinctions and hierarchies, new protocols and formalities that had to be observed and respected. For the paladin, the gruff and battle-hardened warrior who had been one of Joan's most loyal and devoted followers, this new reality was a bitter pill to swallow. He had always prided himself on his independence and his self-reliance, on his ability to forge his own path and to make his own way in the world. And now he found himself beholden to Joan's brothers, forced to defer to their newly minted authority and to follow their lead in matters of war and strategy. As he sat in the courtyard of the castle, his brow furrowed with thought and his eyes distant and unfocused, the paladin could not help but reflect on the strange twists and turns of fate that had brought them to this moment. He had always believed that a person's worth was measured by their deeds and their character, by the strength of their arm and the courage of their heart. And yet, here he was, watching as the accolades and the honours were heaped upon those who had done little to earn them, while those who had fought and bled and sacrificed were left to toil in obscurity. It was a bitter draught, a harsh reminder of the capricious nature of fortune and the cruel ironies of life. And yet, even as he grappled with these dark thoughts and doubts, the paladin could not help but feel a glimmer of hope, a sense that there was still a greater purpose at work, a higher calling that transcended the petty concerns of rank and station. For he knew deep in his heart that Joan was different, that she was touched by the hand of God and chosen for a sacred purpose. And he knew that he would follow her to the ends of the earth and beyond, that he would lay down his life for her and for the cause that she embodied. And so, as the sun began to set over the town and the shadows lengthened across the cobblestone streets, the paladin rose to his feet, his eyes clear and his spirit renewed. He knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, that there would be trials and tribulations at every turn, but he also knew that he was part of something greater than himself, that he was bound by ties of loyalty and friendship that could never be broken. And with that knowledge burning bright within him, the paladin strode out into the gathering dusk, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, secure in the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be, doing exactly what he had been called to do. For he was a soldier of Joan of Arc, a warrior of the Maid, and his destiny was forever intertwined with hers. a shining thread in the great tapestry of history. Chapter 32. The Maiden's Plea. The halls of the castle of Loches were silent and still, the ancient stones seeming to hold their breath in anticipation of the drama that was about to unfold. In the great chamber, the king and his council sat in solemn deliberation, their faces etched with the lines of worry and uncertainty. But there was one among them who stood apart, a figure of quiet intensity and unwavering resolve. Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had come to this place with a purpose, a mission that burned within her like a holy flame. For weeks now, she had watched in growing frustration as her army, once so full of zeal and purpose, had begun to dwindle and disperse. The men, hungry and unpaid, had lost faith in the cause, their spirits broken by the long days of inaction and the endless debates of the king's council. But Joan would not let it stand, would not allow the momentum of their great victory to be lost to the winds of indecision and doubt. With a heart full of fire and a voice that rang with the clarity of a bell, she strode into the chamber, her armour gleaming in the flickering light of the candles. "My king," she said, dropping to one knee before the throne, her head bowed in a gesture of humility and respect. "I beg you, in the name of God and all that is holy, to act now, to seize this moment before it slips away." The king, his face a mask of regal composure, leaned forward in his seat, his eyes fixed on the young woman before him. "What would you have me do, Joan?" he asked, his voice soft and measured. "The enemy is strong, their positions well defended. To move against them now would be to court disaster." But Joan would not be swayed, would not let the doubts and fears of others cloud her vision of what must be done. "Sire," she said, her voice ringing with the force of unshakable conviction, "the time for caution is past. The people of France cry out for a leader, for a king who will guide them out of the darkness and into the light. You must go to Rheims, to be crowned and anointed, to take your rightful place as the sovereign of this land." There was a murmur of dissent from the council, a ripple of unease that passed through the room like a chill wind. The Comte de Harcourt, a man known for his cunning and his scepticism, leaned forward in his seat, his eyes narrowed in a calculating gaze. "The maid speaks of visions and voices," he said, his voice dripping with a subtle mockery. "But what proof have we that these are truly the words of God, and not the delusions of a fevered mind?" Joan's eyes flashed with a fierce, unearthly light, her face set with a determination that seemed to come from another world entirely. "I have seen the saints and angels," she declared, her voice ringing out like a trumpet blast. "I have heard their voices, felt their presence guiding my every step, and I know, with a certainty that goes beyond mere mortal understanding, that this is the path that God has laid out for us, the way to victory and salvation." The king, his face a mask of indecision, turned to his council, his eyes searching their faces for some sign of guidance or support. But he found only doubt and hesitation, a reluctance to commit to a course of action that could lead to glory or to ruin. And so the debates raged on, the hours turning to days as the council argued and deliberated, each man seeking to advance his own agenda and protect his own interests. But through it all, Joan remained steadfast and unyielding, her faith and her conviction shining through like a beacon in the darkness. She spoke of the need for urgency, of the danger of allowing the enemy to regroup and gather strength. She warned of the consequences of inaction, of the risk of losing all that they had fought so hard to gain. And always she returned to the central theme of her mission, the sacred duty that had been laid upon her by God himself. "Sire," she said, her voice soft but filled with an unshakable intensity, "I know that the path ahead is fraught with peril, that there will be obstacles and challenges at every turn. But I also know that we have been chosen for this task, that we have been granted the strength and the courage to see it through to the end." As the days turned to weeks and the council continued to dither and delay, Joan's frustration only grew, her patience wearing thin in the face of their endless equivocations. But still, she would not give up, would not abandon the cause that had been entrusted to her by the Almighty. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of grim determination, she set out to gather a new army to rally the people of France once more to the banner of their rightful king. She rode from town to town, her armour gleaming in the sunlight and her banner held high, a symbol of hope and defiance in the face of the enemy's might. Slowly but surely the ranks of her army began to swell, men and women from all walks of life flocking to her standard, drawn by the power of her words and the force of her example. And as the weeks turned to months and the summer sun beat down upon the land, Joan knew that the time had come at last to make her move, to strike out for Rheims and the destiny that awaited them there. But even as she rode at the head of her army, her heart filled with a fierce and holy purpose, Joan could not shake the sense of unease that gnawed at her, the feeling that there were forces at work beyond her understanding, currents of power and ambition that threatened to undermine all that she had fought so hard to achieve. For the king, though he had been swayed by her words and her passion, remained a cautious and indecisive ruler, more concerned with the intrigues of the court than the fate of his people. And the nobles who surrounded him, the great lords and ladies of France, were a fractious and self-interested lot, each one seeking to advance their own agenda and protect their own privileges. But Joan would not be deterred, would not let the machinations of men stand in the way of her sacred mission. She knew that the road ahead would be long and hard, that there would be battles to be fought and sacrifices to be made. But she also knew that she had been chosen by God for this purpose, that she had been granted the strength and the courage to see it through to the end. And so, as the army made its way towards Rheims, Joan rode at its head, her banner held high and her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. And all who saw her knew that they were in the presence of greatness, of a leader and a visionary, who would stop at nothing to see her people freed from the yoke of oppression and injustice. For Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had been born for this moment, had been granted a destiny that would echo through the ages. And with each passing day, each mile that brought them closer to their goal, the fire in her heart only burned brighter, a flame that would light the way for all those who followed in her footsteps. Chapter 33. The Maiden's Council. In the grand halls of the French court, a palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air, a crackle of energy that seemed to emanate from every corner of the room. The great and the powerful had gathered here, summoned by the king himself to bear witness to a moment that would shape the course of history. At the centre of it all stood Joan of Arc, a figure of quiet intensity and unwavering resolve. She was clad in her signature armour, the polished steel gleaming in the flickering light of the candles, but it was the fire in her eyes that truly commanded attention. It was a look of fierce determination, of unshakable conviction in the righteousness of her cause. Beside her, the king himself sat upon his throne, his face a mask of regal composure. But even he could not fully conceal the sense of awe and reverence that Joan's presence seemed to inspire, the feeling that they were all in the presence of something truly extraordinary. And then, with a voice that rang out clear and strong in the hushed silence of the hall, Joan began to speak. She spoke of the victories that had already been won, of the English strongholds that had fallen before the might of French arms. But she also spoke of the challenges that lay ahead, of the formidable foes that still stood in their path. "We must not rest on our laurels," she declared, her words imbued with a sense of urgency and purpose. "The enemy is wounded, but not yet defeated. We must press on, strike while the iron is hot, and the tide of battle flows in our favour." There was a murmur of assent from the gathered nobles and generals, a sense of excitement and anticipation that rippled through the room like a living thing. They had all heard the stories of Joan's miraculous deeds, had marvelled at the way she had seemingly turned the tide of the war with nothing more than the force of her will and the strength of her faith. But not everyone was so easily swayed. Among the ranks of the French High Command, there were those who viewed Joan with scepticism and suspicion, who questioned the wisdom of entrusting the fate of the nation to a mere peasant girl. Chief among these was the Sieur de Gamache, a grizzled veteran of countless campaigns who had seen more than his share of would-be saviors come and go. With a voice heavy with doubt and concern, he spoke out against Joan's plans, arguing for a more cautious and measured approach. "The enemy is strong," he warned, his brow furrowed with worry. "Their defences at Jargeau are formidable, their troops battle-hardened and experienced. We risk much by attacking them head-on, risk a defeat that could undo all the gains we have made." But Joan would not be dissuaded. With a fire in her eyes and a conviction in her voice that seemed to come from another world entirely, she pressed on, arguing for the need to seize the initiative and strike a decisive blow. "We have the momentum," she insisted, her words ringing out like a clarion call. "The enemy is on the back foot, their morale shaken by our victories. If we hesitate now, we risk losing all that we have fought so hard to gain." As the debate raged on, the tension in the room grew ever thicker, the air heavy with the weight of the momentous decisions that lay ahead. But through it all, Joan remained a beacon of calm and unwavering resolve, her faith and her conviction shining through like a light in the darkness. And then, just when it seemed that the arguments might go on forever, a new voice entered the fray. It was the Duc d'Alençon, one of Joan's most ardent supporters, and a man known for his bravery and his loyalty to the crown. "I have fought beside the maid," he declared, his voice ringing out with the force of unshakable conviction. "I have seen the miracles she has wrought, the way she has inspired our troops to feats of valour that would have seemed impossible just a few short months ago. If she says that we must attack Jargeau, then I say we follow her lead and trust in the God who guides her hand." There was a moment of stunned silence, a palpable sense of the scales tipping in Joan's favour, and then, one by one, the other nobles and generals began to nod their assent, their doubts and reservations melting away in the face of d'Alençon's passionate endorsement. Even the Sieur de Gamache, his face still lined with worry and concern, could not help but be swayed by the sheer force of Joan's conviction. With a heavy sigh and a nod of acquiescence, he too pledged his support, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the challenges that lay ahead. With the decision made and the path forward clear, the Council of War disbanded, the nobles and generals scattering to make their preparations for the coming battle. But Joan remained behind, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames of the candles, her mind lost in thought. For she knew that the true test was still to come, that the fate of France and the fate of her own immortal soul rested on the success of the mission that lay ahead. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the strength and the courage of her fellow soldiers would see them through, no matter the obstacles that lay in their path. As the hours turned to days and the French army made its way towards Jargeau, Joan's legend only grew, her name spoken with reverence and awe by the troops who marched beside her. They looked to her as a source of inspiration and hope, a beacon of light in a world consumed by darkness and despair. And Joan, her heart filled with the fire of holy purpose, knew that she could not let them down. She would lead them to victory, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, for she was the Maid of Orléans, the chosen one of God, and her destiny was written in the stars themselves. But even in the midst of the chaos and the tumult of war, there were moments of quiet reflection, of simple human connection that reminded Joan of the world she had left behind. In the evenings, huddled around the campfires with her closest companions, she would speak of her childhood in Domremy, of the simple joys and sorrows of life in a small village. And in those moments, the weight of her burden seemed to lift, if only for a little while, and she could be just Joan again, a young woman with hopes and dreams and fears like any other. But always the call of duty would come again, the need to take up arms and lead her troops into battle. And Joan would answer that call with all the strength and courage of her immortal soul, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For she knew that the road to victory would be long and hard, that there would be moments of doubt and despair, of pain and sacrifice. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the love and support of her soldiers and her countrymen would see her through, no matter the darkness that lay ahead. And so, as the sun set over the fields of France and the stars began to wheel overhead, Joan rode at the head of her army, her banner held high and her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. And all who saw her knew that they were in the presence of greatness, of a leader and a visionary who would stop at nothing to see her sacred mission through to the end. For Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had been chosen by God for a purpose, a destiny that would echo through the ages. And with each passing day, each battle won and each heart inspired, the legend of the maiden grew, a shining beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness. Chapter 34. The Maiden's Triumph. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a pale, ethereal glow across the sleeping countryside, the town of Jargeau stirred to life. The narrow, winding streets echoed with the clatter of hooves and the clank of armour as the French army, led by the indomitable Joan of Arc, made its way towards the city gates. At the head of the column rode Joan herself, a figure of quiet intensity and unwavering resolve. Her armour gleamed in the early morning light, the polished steel reflecting the colours of the banners that fluttered in the breeze behind her. On her head she wore a simple leather cap, a concession to the practicalities of battle, but her eyes blazed with the fire of a holy purpose, a conviction that burned bright and fierce within her. Beside her, mounted on a sturdy war-horse, rode the young Comte de Laval, his face flushed with excitement and his eyes wide with wonder. He had heard the stories of Joan's miraculous deeds, had listened in awe to the tales of her visions and her voices, but to see her in person, to witness the sheer force of her presence, was something else entirely. As they approached the city walls, Joan called a halt to the march, her keen eyes scanning the battlements for any sign of the enemy. She knew that the English forces within Jargeau were strong and well entrenched, their defences bolstered by months of preparation and reinforcement. But she also knew that the time had come to strike, to seize the initiative and take the fight to the enemy. With a quick, decisive nod to her commanders, she gave the order to attack, her voice ringing out like a clarion call across the ranks of her soldiers. At first, the assault seemed to falter, the English defenders putting up a fierce and determined resistance. But Joan, her faith unwavering and her courage unshakable, urged her troops forward, her banner held high and her sword flashing in the sun. Again and again she led the charge, her presence a beacon of hope and inspiration to her soldiers. Even when a stone, hurled from the battlements above, struck her down, she did not waver, rising to her feet with a grim determination that set the hearts of her followers ablaze. Slowly but surely the tide began to turn, the French forces gaining ground and pressing their advantage. The outer defences fell, the English troops falling back in disarray, and Joan, her armour battered and her face streaked with sweat and blood, knew that victory was within their grasp. But even in the heat of battle, she did not forget the dictates of honour and mercy that had always guided her hand. With a voice that rang out clear and strong above the clamour of combat, she called upon the English garrison to surrender, offering them the chance to lay down their arms and depart in peace. At first, the enemy commander, the proud and stubborn Earl of Suffolk, refused, his heart hardened by the bitterness of defeat. But as the French troops pressed their attack, as the walls of Jargeau began to crumble and fall beneath the onslaught, he knew that he had no choice. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of grim resignation, the Earl and his nobles emerged from the shattered gates of the city, their heads bowed and their banners lowered in a gesture of surrender. But even in that moment of humiliation and defeat, they knew that they had been bested by a foe unlike any they had ever faced before. For Joan, her face radiant with the light of victory, greeted them not with scorn or contempt, but with a gentle and compassionate smile. She knew the pain of defeat, the sting of wounded pride, and she would not add to their suffering with cruel words or petty triumphs. Instead, she offered them the hand of friendship, a chance to lay down their arms and join the ranks of those who fought for a higher cause. And to the astonishment of all who witnessed it, many of the English soldiers took her up on that offer, their hearts swayed by the power of her words and the force of her example. As the sun began to set over the conquered city, casting long shadows across the battered walls and the blood-soaked streets, Joan and her army made their way back to Orleans, their hearts filled with the joy and exultation of victory. The road ahead would be long and perilous, fraught with danger and uncertainty at every turn, but they knew that they had taken a crucial step forward, had struck a blow for freedom and justice that would echo through the ages. And at the centre of it all was Joan herself, a figure of legend and inspiration, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness and despair. She had come from humble beginnings, a simple peasant girl from the fields of Domremy. But through the power of her faith and the strength of her conviction, she had risen to become the saviour of a nation, the champion of a cause that would change the course of history. In the days and weeks that followed, as the news of Joan's victory at Jargeau spread like wildfire across the land, the people of France began to stir with a newfound sense of pride and purpose. They looked to her as a symbol of hope and renewal, a promise of a brighter future that lay just over the horizon. And Joan, her heart filled with the fire of divine purpose, knew that this was only the beginning. There would be other battles to come, other challenges to face and overcome, but she would not rest until France was free, until the English had been driven from the land and the rightful king restored to his throne. For she was Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, the chosen one of God. And with the power of the divine flowing through her veins, there was nothing she could not achieve, no enemy she could not overcome, no obstacle she could not surmount. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to wheel overhead, Joan rode at the head of her army, her banner held high and her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. And all who saw her knew that they were in the presence of greatness, of a leader and a visionary who would stop at nothing to see her sacred mission through to the end. For Joan of Arc, the road ahead would be long and perilous, a journey fraught with danger and sacrifice at every turn. But she would not falter, would not rest until France was free and the will of God was done. And with each passing day, each battle won, and each heart inspired, the legend of Joan of Arc grew. Her name spoken with reverence and awe by the people of France and all those who yearned for a brighter, more just world. She was a woman of courage and conviction, a warrior and a saint, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness. And as long as the memory of her deeds endured, as long as the fire of her spirit burned bright in the hearts of those who followed her, the dream of a better tomorrow would never die.
Thank you for listening to The Maid of Orleans, The Life and Legacy of Joan of Arc, on the Classic Books Reimagined YouTube channel. In the masterful style of Robert Caro, we have been transported back to the tumultuous world of 15th century France, walking alongside Joan as she embarked on her extraordinary journey from humble peasant girl to the saviour of a nation. We have witnessed her unwavering faith, her indomitable courage, and her ultimate sacrifice in the face of unimaginable adversity. As we come to the end of this audiobook, we hope that Joan's tale has inspired you, just as it has inspired countless others throughout the centuries. May her example of bravery, conviction, and selfless devotion to a higher cause serve as a guiding light in your own lives, a beacon of hope in a world that often seems so full of darkness. Until next time, dear listeners, remember the words of Joan herself. I am not afraid. I was born to do this. May her courage be your courage, her strength your strength, as you forge your own path through this wondrous and challenging world.
Thank you and farewell.